hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation? Guys, can you hear me? Perfect. All right. Okay, perfect. Just give me a second. Today, let me go through, where did I kept it? Just give me a second, guys. This is what our DE domain class notes, right? I think I haven't shared it with you the yesterday's one, but I'll share it today. So this is complete DM. So what we do is we prepare one DM data from the scratch. Mean to say, let's have one DM raw data set. From the raw data set, we prepare all these variables. That is one thing we do. Apart from that, today, before we go with that particular one, so you have 4 assignments, right? Can we complete with the 4 assignments? Because a lot of people calling me and asking, so can we have these assignments discussed with the class, right? So can we do this? Can we complete this particular one today? I know all of you, some of you, not all of you, some of you have already shared the code with me. So, but let's do this today. Anyone have any questions or any other thoughts? Let me know. If not, we can continue to do this particular one. All right. So you can use any SAS of your choice, but I prefer personally going with the SAS one. That is nothing but our what to say, university edition. Now we cannot call that as a university edition. Instead of that, you can call that as a SAS Studio, right? The same SAS Studio is the one I'm going to use it today. So if you have anything, let's say your regular what I can call it as PC SAS, or if you have your SAS Enterprise Guide, you can use anything of your choice. There is no restriction. You can use anything of your choice, right? For me, anyways, it is free of cost. That's the reason I'm using it. Correct? We all know that it is going to be free of cost, right? Any questions on this? Why I'm using it? What is this and all? I hope all of you are clear, right? Anyone? Right? All I'm going to do is I'm going to use SAS Studio. Anyone, any questions on this particular one? If not, I can proceed further. I don't know if you're, let's say if you're not comfortable with that, if you want me to use only the regular one, or if you want me to use only the PC SAS or SAS Studio, I don't find anything is different or difficult over there. Everything is going to be the same. I just saying that it is what to say, a well-versed one, and it is already there for us. It is for free of cost. That's the reason I prefer to use this. Questions? Just give me a moment. I'm just entering the credentials. After the credentials, again, I will go with the screenshot. Just a second. Just I'm entering my SAS credentials. That's the reason I'm asking you to go wait for this. Yeah, I got this, and I'm just relaunching my screen share. So hope all of you can see this. Yes, can I proceed from here? So just loading this, just wait for a second. It will get loaded, and then we can proceed with the data here. One of the primary reason why I prefer to use this is something which is official. No one is going to ask you, or no one is going to say, are you using the licensed version or anything? You don't get all these kind of questions because this is the licensed version, right? Because it is going to be the version which is provided by the SAS itself. So that is the primary reason why I do this. All right. Okay. Now let me create one folder here in the same home itself. I will call this as clinical SAS. All right. So within the clinical SAS, let me create one program. This is my first program. All right. So now all I want to do is we want to proceed with the tasks. So what are the tasks we have? This is the first task, right? This is my data. Okay. Whatever the data is there, we just put this data as is here. So I have input details as per the protocol. I have the study name, site details, gender, and domain. And we also have the patient details. These are the patient details, right? And finally, all we need is we are looking for the desired output as per the clinical standards. So what is the clinical standard output here? I want this as my desired output, correct? I'm looking for this as the desired output. Some of you already completed this and you have already shared this particular data with me. So there is no doubt about it, right? We can continue to use that. And whoever have not completed this particular one, kindly follow this here. Okay. So can I say this is my input data? So can I take my input data as is first? Right? Let me create one data set with this particular data. All I want is I need data. I'm just calling this as assignment 1. So I just call this with the same name, assignment 1. So I have my data lines. Data lines is the place where I can have all my data, correct? Right. So there are two things here. The first one is going to be the patient ID. Second one is the gender. These two are the headers. So I'm just removing it. All right. So one of the main problem we may face is there will be encryption. So you need to be very careful with the encryption. Just make sure that there are no encoding or encryption issues here. Right? I just have my data. Yeah. Okay. What's the next step? All I need is I need to create 4 variables here. What are those 4 variables? Number 1, study ID. So can I say that this is going to be my in file? My in file is nothing but this is the place where my input is present. Data lines. I don't need to provide any DLM or any other options because it's the default space is going to be the delimiter for me. Input tells what are my variables are. There are study ID is one of the variable. Second one is going to be, I have a habit of writing everything in small letters. Study ID, domain, use subject ID, USUBJ ID, and finally subject ID, SUBJ ID, and 6. These are the variables which I need to read. Out of that, how many of them are present here? Can I say 2 of them are only present? Correct. What are the 2 things that are present here? Study ID, and the second thing is going to be text variable. So let's read only these 2 for now, because these 2 are the only ones which I can read it from the input file. Correct. So I just read only these 2. Can I say both of them are going to be the characters? Though it is going to be a number, I don't do any mathematical calculations on this particular one. That is the first thing. Second thing is going to be, as per your standard implementation guide, STIG, if I want to go with study ID, what is study ID? Anyone? As per the demographics domain, the study ID is going to be in the characters. Correct? It's supposed to be a character, right? Just give me a second. I'll go there to the implementation guide because it is also important to us. Come on, where it is? Here it is. So study ID, that's supposed to be the character, right? We don't need to decide. It's supposed to be decided by the implementation guide itself. It's going to be character. So we can come back here and we assign character. Sex. Sex is also the variable which is supposed to be the character variable, correct? So where we have defined this is CO, right? Just give me a second. This is CO. This is DM. So under the DM, study ID is character. We have sex variable, which is also a character. And most important thing here, guys, can you see this? Can you see here? It is called as a controlled terms. Can you see this? It is going to be a controlled term. So if you want to see what is this control term, you can just click on this particular one. You can see that the controlled term, the entire terminology, Excel, everything will be available here. Right? You can download it from here. If not, just taking time, but it will be coming here. Can you see this? This is your SDTM controlled terminology, right? It is the SDTM controlled terminology. You can see this here. Either you can check your details here directly. For an example, it's not giving me here all the details. It is compatibility version. I'll share this particular one with you. Yeah, can you see this? The meaning of this is your sex variable. It can be reported as female, F, capital F, everything is in the prop case, everything is in the up case, or it can be unknown, or it can be undifferentiated. But while you are reporting it, while you are submitting to your SDTM, when you are submitting for your FBA, you need to ensure that it can be F, M, U, or undifferentiated. Everything is in a capital letter. Only these values are allowed. Is that clear? This is what your control terminology is, because you are mentioned here as controlled, right? So the moment you can see something got controlled here, you need to understand that as per the controlled terminology only, I need to report it. Whatever the value is going to be, the final value, I need to keep it as F, M, U, R, undifferentiated. Only these are allowed. Every one of you, is this clear? Right? Everything we need to do as per the guide, implementation guide. So it is also going to be a character for us. Done. Can we read this data set as is for now? Right? But these values are not as per your controlled terminology. I need to change it. Right? So I can see your code. Some of you have written the conditional statement here. There are multiple ways I can do. What are the ways I can do here? One, I can say that if it is capital A M A L E, then I need to call it as the M. If it is FEMALE, I need to call it as F. I can do like that. Instead, you can also write one proc format. Can someone help me with the proc format? Can someone help me with the proc format? Value, the name, I can say we are writing this for the sex variable value. What are the values? The value is going to be, if it is male, I can call it as M. If it is female, I can call it as F. What is the other thing? Here we have small f, capital F is also there. That also we need to work on that. If it is small f, then also it is going to be capital F. Then we have what is the other one? M. The M also can we call it as capital M. Then finally, if it is going to be 1, I can call it as it is 2. What is 1 and 2? We have written here 1 for male, 2 for female. Correct? All these are the acceptable values. Okay. Will it work? Can you see this? Maybe some syntax issues. We'll see. Yep. Yes, please. Someone is telling something.
Yeah, for one, we remove the single quotations, right?
We
One
can,
and
because
two.
it is a character data. We can keep it.
Okay.
Correct. It is a character data. Now it is got created. So once it got created, I can use this particular one here. I can simply apply my format text variable, already the same text dot. That is going to be a format. Okay, let's apply this. Now everything is as per your requirement. M. Correct? So everything is as per the standard implementation guide. Now, the first question you may ask, Murli, why should I write a format? Why can't I go with the conditional formatting? Correct? The same thing I can also apply here, right? Mean to say, instead of writing like this, I can also write like this. Just let me show this to you. I don't apply a format. Instead of applying a format, I will say that if sex is equal to male, then again I'll write that sex is equal to m. Else if sex is equal to small m, or I can even write it in a better way. If sex in, I'll say in, I'll go with the male. I can also go with small m, or I can also go with what is that, 1. For all these three, the sex value equal to this. Else if this is not the case, if it is going to be female, or it is going to be small f, or it is going to be 2, then in that particular case it is going to be capital F. Both of them will do the same, right? I can simply write in condition and I can do this. Now the question is going to be, which one is correct? First one or second? Anyone?
First one it is correct.
Why not second?
So we can use multiple times, right?
See, when
Real
it
time we
comes
can use
to,
multiple times.
yeah, okay, let me tell you this. When it comes to whether it is correct or wrong, both of them are correct only, because both of them are delivering what you need to do. You need standard value for this sex variable m or f. You are able to get it either with the first one or with the second one, right? But the question is going to be, if you want to use this, let's say here you are creating the variable called assignment number 1. Let's say for the first one you are creating, right? So let's say you are going to do the same thing in the assignment number 2. Why you want to do this? Why you want to write these 2 lines of the code again, right? Have one format. Every time when you want to use sex variable, by default apply this there. If it is anything like male, female, f, m, 1, 2, any of these are matching, automatically it will convert that into the latest value, automatically convert into the standard value, right? You write format once, use any number of times based on your correct. But when it comes to which is correct, which is wrong, both of them are correct only. Nothing wrong in that, nothing wrong in using the second method. I can use it, right? But you can see that in assignment 2 I have to use this, assignment 3 I have to use it, assignment 4 I have to use it. Or in your project, let's say you have 5 people working on this, right? 5 people working on, you 5 people are working on 5 different domains, but in all your 5 domains sex is going to be the common variable. Then what do? Every time why if someone has to write it, instead write it once, keep it in your SAS code, use it as a include, correct? So write it once, use it multiple times. So that's the reason I prefer to go with the format. But it is not limited, it is not wrong to go with the conditional formatting. You can go with the conditional formatting as well. Nothing wrong. Clear, everyone? First of all, why we are using it and all? Anyone have any questions? Team? All right. Now, let me go with the next one. Okay. Here, in the same one, now I have the domain value at the same time. What all I have here? Domain name is there, which is DM. I have study name. What is study name? What is study name? Can I say study identifier? Right? But do you need a study identifier here? Because I have this study ID, correct? The very first one itself is going to be the study ID. I need, oh, I wrongly mentioned it and no one has identified it. Guys, are we doing right or are we doing wrong? If you are if you are numb, I don't understand anything. I need some input from you all the time. Guys, I'm asking you, are we doing good? Do you think anything we need to change here?
Yeah, we need to add a DM subject ID
Okay, DM subject ID we need to add. Okay, we'll do that.
and
What else?
use subject ID also. Is that
But before that,
conquer?
be-
Yeah.
before that, we did a mistake here. No one is identifying it. Look at the code. We have a mistake here. Not the name. Okay, let me
Add
clarify this.
format.
No, no, no. Okay. See this. This is your code, correct? From line number 43 to line number 60. This is your code. Do you find anything wrong in this code?
Yeah. Subject ID is number. Study ID. Sorry,
No.
study ID.
Yes,
But
exactly.
you
The first
mentioned.
thing is, yeah, first thing is this is subject ID, but we read this as a study ID, which is wrong. Correct? This is patient number. Patient number is nothing but patient ID is nothing but the subject ID. But we wrongly read subject ID as the study ID. That is the first thing that we did wrong here. This is supposed to be the subject ID, subject identifier. Am I correct? This is SUBJ ID, subject identifier. That is what we need to call it as. Right? This is subject ID. Now I have the study name here. The study name is nothing but your study ID. Correct? The study ID directly given. So I can use a assignment operator and I can do this. So I have study ID. STUDY ID. Study ID is equal to, it's a character. Done. So how do I know it's a character? Yeah, the implementation guide, the very first thing is going to be study identifier. Subject identifier is nothing but this is what patient ID. That is what we have decided right now. Then domain. The domain is also already present because we are looking for the domain. The domain name here given as DM. So domain, which is equal to, it's also a character, DM. So from my output, I need domain, I need study ID, I need subject ID, and also sets. The only thing which is missing here is going to be use SUBJ ID. USUBJ ID is nothing but unique subject identifier. So unique subject identifier can be is a derived variable, correct? So how to derive this particular one? It is also as part of your implementation guide. You
Yeah.
can see that.
Study ID.
Yes, study
Study
ID,
ID.
site
Site ID.
ID.
Patient ID. Sorry, subject ID.
Exactly. So let's go with the same. So here I need to go with, it is a concatenation of three things. What are the three things concatenation? I want to concatenate them. I want to look for the output like this. I need to have a hyphen between them. I don't want to have any special characters. I don't want to have any, what to say, yeah, leading or trailing spaces. So my separator is going to be hyphen. And then it needs to start with study ID. Then it is going to start with, the second thing is going to be study ID followed by your site ID followed by your subject ID, your site ID. Where is the site ID? We haven't entered that here, right? Site details are here. Let's go with the site ID also. Site ID. The site ID also we go with this one. So how to identify your site ID, which is going to be where your clinical study is actually happening, right? Maybe I can go with site ID itself, which is equal to this one. Okay, then I'm going to use this one also here. Done. Let's run this. Okay, but here few changes.
One more is missing.
Subject
Yeah,
ID.
subject ID, understood? Study ID,
Yeah.
site ID, and subject ID. Yeah. Done. Right. And also, we don't want site ID in our output, correct? Our output doesn't require site ID. At the same time, I want to have this in this order. So let's have the same order. So how to go with the order? I can use the retain. So how to use your retain? Maybe I can use it after this. So retain, I want to have the order of study ID followed by domain. Then I want to have unique subject identifier, and then I need to have subject ID. Finally, I want to have sex variable. And also in my final output,
Yeah,
I
Murli.
don't.
Yeah, Murli. Yeah.
Mhm.
Here I have one question, Murli.
Please
Actually,
tell
you're
me.
creating a one single assignment only, right? Assignment one. It
Mhm.
if you create a multiple like assignment one, assignment two, it will be better for understanding.
What do you mean by assignment one and assignment two? It's the second assignment
Yeah,
I'll do after.
in assignment one we are done only subject ID and sex only, right? In assignment two we are adding additional part, sex and site ID,
No,
right?
no, no, no. No, 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 no. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I'll help you with that. Let me, I got it. Your question, I got it. I'll come to that. So now let's see this. This is what you're expecting. All of you, first of all, output is okay to all of you. Study ID, domain, view subject ID, and sex. And we have done everything in a single one. Only one particular data step we have completed everything. I don't know who asked this particular question right now, but let me answer your question. So what you are saying is, only we have the input. This is my input. So why can't you have input alone in assignment number one? So correct me if I'm wrong. If this is not your question, let me know. This is assignment number one. In assignment number one, let's have only this. That is up to this one, because it have only subject ID and sex. Then write one more step here, and you can call it as assignment number two. And here you are going to add additional details along with this. Then here you are
Yes,
asking
Murli.
me to write, yeah.
Yes,
So
Murli.
that
It
is,
is right.
yeah. I'll tell you why I'm not doing this. There are two reasons for it. Number one, you are already completed your base and advanced SAS programming. You know how to write your steps, and you know how to write your base SAS code. The reason for going with this particular one will be why unwantedly we need to create multiple data sets. Why? Because you're creating assignment number one, then you're going with the assignment number two, right? So each one data set is going to occupy some of the space, right? When it comes to the real time, guys, like how we are having, let's say for me, now I have a work library. For work library, we are going to have some space, correct? This is the place where all your data will be stored. All your temporary data sets will be stored. Once you go to the real time, once you are working within a team, you don't get individual work libraries, right? It will be a partitioned one. Mean to say, let's say in the Unix server, they will be having 10 GB of the space. Let's say 10 GB of the space your SAS administrator has given to the work library. In this, he or she is going to create partitions. Let's say you are 5 programmers. All your 5 programmers are utilizing the same 10 GB of the work library, but each one of you have the partition within that. So each of you get only 2 GB. If you create more number of data sets, unnecessarily you are bombarding your work library. correct? When there is no need of creating this particular data set, just for the sake of our understanding, why should we need to create it? When we are able to create everything in a single data set, why should we go with the other one? Right? Number one. Number two, your SAS code performance will be measured in two different ways. One is your execution time. Number two, optimum storage utilization. So how effectively you are utilizing your space. Based on these two, your SAS program will be evaluated. Generally, no one will come and evaluate. That's going to be a different story. But when you are dealing with the huge data sets, because generally most of us will deal with the huge data sets, when you're dealing with the huge data sets, whatever the program you write, your program output should be quick, that is less execution time and less memory occupation. Then it is called as an efficient program. So that's the reason, as long as it is not confusing other programmers, or as long as it is not creating anything critical, try to write everything, or try to write maximum of your code in as many simple steps as possible. Don't write so many number of steps. Try to reduce your number of steps. Try to make sure that your execution time and your memory utilization is under the limits. Is that clear why we are doing it?
Yeah, Murli,
I don't know
clear.
who are, yeah.
You can continue.
Suppose, yeah,
Thank
suppose if you feel like, if you feel like, Murli, I'm not able to follow, you ask me, I'll explain. Okay, but let's start the habit of doing like this. It will be helpful. All right. So assignment number 1 is done. Can we go with assignment number 2 now? Right, the first one is done. The second one is assignment number 2. The assignment number 2 is on patient. Again, almost it is going to be the same, but few changes are there. Let me go with this. Up to the detail. Assignment number 2, maybe. So what we have here? Here we have the patient details again, gender details are there. So with these two, let's create the data set. I think it is going to be the same data set, but with small changes. Let's do this first. Then we can think of the remaining. So I'm going to have under the return also, let me return, I'll do this later. Site ID also, I do it later. Data lines, subject ID and sex, these two we are going to read it. And we are going to use format, because up to this is available in the input, correct? So I'm taking up to this, correct? You might ask me, Murli, why you are deleting and doing it? Because that is not the space, that is a tabular one, correct? It's a tab. So when you go with the default one, it won't work. That's the reason I'm deleting it. I'm creating one more. So let's do this. So we have our data. So input data, that too, only these two are there. So then there is another data set which is called ICF details, where we have your term, you have patient ID, you have date, as well as you have time. Can someone tell me how you are going to rate this? I'll just call it as in the assignment number 2. Let's, instead of calling this as patient subject details. Subject details. The second one is going to be ICF details. Under the ICF details, what we have? Let me copy this as well. Meanwhile, when I do this, can someone share the code? How do you want to proceed here? Can someone? Okay, let me read them. So what are them? One is going to be the first. Okay, I'll do the merge, but how do I get these details? So I'm going with in file followed by data lines. Then I'll use DLM here. I want to use the DLM here. The reason for that will be I just want to have this as a comma separated because I have the embedded space there. I just want to take the liberty of changing it. Do you understand why I'm doing it? Because the term has embedded space. Instead of using any column method or any other method, I just want to simply go with the just changing this because it is going to be anyways creating by me. I'm just changing this to the comma separated one just for my convenience, nothing else. So now with this embedded space automatically it will read easily, right? So here what and all we have, this is the second one, this is going to be third under the input. The first one is going to be the subject ID. As usual, it is going to be the same. The second one is going to be the term, correct? So I just use the term as it is. My term is going to be, I'm using this one. I will go with some 15 dot. Mahipal. Yeah, Mahipal, I got your mail, I think long back itself. I think 2 days, 3 days back itself, I got it. So just asking someone if you are able to share it now here. Okay, 15 dot. And then I have this date. The date I can call this as what date it is, guys? Can someone tell me? This is my RF informed consent form date. So I just, for now, I just read it as ICF date. ICF date, which is going to be date 9 format, correct? Then I have ICF time. My ICF time is going to be, can I say, time 8 dot, correct? Then I just use the format. The format is going to be, what is the format? This one I can use as it is so that I can see whether I'm reading it correctly or not. First, let's read this data as is. So I have ICF sign date, ICF date, and ICF time. All the 4 values are presented. Perfect. Right. Then what's the next thing? Who is this? Someone send it to me right now. Sanchi. Wonderful, Sanchi. Yep. So you also use date. Why did you use date and time here in character format? I know RF, this one's supposed to be in the character format, no doubt about it. But for now, while reading, you have a liberty of also reading that directly by using the date 9 format. All right. So now the next thing is going to be, I wanted to have, okay, someone else also sent it. Who's this? Term equal to ICF signed. Okay. So Mahipal, you removed this one from your input itself and you directly assigned it. Okay, fine. Got it. That's fine. Now the next question to all of you. This is the one which I have it here, but all I need is I need the output like this. Subject ID, I want to have the sex variable followed by RFI CDTC. This is nothing but your reference informed consent date and time in character format. Correct. So how to get that particular one? Anyways, that is going to be a timestamp, right? This one is nothing but a timestamp, right? Can I say that ICF date time? I just calling it. is equal to, can I concatenate these two? Can I say DHMS, that is date and time of, DHMS of this, comma, can I say, maybe you can do this, you can also concatenate it by just converting that into character. You can do in any ways of your choice. I'm just trying one way. Let's say this will be like hour of your this, minute of this, seconds of this. So I just use this particular one. What is going to be a date and time format, guys? Can I say, can I use this particular one, IS8601DT? Can I use this? Check now. What went wrong? Expecting A. Where? Okay, no semicolon. Still an error. Where? Seconds. There is some issue with this one. Second. What happened? This is second. Now, did you get your output directly? Can I call this as, instead of calling this as this one, can I straight away call this as reference, inform, consent, date and time in character format? Can I also do that? Right? So now all I'm going to do is going to be whatever the data I have here, can I directly merge it? Right? So my final data set, I can call it as data R. Maybe I'll write a proc SQL. Why unless I need to start it again. So proc SQL create table. What is the create table here? Which one I can go with? Can I go with assignment number 2 directly? Right? Can I go with your date and time directly? Right? Where it is create table assignment 2 as select A dot subject ID, comma, A dot 6, comma, B dot RFI CDTC from what is my first table? My patient details. Subject details is going to be the table number A. Then here I will only go with the inner join, or I can go with the left join directly. I'll tell you why I'm going with the left join. Left join, I will go with ICF details, which is going to be B on what? A dot subject ID is equal to B dot subject ID. Correct? Then what is the next thing? Once I have this particular join, I can simply sort this particular data set. Order by 1. 1 is nothing but your first column. What went wrong again? Subject details does not exist. What happened? Why subject details is not exist? Maybe we haven't, after rerun, we haven't run that. Now it is done. So now I can go with assignment number 2. This is my output. Simple. All of you are able to follow? We try to minimize the work as much as possible. Here I can also do that by using the data step merge. But if I want to do the data step merge, the problem is going to be I need to sort both my input data set. Why should I do that? I don't need to. Correct? I can directly do this. All of you are able to follow? Any questions? Okay, Ankita, I don't understand in select A dot B. Okay, so Ankita, are you familiar with SQL joins or not? If not, yes, right? Okay, let me tell you what happened here. I'm having two tables. So what are the two tables I have here? One is because, so this is my ICF details, correct? Let me copy this. Right, this is my first one. What is this? Here I have subject ID. This is going to be my term. This is going to be my ICF date, ICF time, and finally this is nothing but reference, inform, consent form, date and time in character format. This is one table to me. So what is this particular table? This table is nothing but my ICF details. We have one more table here. What is the other table that we have here? The other table is going to be subject detail. So subject detail have these two. Copying is headache in this. Otherwise it will be good. Okay, this is nothing but subject ID. This is going to be nothing but my sex data. Okay, let's have this here. Done. This is going to be a subject details. Okay, so now we have two different tables. Now the thing is, I'm expecting an output like this. These two I want. This is the one I want. For this, I'm going with the proc SQL. So these two are nothing but the details that I'm getting from the first table. I'm calling this as A. This is the one which I'm getting from the other table. I'm calling this as B. I'm joining these two tables based on subject ID. So if these data is matching with these values, I'm matching it. So now how I'm going to write the code? Proc SQL create statement, create table. The name of the table that I want to create is assignment 2 as. Now I need to go with the fields, right? Select fields. If it is going to be a same table, I use select all the variables means star. But I want to get the details from two different tables. So I'm going to mention from the table A, I want to get subject ID, SUBJ ID, comma. From the A table itself, get me sex value. Then from the B table, get me RFICDTC. Right? If I use A dot star comma B dot star, in A also we have subject ID, B also we have subject ID. It will become an ambiguity reference. So that's the reason when you are going with the joins, you need to clearly mention it. And you confused because of the subject table names. You need to give the alias names, right? Without giving the alias names, how you are going with the join? You should give the alias name, right? So left join your ICF details. That is going to be a B. So these two tables I'm joining based on your A table subject ID is equal to B table subject ID. That's it. This is the only code we have written there. Maybe to avoid the confusion, this is also going to be subject ID. We use the same name. SUBJ ID, SUBJ ID, SUBJ. Clear, everyone? Right. Assignment number 2 is also done. Can we go with assignment number 3? So my assignment number 3 is here. This is the one. So under the assignment number 3, subject titles are there. Again, here you have the treatment details. Based on the subject and treatment details, you need to calculate something else, which is nothing but this is your desired output. Okay, so let's go with this. So again, same story as usual. We'll go with the first thing is going to be we will go with the subject details. Here is what my subject details is. Subject details are here. Let's use them as it, or it is going to be the same. Yeah, it is same. So I can use the same. Okay. Treatment details. This is the second one. I can call it as data treatment. I always like to give the relevant names. Then it will be easy for us to remember. Even if someone referring also, it will be easy for them. So first one is going to be the subject ID. Let's say that in file data lines input, the input is going to be SUBJ ID, subject ID, which is a character. Treatment, I'm just calling as TRT. Treatment is going to be a character. Finally, treatment date, TRT date. So treatment date is going to be, yeah, the third thing. So done. So here alone, all we need to do is we just need to go with date 9 dot. Correct? It is already in the date 9 dot. So apply the same as a format. Right. Run this. So my treatment date, all these three also available. So what is the expected output? My expected output is going to be, I need to go with my treatment start date, treatment end date. These two I need. Correct? So how I can get that? For each subject, right? When we started with the first treatment, that is the date of first treatment is nothing but my start date. Last is going to be the end date. So when we want to do this particular one, we can go with the first dot and last dot. Correct? We can simply do that by using, yeah, which one? Patient subject details itself. So I can simply sort this. Proc sort data is equal to treatment details by on what? Subject ID, USUBJ ID, and run. Once you have it, then you are going to write data subject details. Let's say just say final. Set the same one. We are going to use a by statement here. The moment you use the by statement here on this particular one, you are going to have your first dot and last dot. Okay. Then what is going to be happen here once I have the first dot and last dot? If the first occurrence, if first dot of SUBJ ID, then what? If it is going to be the first dot of SUBJ ID, then what you are going to do?
RFS SDTC.
Yes. So RFSTDTC, then RFSTDTC is equal to what? Treatment date. Can I call that? Else, if last dot of subject ID, can I call that as RFENDTC is equal to treatment date? That's it. Can you see this once?
If last dot ID equal to then output.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do. First, we'll see the output. So we also apply the format square. Format here RFSDTC, RFNDTC for both of them, date 9 dot. So two things we need to do. Number one, if I go with only your last data of output, I'll get this particular one. How about this? to explain this only, I just said that if I go with first last dot alone, how do I get this information? Got my point? Right? So to do that particular one, we can use a simple thing called retain. Retain this as well as this. Now see the output. What happened to this?
There is a typo, Murli.
Typo?
Yeah.
Oh, both of them
RF.
I retain the no, I retain the same thing. I
Yeah.
retain the same thing.
Yeah.
Now you can see 9th April is here, correct? For 222, even though it got retained, even this value got retained for this particular one, but still you can see that your October 2020 is the last one. Even for this one, it is 11th August, but your final value for this one, it went wrong. No. It is correct. 13th July, 7th September, and again for the 16th June as well as 15th September. Now I can go with the if last dot then output. If last dot of subject ID then output. Now you can see. All right. Then what is the next thing that I need to do in my output? This supposed to be in the IS 8610 D format, DA, not even D, DA. Correct? This format I want to have this particular one. So all I'm going to do now is, instead of applying this format for both of them, I'm going to apply this format, right? So now we compare it. So 09, 717, 912, 1010, 811, 1010. This went wrong, I believe. Correct? We'll see that. Then 713, 97, 616, 915. All of them are correct except this one. It went wrong. Let's see that. Why it went wrong also we can see. This is the reason it went wrong. Now 811, 811. Both of them are correct. 717, 1010, 811, 97, 915. In this case, 949, 912, 811, 713, 616. Now the output is correct, right? And I don't want treatment date. In my output, I need only subject ID, sex, and these p values. So I don't want treatment and I don't want this one. So to do this particular one here itself, or we can go with the proc SQL final output. That is my, what is the thing? Create table assignment number 3 as select from the first one. Maybe I can simply copy the previous code also. I just need to change only the, I can take this from here. So from A, subject ID and sex will come. From B, instead of this, we are going to get these two values. Two values I require. Right? Then it is going to be the same again. I just want to have it on treatment details final. Done. Done. All of you comfortable? Assignment number 3 also done. Any questions here? Any questions from anyone? Wonderful. Can we go with assignment number 4? A very simple one. It won't take time. Let's finish it and we can complete today's class. Let's move with the 4th one. Assignment number 4. So under the assignment number 4, I think patient ID details remains going to be the same, so I can use the previous one. Subject details are going to be the same, right? Then we have this one. Which one? These are called, I can call it as death details. These are nothing but the death details. Let's go with the death details. Data, subject, death, details, data lines, and run. So here also we take the liberty of just take comma as a delimiter. Push, insert. Right. So now here it is going to be in file. I'll go with data lines. DLM is equal to comma, and then we are going to have input. Under the input, SUBJ ID is dollar, followed by what is the second one? We call this as term. You can call it as a term. Just go with $30 because we need the length there. The third one is going to be death date. Correct? So what is that? Oh, no, not the death date. Sorry about it. Okay. That is subject end date. Also, we can you can call it as a term date. You can call it as. That's a term date. So term date. What is going to be the format here, guys? Can I call this as ISO 86? Oh. What is the format? Just now we use, right? ISO 8601 DA dot 8601 DA dot. Only for, oh, I use the format. Only for this particular one, we need to use the format. Format this. Let's run. Term date went wrong. Let's see why. Term date format, it is not able to take it. It's 601 DA dot. O is added extra. Now done. So we have taken the data. So what is the next thing? If the term is equal to death, in that particular case, my desired output is going to be, I need subject ID. I need to have, what is this? Text. This is death, date, and time in character format, followed by death flag. These two I need. So can I simply call this as, instead of calling this as a term date or something, I can directly call this as death, date, and time. But I cannot call this as a death, date, and time for everything. I got it. Okay. Maybe I can write directly here. If term is equal to death, then I want to do two things here. What are them? My death, date, and time in character format is equal to my term date, and my death flag is equal to yes. Right? I'm just doing this at a time. So this one also I just can put it here. Format for both of them, the same format. So now what is going to happen if I run this? So only for if the term is equal to death, for both of them, I have my death date and time as well as death flag, both of them got updated. Now I can go with the simple proxy for directly. So my assignment number 4, these two remains going to be the same. This is going to be DTH DTC, correct? DTH DTC, and I just need the death flag. That's it. So instead of treatment details, it is going to be subject term details. Death is not the right word here. Term details we can call it. Just copy this, keep it here. Assignment number 4. Now you got your data directly. Everyone, is this clear? So we try to minimize our work as much as possible. That's the only thing we did. Any questions from anyone? Please ask me. I'm happy to answer. For assignment 1 and 2, I have not copied the desired output. Let me copy the desired output as well. This is assignment number 2. Then assignment number 1. Yep. Any questions from anyone, guys? Is this understandable? So here onwards, I'll expect everyone, whenever I give a code, I'm expecting everyone to write it and share it with me. If any of you are not doing it, guys, it will be difficult for you. Right? You can write it in any method of your choice. It is not like you should write like this only. No, you can write it any method of your choice. All right. That's all for today, guys. If you have any questions, let me know. Else not. And would like to add one more thing. Tomorrow I may not be taking the class. The next class is on Friday. Okay, tomorrow there is no class. The next class is on Friday, right? So Friday, what we are going to do is, for DM domain, we take raw data set, we create the complete SDTM data set in SDTM compliance. As per the SDTM compliance, we are going to write it. That is, in your raw data set, you are going to have only one details, that is raw data. Sure, Sanchi, I'll do it right away. I may forget it, I'll do it right away. So Balu just now mentioned he uploaded the video. Today's video will upload it in some time. Yeah, this one, the notes alone, I'll do it right away. The yesterday's notes, that is DM complete notes, as well as this code, I'll share it with you guys. You can go ahead with it. All right. Any other questions from anyone? Okay. See you tomorrow, guys. Sorry, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Take care. Bye. Thank you.
Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Everyone, all of you are able to see my screen? Wonderful. Since it's a new link, I have been waiting for all the people. Balu sir wasn't trying, so he couldn't share it with you. Even I missed it. So yeah. All right. So let's start. So what was the last topic that we have discussed? If I am not wrong, the last topic that we were discussed was the DM domain, demographics domain. Correct? So hope all of you are clear with this particular one. All of you know what is DM domain and how to proceed with this. Anyone, any questions on this? Even in day before yesterday's class, we also discussed about all the assignments related to that. Even the coding is done, correct? Right. Now, all I'm going to do now is for the same demographic domain, I have designed a simple project. I cannot call it as a project. Consider this as a, I can say that not a complex or a big project. Instead, you can consider this as a mini project. All right, a simple mini project I have designed on demographics domain. I'm going to provide you the raw data set. Right, this is the one I'm going to provide to you, and you already have all your SDTM implementation guide with you. I think I have already shared that with you as well. Based on these two information, I'm going to provide you the mapping Excel also. You have domain mapping Excel, right? The mapping Excel also I will provide to you. Based on these three, you would need to prepare my DM data set. Correct? The data set should be as per SDTM compliance. That is what the requirement is. So today after the class, I will share these details. Work on it during the weekend. Maybe on Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday, I will follow up with you where you are on it. If you couldn't complete it, maybe in some time in the next week, I'm going to help you with the solution. All right. So demographic domain, we have already understand the theoretical part. We have also done the calculation part. Both of them we have completed. So the next step is going to be when someone provided the raw data to you, based on the raw data, how you are going to proceed with your details. That is how you can create your final SDTM data set, right? So that is the final thing. So I'm going to provide these details to you by today EOD after the class. I just drop a message in your chat window, and also I'll upload it in your WhatsApp. I'll request Baulusar to upload in the drive as well. Okay, so post that you can work on it. All of you are clear with this? What is going to be our project one or mini project and what we are going to do there? Any questions here? Right. Now let's proceed with the next domain. Under the special purpose domains, we are discussing the special purpose domains. So under the special purpose domain, the first thing was demographics. We are done with that particular one. The second one we are going to discuss is SV. What is subject? What is the subject? Visits. Remember, this is going to be the most important domain for us, because this is going to tell us when the subject visit for each of the stage, meaning when the subject first visited for the screening, when the treatment started, what is going to be the follow-up. There are going to be 3 stages, right? From the beginning we are discussing about it. What is that? First, the subject is going to sign the consent form. Post that, the screening is going to happen. Once the screening is done, we will go with the randomization. Based on the randomization, the treatment, the arms are going to be decided. Based on that, the treatment is going to start. After the treatment, we are going to have the follow-up. Am I correct? This is what we are going to do. Every one of us remember this particular sequence, because throughout the process, throughout our course, we will stick to this particular process. So that's the reason this process is very, very important to us. All right. Now I know ICF, I know screening, random treatment, and follow-up. All these dates are part of this. Correct? It is going to have when the subject came for the screening, when the treatment has started, and when the follow-ups are done. So forget about the randomization and ICF, but the remaining 3 are going to be the crucial stages here. So your SV domain primarily concentrate on all these details. Okay, so if you go to your implementation guide, this is your implementation guide again. We are talking about subject visits domain model, most of the variables are known to us. Most of the variables are known to us because we already worked on that particular one. So we will discuss, just like your DM domain, we are going to discuss about all those variables. Here the number of variables are less, right? You can see study ID, domain, unique subject identifier, visit number, visit day, your visit start date and visit end date, and you have study day of start of visit, study day of end of visit, and finally you are going to have your unplanned visits. These are only the variables which are present here. All right, so without wasting much time, let's start discussing about your subject visits domain. Okay, so before I start with this, guys, do any of you have any questions? Team, can I have a quick confirmation?
Murli, just one thing here. Basically, there's a particular sequence in which we program, right? When we get the raw data. For example, we start with the DM domain, and then later on we take other domains. So, can we also plan these sessions that way, or how are we doing it? I just had this query.
No, we are planning in the same way. We completed the demographics domain first, right? And the coding part related to that is also completed. Basic coding part. And I'm going to provide you the raw data sets. That's what I mentioned now. So first you are going to convert your raw data sets into demographics domain data set by understanding all the details we mentioned in the previous classes. Correct? So that is the first thing. Once DM is done, next most important thing is going to be subject visit. So that is what.
No, Murli, what I meant was there are actually interdependencies of the variables with each other. So yeah, so after DM, it's always we start with SV as the next domain, or we take SE or some other domains like DS or something. So that is what was my question.
I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. As long as you are learning, you don't need to worry about this, because see, if I go with the subject visits now, the subject visit domain has a lot of dependencies. I can say that there are a lot of dependencies on other domains. If you mean to say, especially this particular one, it has a lot of dependency on a domain name, which we can call it as a TV. Because some of the variables and its values we can actually merge, or we can actually take from TV domain. But if you go directly to the TV domain, it won't be good. So where and all dependencies are there, I'll mention that there is a dependency. We are going to a particular variable from this particular domain.
That works.
I'll mention that. No worries about it. And once we complete all the domains, right, when we are going with the projects, you can easily understand that. And also remember that in the real time, you will work on these domains independently. Let's say if someone assigns the demographic domain to you, you only work on the demographic domain. After completion of that, you'll go with the other domains. Only when you have limited number of resources and when you have ample amount of the time, one developer can go with more than one domain, right? So most of the times your domain thing is going to be independent. So no worries about it. Clear?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so let's start discussing about this particular one. So here are some of the variables we are already aware of, the remaining variables we discussed. So to start with the subject visits domain, right? Oops, just a sec. So in the subject visit domain, so first we need to understand the nature. The nature is going to be, this domain is specifically used to capture both scheduled and unscheduled visits data, right? Domain used to capture both scheduled as well as unscheduled visits data. That is the main core, or I can say that what is the main purpose of this particular domain is it is going to capture the both scheduled as well as the unscheduled visit data. Again, we also need to understand how the records are going to be, right? It is going to be one record per subject per visit. Remember this. When you go with your demographic domain, it is going to be one record per subject. One subject will have only one record there. But here, when you look at the subject can have more than one visit. So you're going to have one record per subject per visit, right? Next thing, the topic variable. We all know what is going to be the topic variable. It will mention and it will give the focus about what is this domain is all about, correct? So what is going to be the topic variable for demographics domain, guys? Can someone tell me? Demographics domain, topic variable.
Subject ID.
Exactly, subject ID. Because we are talking about the subjects, it is going to give you the subject information. SUBJ ID is going to be the topic variable there. Here, the topic variable is going to be visit number. Is going to be visit number. Right, what is this visit number and what it is going to deal with, we are going to discuss in detail. Okay, the next thing, so we are going to have identifier variables, right, in every domain. What are the identifier variables for your demographics domain? Can someone please tell me?
Subject ID.
Only subject ID?
Use subject ID.
Okay, first of all, subject ID is part of your identifier variable there.
Study ID.
Gender.
Study ID.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unique subject ID and domain. Am I correct? These are the three things which are going to be considered as the identifiers. Your unique subject ID already having some part of your subject ID also. But if you go with the identifier variables, these are the identifier variables there. Similarly, even for your SV domain, these three are going to be your identifier variables. Okay. Apart from that, as just like our previous domain, we are going to discuss about what is going to be my variable name, and each variable we are going to discuss in detail. So let's start with the first one. Study ID, you already know, I don't need to explain this. What is study ID? I can simply call this as a study identifier. What is the study that we are doing? That study identifier. Second, domain. You already know what is domain because this we already discussed in the demographics. It is going to be your domain abbreviation. Correct? It is a two-letter thing. When it comes to the subject visit domain, it is always going to be SV. Correct? And you also know what is called use subject ID. What is use subject ID? Unique subject identifier. How you are going to calculate this? It is going to be a derived variable. It is a derived variable. Yeah, you are going to calculate this based on concatenation of what are the variables?
Study ID.
Yes.
Site ID.
Study. Yeah.
And subject ID.
It is going to be study ID, site ID, which is nothing but where this particular thing is happening. That is your clinic or hospital or other details, followed by subject identifier, which is nothing but the SUBJ ID. All right. The same thing is going to happen here also. It is going to be the same thing even under your SV domain. So these three variables we are already aware of. So simply we just talk about this and we can leave about it. The next thing is going to be the most important thing. You can call it as visit. What is visit? It is nothing but your visit name. There are a bunch of visit names. Can someone tell me what is going to be the visit name? We can also call it as name of the visit. Both of them are same. Can someone tell me what you mean by name of the visit? Can someone please share me some of the examples for this?
Like visit 1, visit 2, follow up.
Yes. Visit 1, visit 2. Again, visit 1. What is visit 1?
So it would be treatment,
Before the treatment?
screening.
Wonderful. So anything generally starts with screening in general, correct? First, the subject need to be screened. Second, day 1. Maybe this is the first day of his treatment where the subject is actually undergoing with the treatment. After a week, the subject is coming for the follow-up, week 1. After 2 weeks, subject is coming. After 5 weeks, subject coming. It can be 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, any number of weeks, right? Let's say my treatment is ending on week 8. So week 8 also coming. But in general, in middle of this, subject can also have some unscheduled visit, right? For unknown reasons. When the subject is not well or anything, subject also can have the unscheduled visit, correct? So visit is nothing but it's a name of the visit. And if you go, you can also check in your implementation guide here. It's a visit name. It is going to be defined, protocol defined description of clinical encounter. What do you mean by that? In the protocol, what is mentioned, that we are going to be used here. Correct? Right. Then the next one. Visit name. Sorry, visit number. Visit number, the most important and the crucial one. So the visit number, you already identified it as a topic variable, correct? It is simply the visit number. It is also a topic variable to us. We already discussed at the top. Remember, this particular one, you can actually get this particular one from the TV domain. Sanchi, this is what I have been telling to you. So
Yeah,
this one will be populated based on TV domain, right? You have trial visits, right? Based on the trial visits domain data, you are going to populate this particular one. Again, in the trial visit domain, right? In TV domain, this will be populated based on protocol. Based on your protocol. This generally you can get it from your protocol itself. Okay, let me tell you how it looks like. For an example, there is no standard order. Each one is going to follow a different thing here. For an example, maybe I can call this as an example here. Remember, your visit number is nothing but a numeric variable. You can see here. Visit number, clinical encounter number. Decimal numbering may be useful for inserting the unplanned visits. Numeric version of visit used for sorting. Numeric version of visit used for the sorting. That is, for an example, let's say first initially we are going with the screening. This is nothing but your visit, right? This is your name of the visit, right? So based on the visit, we are going to give the number. Let's say initially screening is happening. So I'm just giving this as 1. It is a 1, just numeric 1. What is the value of the visit number now? 1. After this particular one, after the screening, on the day 1, my treatment has started. I'm giving a number as 2. Then after a week 1, that is, we had a follow-up after a week. After week 1, the patient again visited 3. Right? Now, suddenly something happened to this particular subject. So unscheduled visit is happened. Unscheduled visit 1, first unscheduled visit. So actually he is supposed to come after a week 4. Let's say that after week 4 or week 5, the patient want to come for the next follow-up. So ideal case, it's supposed to be 4, correct? This is scheduled. Since unscheduled appear between the week 1 and week 5, we are just giving it as 3.1. That is, previous schedule is 3. My next visit number is going to be 4. In between that, I'm just inserting this particular number. After week 5, the patient supposed to visit by week 8. Let's say that is the next follow-up. So this is going to be 5. After that, again the patient need to be visited by week 12. Oh, sorry, I'm writing week as a wrong number. Oh, it is correct. Sorry, week 12. In the week 12, it's supposed to be 6, right? Let's say in between these two, there are 2 unscheduled visits. Between week 8 and week 12, there are 4 weeks in the middle. Patient is not well for some reason, so he's going to have some unscheduled visits there. Correct? So this is unscheduled visit 2. This is going to be unscheduled visit 3, but this happened between the 5 and 6, so it is going to be 5.1. It is going to be 5.2. Is this understandable? How it is happening? Let's say if you are screening, if your entire study is happening over a span of 12 weeks, your screening is the initial one, which is nothing but your visit number equal to 1. On the treatment day is going to be your 2. Week 1, which is going to be a 3. Any unscheduled, it is going to followed by dot 1, 2, 3 like this, and it continues. Are you able to understand how it is going to be? Let's say if there is another sponsor, the sponsor will go in with a different numbers. He may start with 4, 5, 6 like this, but there is always going to be an order. I can start from 1, I can start from 0. Let's say I can start screening as 0. Nothing wrong in that. Correct? So visit number is nothing but it is a visit number. It is a topic variable. Generally, we populate this data from the TV domain. In the TV domain, how the data is, this is the example for it. Can I have a quick confirmation, or if you're able to follow this? Yes or no?
Yes, Murli, it's clear.
Perfect. Any questions from anyone other than Sanchi? Sanchi just mentioned clear. How about others? Perfect. Cool, guys. Next, once I have the visit number, then I need to think about visit day. Visit dy. This is also be populated from the TV domain only. This is nothing but planned study day of visit. It is a planned study day of visit, right? Now, most important thing that you need to understand here is it is also will be populated based on the TV domain only. You remember DMDY? In the demographics domain, we have DMDY that we are going to calculate, remember? Right? So the DMDY values will be mostly negative there. Either it can be negative or it can be 1, but it is not going to be 0. This is what I discussed, correct? If you want, I can pull the details, means I can pull it up, but you understand and you already know that particular one, correct? If not, let me open this. All right, because we have DMDY here. So this DMDY is equivalent to this particular one. So what is DMDY? Study day of collection. This is study day of planned visit. Okay, you can see it is a derived variable. I told you that most of the times it will be negative only if the screening and your what is that? What to say? Your treatment start date, if both of them are on the same day, only in that particular case it is going to be positive. In all other cases, it is going to be a negative variable. Correct? So similarly here we have our visit dy. But when it comes to the visit dy, it will be populated as per the study domain, TV domain only. Okay, let me tell you in the TV domain how it will be populated. Okay, so for that, let me go with a very simple example. Let's say I have some subject ID here. All right, and let's say that a visit happened. I'll tell you what is that visit. Every visit has visit number, and then we are going to have visit day. What is visit day? Planned subject visit day. Then I haven't discussed about this SV SDTC. I'll talk about this now. We also have SV ENDTC. right? SV SDTC. Let me talk about this and I can again come back to this. And finally, you are going to have RF STTTC. This you are going to get it from your demographic domain. And then we have SVSTDY, and we also have SVENDTY. Let's say these are all my variables. We are going to discuss all of them one by one. We populate and then we can discuss together. All right. So let's go with one by one. In this, you already know what is called your subject ID, visit, visit name, and visit day. Up to this, you are clear. Correct. Now we need to talk about this particular visit day. I told you this visit day is going to be populated from your protocol document itself. For an example, let me write few of the things. 111 is going to be the subject ID. He actually appearing for the screening. So the visit number is nothing but 1. Then we have visit day. I'm saying visit day is equal to -7. I told you that it is going to be populated from the protocol. Again, I'll give you the justification how it is going to be calculated as well. Let's say what is the date today? Let's say 2022-04 followed by 22, right? Let's say go with 01. 0401. 2022-0401. This is going to be my, maybe I can put this as a text so that I can have it in my same date format. 2022-0401. Okay. Then I need to have an end date, correct? So let's say my end date is going to be 2022-04. I want to have, let's say 07, right? I need to have this also in the similar fashion because we are following the same ISO 8601 DA, right? So I need to go with the same one. So it's supposed to be 07. Then we have something called your treatment start date, correct? That is going to be the next one, right? So the treatment start date, I just want to have it 1 day after it. Let me apply the same format and then I just give this details. Don't worry, don't feel confused. I'll explain one after the other. Then we have SVSTDY and SVANDY. These two are going to be the calculated ones. I'll give you the formulas for these two. Okay, so first, let's say visit day. So to talk about this particular visit day, I'll go with one more record and I will talk about that. So it's again for the same patient. I told you, same patient, one record per subject per visit, correct? So let's say he is coming for the second visit, which is nothing but day 1. This is nothing but your visit number is equal to 2 here. Let's say visit day is equal to 1. Then I'm going to have start date as the same one. End date is also going to be the same one. RF STTDC is also going to be the same one. Let's say all these 3 values are going to be the same. Now let's not worry about this STTDY and DY. Now let's talk about only this. Let's say 2 records are there. Now before I explain how this visit day is going to be populated, let me talk about what is this SVSTDTC and SVENDTC. So you already know these details from your demographics domain. The similar way we are going to talk about this, which is this, you can call it as DM STDTC, DM ENDTC, the same ones. This is nothing but your start date and time of visit when you are visiting. This is nothing but your end date and time of visit. Same one, just like how you are doing there. Now let's understand this with an example here. Meaning there is a subject called 111. He came to the screening on 1st of April. The same subject, the treatment is started on, this is day 1 is nothing but a treatment day. Day 1 is nothing but a treatment day. The treatment started on 7th April. But when he came for the screening, 7 days earlier to this, correct? So always your day 1 is going to be the base. What is that? Your day 1 is going to be the base. That is when the treatment is happening. That is your base. This is your base data, or this is going to be your baseline. From the baseline, when the screening happening, I can say that the screening happened 7 days prior to this, because the treatment start date is 7th April, but the subject came for the screening on 1st April. So the screening happened 7 days prior. So my visit day is equal to -7. Is that clear? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Is that clear? Maybe I can give you one more row here. Let's say again this guy is coming for week 1. The week 1 is nothing but your third visit number. So here it is going to be 7. That is, his start date is this. From there you are going to have 7 days, correct? Which is nothing but, can I say something? 21 to 7 days, 7 to 7 days, 14. So 2022 04 14, right? Is that clear, guys? And your RFSTDDC, that is treatment start date, this is going to be the same. It won't change. It won't change. It will be remains going to be the same for the throughout this, because this is going to be a treatment start date. Correct. The treatment start date will not change. The treatment start date. Oh, this one I put it wrong. No. This is 8. Then this is also going to be. Guys, 1 second. Something I calculated wrongly. This is going to be your start date. This is going to be your 8. It is 15. Yeah, now it is correct. All I'm doing here is just I'm explaining this one more time. All of you just follow it. This is the first scheduled visit. The patient has come for the screening. The screening happened for a span of 7 days. That is from 1st April to 7th April screening happened. What is screening period is going to be 1st April to 7th April. 7 days the screening happened. So what is the first start of this particular visit is SVSTDTC. So if you consider this as a visit, this is going to be your start date of visit. This is going to be end date of visit. And finally, you are going to have treatment date, treatment start date. This treatment start date anyways is going to be same. Let's say we want to start this treatment on 8th April. So the next day, the patient has come for treatment. That is day 1 is nothing but the treatment. So when the treatment started, 8th April. When the treatment finished, on the same day. So what is the treatment start date? It is going to be 8th April only. I asked the particular subject to visit again by after a week. So after a week is nothing but, so from here I need to calculate, right? After a visit, we requested the patient to come again. So when we requested the patient to come again after a 1 week of time, this is for the follow-up. This is for the follow-up. So the patient visited the hospital again by 15th April. It is just a follow-up. He left the hospital again by 15th April. But the treatment start date remains is going to be 8th April. No changes in that. First of all, these 4 values, all of you are able to follow? Yes or no?
Yes, Murali.
Yeah. Now each visit has a visit ID 1, 2, 3. All these 3 are scheduled, so I just have 1, 2, 3. Now we need to calculate visit day. Visit day anyways is coming from the visit day. We need to calculate. Let's say this visit day, how is going to calculate it? Let's see here. Let's say this is visit day. Visit day is nothing but from the baseline. You need to see what is baseline. When the treatment happened, this is my baseline. This is my base. So whenever the treatment is happening, that is baseline. We call it as 1. Now screening happened 7 days prior to it, correct? It is on 8th April, but treatment happened on 7th April. So my visit day is going to be 7 days before my visit day. Am I correct? It is 7 days before my visit day, so -7. When the follow-up happened, first follow-up, week 3, this happened 1 week after your visit day. So after your treatment day, this is +7. Let's say we go with another one. So we requested the patient to come after, let's say again after week 3. So week 3, from where you are calculating? I'm calculating week 3 based on my baseline from 8th April. After 3 weeks, I'm expecting my patient to come. So 8 plus 7, 15, 15 plus 7, 22, 22 plus 7, 29. 29th April, the subject is visiting again. On the same day, he can leave also. On the same day, he can leave also. But my treatment start date remains going to be the same, 8th April only. No changes in that particular one. Correct? But what happened to the visit day? The visit day is going to be 21. Wonderful. Now you understand how to calculate your visit day. All of you, can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Now you understand what is your start day of visit, end date of visit, treatment start date, which is actually coming from your demographic domain, what is called your visit ID, and what is called your visit day. Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? All of you are clear with this particular one? Yes or no? All right. So can I go with the remaining variables? Yes or no, guys? So if I go to my notepad again, so we have completed our SV SDTM and we have also completed our SV ENDTM. These are similar to DM SDTM, DM ENDTM. So that's the reason we spend enough time on demographics domain. From there, everything is going to be easy. All right, the next one, SV SDTY. SV SDTY, which is nothing but, you can see in your Excel, SV SDTY. So what is this one? This is nothing but study start day. It is a derived variable. How you are going to derive it? You are going to derive this based on two things. Derived based on, calculation is based on, calculation is based on 2 variables. What are them? SV SDTM, that is when the scheduled visit start day is there, that is scheduled start date and time of visit, and your RFSDTM, which is nothing but treatment start date, which is actually getting from the demographics domain. Right? So again, the formula is going to be 2 So the formulas are going to be here. Let's say, let me write the formulas. So the first formula is going to be, when I want to calculate this SV SDTTY, which is equal to subject visit start date and time minus your treatment start date plus 1. Do you get any remembrance of this particular formula? We have calculated a similar thing in your DM domain also. Remember that particular one? Correct?
Yeah.
This is going to be your screening. Your subject visit is earlier. Your subject visit is before. Yeah. Maybe I can write like this. When SVSDTTC is on or after, this is on or after your treatment. You remember this particular one, guys? We have the similar stuff which we also discussed here. Let me scroll down a little. Yeah. DMDTC, here it is. Correct? So for DMDTC, we have done the calculations also. What is the calculation we have done? We mentioned that DMDTC is nothing but DMDTC minus RFSDTTC plus 1. If it is going to be a study start date, there also I mentioned already. If it is going to be a subject visits, I can replace this XX with SV. The same thing we are doing here. This we are going to do if this particular start date and time on or after your treatment. If it is happening on or after treatment, this is the case. What is the second thing? What is the second thing? Again, you are going to calculate the same, but I don't add any plus 1. Simply, I can go with, it is going to be SVSDTTC minus RFSDTTC. This is when your SVSDTTC is before your treatment. Correct? Now calculate this particular one here. What is this? Your subject, your visit start date minus treatment date plus 1. Go with the Excel. Where is your SVSDTC? This is the 1. Then what is your RFSDTC? This is the 1. So how you are going to calculate this now? Can someone please help me with this? What is this particular value? Can I say that your SVSDTC is on or before or after? Can someone please help me with this?
It's before.
Right. If it is before, what is the value? SVSDTTC minus RFSDTTC. That is 0, 1 minus 8, which is nothing but minus
7.
Right. Clear? What is the second one?
Both are equal.
If it is on or after means SVSDTTC minus RFSDTTC plus 1. That is 0 plus 1, which is equal to 1. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. The next one, if it is after, that is, it is SVSDTTC is after the treatment, simply I'm going to subtract it. 15 minus 8, which is equal to 7. All of you are able to follow how we are calculating this? I'm considering these two rows for calculating this. I'm considering this and this. If my SVSDTC is before my RFSDTC, then how to calculate? Simply, I'm going to subtract it. I subtracted here. If it is on or after, I have to add 1. I have done this. Correct? Hey, this is 8, right? Sorry, the next one. If it is on or after means I have to add 1 also, correct?
That should be 8.
8.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. That should be 8, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Now, this is also clear. Now let's go with the end date. That is SV SDTT EY. Same thing I'm going to copy paste here with a small change, and the change is here. Instead of STDT, I'm going to say END. This is study end day. When the study is ending, it is also a derived variable, but instead of the start date, I'm going to use the end date. That's the only difference. Correct? SVENDTC. Right? Again, the formulas are going to be the same. What are going to be the formulas? If it is on or after, then my SVENDTY is equal to this STT. I'll replace with EN. That's it. Rest all going to be the same. No changes at all. Correct? Remember, in the DM domain also we discussed the same. ENDY is equal to end date and timestamp minus treatment start date plus 1. It is going to be the same there also, right? So now let's do the calculation. Come here, my end date. So how to calculate the end date? I need to concentrate on these two now. I'm not going to be interested on this. No end start date. Instead, I'm going to concentrate on the end date. This is the one. Correct? How we are going to do? If my SVENDTC end date and timestamp is before my treatment day, it is simply going to be this minus this. Correct? SVENDTC minus RFSDDTC, which is equal to minus 1. Yes or no? All of you? If it is on the same day, subtract plus 1. 1. Here, I'm simply going to subtract it. 15 minus 8, which is going to be 7. Correct or not, guys? All of you, can I have a quick confirmation? Are we doing in a right way? If it is going to be before, right, one calculation. If it is going to be after, there is a different calculation. The calculation is going to be NDTC minus your treatment start date plus 1. Correct? The same calculation is be applicable here as well. All of you are clear with this? Is it simple?
Yes, Murli.
Right. So let me put this particular calculation here for your reference. I'll rearrange it, don't worry. Just give me a second, I'll rearrange it, otherwise it would be difficult later. Only one variable is pending after this, and that one variable is nothing but, just a second. Yes, this is done. So one last variable which is present, and that last variable is nothing but your SVU, maybe I can type it, SVU PDES. This is nothing but it's a description of unplanned visit. What is that? It is a description of unplanned visit. Maybe I can include this here, then I can put it as one example directly. Right. This is description of unplanned visits or unscheduled visits. All right. So it is going to tell you what happened, right? What happened to that particular subject during the unplanned visit. That is the only thing it is going to tell you. What is that? It is going to talk about what happens to the patient or to the subject during unplanned visit. All right. This is all about all the variables which are part of your domain. You can see subject ID is there, domain is there, use subject ID, unique subject identifier, visit number directly coming from the protocol, visit, which is nothing but the name of the visit day. We are going to calculate this particular one. So generally, this is going to be based on your treatment start date in the demographics domain. And then we are going to have start and date of visit, end date and time of the visit, study day or study day of the visit, study end day of the visit, and description of your unplanned visit. Correct? And there are some small conclusions, or I can say that exceptions that we need to talk here. Let me talk about those exceptions as well, or the assumptions you can say. Okay, so most of the assumptions are not required, but one thing I would like to highlight here, this one you can see. For unplanned visits, see, records for unplanned visits should be included in the subject visits domain. For unplanned visits, right, we need to populate the reason for that particular unplanned visit. We need to mention that clearly, right? That is the most important thing. And another thing here is going to be, maybe I need to tell that, I forgot it. Just give me a second. Under the assumptions only it is there. I may lost it, but I'll tell you. I may lost it. I'll tell you that. Sorry about it. And you can see the example here also. Can you see the example here? Right? So it is only going to be for one subject. You can see the entire thing is for one subject called 101. You can see 1, 2, 3, and you can see this particular one for this particular 4.1, which is an unscheduled visit. And for the unscheduled visit, we don't populate what is the visit and what is going to be the visit today. This is what I would like to tell. I forgot this. What is that? For unplanned visits, we don't populate visit and visit day. I need to include this. For these records, we don't populate visit, that is name of the visit, and visit day. Both of them we don't populate because it is not per the protocol, correct? Visit is coming based on like what is going to be the next stage. Based on the next stage only your visit day will be there. But these two are not part of your protocol. So these two values will not be populated for this particular one. The most important thing. Next, for this particular one, reason for unplanned visit must be entered or must be tabulated in the domain. It must be. So for this particular one, if you see the example that is given here, this is evaluation of your adverse events. This is going to be the example for this particular one. So that is most important. Again, here you can see that screening and everything, it is as per our calculations. From the day one, that is from the baseline, you keep on calculating it. Correct? Everyone, any questions on this? Right? So this is about your simple, yes. Okay.
Murli, so we also have epoch as the variable in SV. So that value also we will get from trial domains.
See, epoch is nothing but, you know, group of elements, correct? Group of phases. If my epoch is nothing but if my phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 together, these are 3 elements, means these 3 elements come together will come in the epoch. But epoch is not part of SV, it is part of SE.
Okay.
You can see this is the implementation guide. In the implementation guide, you don't find epoch. The epoch will be part of your SE.
Okay. Okay.
I'll tell you that. This is your subject elements, correct? So if you go to your subject elements, under the subject element, you can see epoch. That is our next domain. Okay.
Yeah, I think in SV there is an assumption related to epoch. I might be wrong, but
Let me go with that.
yeah.
So SV under that, these are the assumptions. Under the assumptions, I don't see
The
here it is.
permissible.
So if
Yeah.
this one or epoch are added, then the values must be those at the start and date of the set. But generally, these won't be available here. In general, see what the domain consists of. Those values we have given here. These are the various variables which is part of the domain, correct? And we don't have epoch here. When we don't have something which is part of the domain, even under the assumptions it is included, we don't consider that particular one. Sanchi, am I clear? We're strictly going as per the guide.
Yeah, but actually, when we see the data, the visits are as per the sites which are
Okay.
involved in the study. So, so the bifurcation of the site, because there are sorting which we do on TAET ORD. So this particular variable is dependent on trial arms.
Correct.
And in trial arms, we do have epoch, which distinguishes the TAET ORD. So I was just thinking if we have these value, in the sense, if we use these values in TV also, in that case, those might be permissible, but I'm not sure. So I just wanted to be
I
clear
understand.
whether, yeah.
Yeah, I understand your question, but this will be taken care in the TV domain. In the TV, you can have it. There we can.
Okay.
That is the
Yeah,
see this variable is there, right?
Hmm.
TAETOR. This is the
Yeah.
variable we can get it from the TA, not from the which we can get it from the TA, that is your trial arm, but not from
Yeah.
your. And when this added, right, these
Mm-hmm.
values, the timing variables will be changed, not of your variables which are part of this particular domain. Timing variables will be changed. That you need to take care when you are merging multiple domains. At this particular point of time, we are not doing that, so we don't need to worry about it.
Okay. Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Murali. Got it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Any questions from anyone else? So we do have class on Monday, and Monday we are going to start with SC. And right after this class, I'll take maybe 15 to 30 minutes of the time, and I'm going to upload demographic domain requirements to you. Please go through that and complete the coding part for that. Consider that as your subject mini project. Consider that as your mini project. Even I mentioned the same name in your chat window, and I can upload it. Clear, everyone?
Yes, Murali.
All right. See you on Monday, guys. Thank you. Hope all of you are able to see my screen. I hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, please? I don't know why I have been waiting. It's already 8:11, but still I can see only 9 of the folks. I don't know what is wrong. So that's fine. So because I have already waited for, generally I wait till 8:05. It is already 8:11 or 8:12. So let's start. Guys, I forgot to send you the demographics one, but I will do it right in the class. In the class itself, I'll share the details. Okay. I think even Mohanty, I shared you the standard implementation guide. Just now I dropped a mail around 15 minutes back. Hope you can see that. Yeah. So we have completed demographics and we have also completed the schedule to the set. So today we are going to start with the next main thing, which is nothing but subject elements. Okay, so we are going to start with subject elements. This is equally a very important data set because it is going to give you the information about all the elements in your clinical trials. So you have to be very careful and you have to be very responsible while creating this particular one. All right. So let's work on this particular one. Once we complete this particular one, we will be good to go with CO. Once we complete CO, hope we will be good with the special purpose domain. So from today onwards, I can say that the moment we connect to the class, one domain we can complete in each day. So it will not be taking any, it won't be a time-taking process. That's what I'd like to say. All right. So let's start with subject elements domain. It is simple at the same time easiest one. So just like your subject visits, it is also going to have limited number of variables, and those limited number of variables we are going to discuss now. So first of all, what is the subject elements? Can someone please tell me what exactly it is going to deal with? You can go to at any point of time, if you get any doubt or anything, you can go to your standard implementation guide. If you go to your implementation guide, you can see all the details here. Okay, this is your subject elements domain, right? So the main importance of this particular data set is it can give you the information about the subject progress in each of the element. In each element of the clinical trial. That is the reason it is main important. The importance of this particular domain is it is going to talk about subject progress in each element of clinical trial. So what exactly it is going to capture? If someone asks you what is going to be captured here, this domain primarily captures about three things. It captures number one, start and end date of each element, start date and time, or start date, or I can say time, and end date and time of each element for each subject. This is the reason why this is very, very important. So what it is talking about? So subject is the one which is nothing but the patient. So for each patient, for each element, what is going to be the start date and end date? So that is the reason it is important. All right. In addition to that, it is also going to capture information about what exactly the element that is happening, that is element details. Either it is a screening, or it is going to be a randomization, or it is going to be the treatment, or it is going to be the follow-up. In general, what is going to be the basic flow? The flow is going to be like this. So first, we are going to have the screening. After the screening, you are going to have the randomization. After the randomization, you are going to have your treatment. You may have one or more treatment as well. So all the treatment details. And finally, we are going to have the details about your follow-up. So this particular domain will capture all these start dates and end dates. At the same time, what is going to be the element and what is going to be the element. So one of the most important domain. Then how the nature is. The nature of this particular one is one record. It is going to have one record per subject. If it is a demographic domain, just one record per subject. If it is going to be a SV, that is subject visits, one record per subject per visit. If it is going to be element, then it is going to be one record per subject per element. It is going to be per record per subject per element. Correct? That is the nature. Then we will also discuss about what is going to be the topic variable. What do you mean by topic variable? Which will primarily focus on what is this particular domain is all about. So the topic variable is PTCD, which is nothing but element code. Element code is going to be a topic variable. And we also discuss about the identifier variables, right? So what do you mean by identifier variables here? Guys, here onwards the drill is going to be the same. For every domain, we are going to talk about what is the nature, what is this particular domain is all about, what is going to be captured here, what is the topic variable, what are my identifier variables, what is the list of variables that should be part of this particular domain. For each variable, are there any calculations are there? What are those calculations? It is going to be the common drill for all the domains hereafter. So I'm going to give you project one as I said to you today in front of you. I'm going to upload it. Once I complete that, you can see your demo. Sorry, you can see your raw data. You can see your how the data should be. Correct? So you need to create all the variables as per your SDTM implementation, right? So once you create that, then it understands that any raw data set given to you, you know how to create all the SDTM related variables for that particular data set. Similarly, you need to do it for all the domains. I'm giving demographics domain as a assignment or project one. Then it is your task to go with, at the end of each of the domain, you need to prepare the respective variables and you need to drop an email to me saying that, hey, this is going to be the raw data set, this is going to be my final data set as per SDTM. By end of SDTM, you should be able to send me all the codes related to your all the domains. Is that clear, guys? How we want to progress? Everyone, can I have a quick confirmation? Right. Under the identifier variables, you know what are the identifier variables? By default, you know three. What are them? One is going to be study ID, study identifier. It is common. Second one is going to be domain. What domain it is. Then use subject identifier, unique subject identifier. These are common. Then you're going to have another thing, you can call it as SC sequential, subject element sequential number. All right, this is a derived variable. It is a sequence number. These are going to be your identifier variables. Right, now let's go with the list of variables, all the variables, and we try to understand how each variable is going to work. Right, first let's start with study ID. You know what is study ID is, but still I'm writing one more time. It is nothing but study identifier. Then you're going to have domain, which is going to be domain abbreviation. Correct? What is domain abbreviation for this? What is domain abbreviation for this? It is going to be SC. Right. Then we are going to have USUBJ ID. The reason again and again why we are writing this particular one will be, we will be familiar with the terminology. This is nothing but unique subject identifier. What is that? This will be nothing but, just give me a second. I just thought I forgot to record it now. So unique subject identifier. And we all know that it is going to be a derived variable. Can you tell me, guys, quickly how you're going to derive this particular one? It is going to be a concatenation of three things. What are they? Concatenation of three variables, which are nothing but. So what are those three variables?
Yeah, study ID.
Study identifier, wonderful.
Site ID. Yeah, and page subject ID.
Which is another thing is going to be subject identifier, SUBJ. Wonderful. Something wrong with. Yep. All right. Then the next thing is going to be, these are common variables. That's the reason again and again we are talking about this particular one. All right. So now let's talk about one of the most important variable, and which is very specific to this particular domain, which is nothing but SC sequential. This is nothing but simple sequence number. This is nothing but a sequence number. I'll talk about this particular one in a while. Just in 2 to 3 minutes, I'm going to talk about this particular one. Then I'm going to have something called element. Element is nothing but it is name or description of the element. Element is nothing but the phase, I can call it as. Correct? Can I call that one? It is a phase or what treatment is going on, all these things. Correct? It is nothing but name of the element or description of the element. If someone asks me, Murli, can you give me some examples for this particular one? I can say that few of the examples for this are screening. Screening is going to be one of the phase. Randomization, right? Treatment 1. Treatment 1. Treatment 2. You can also call it as follow-up. All these are going to be your examples for your element. Similarly, every element is going to have element code, etcd, which is your topic variable, already talked about. So what is this particular one? This is nothing but element code. It is nothing but a short name for element. It is a short name for element, right? So how it looks like? If someone asks me the examples for this particular one, I can simply say that these are going to be screening, SDR. All right, I can call it as randomization. You can call it as treatment 1, treatment 2, follow up. Like this, these are nothing but your short names for your element code. All right, so now let's talk about how your sequence is going to be. From where this particular sequence will be brought it up. So how you are going to bring this particular C's. Okay, so again, if you look into this particular one, if you go to your subject elements domain, you can see sequence is nothing but a sequence number. It is given to ensure uniqueness of the subject records within your domain. Should be assigned to be consistent chronological order. It should be consistent with the chronological order. So let me talk about this a little. For an example, I'm going with all the example data set. That's a sample data set. So the sample data set looks like this. So I'm going to have some patient ID, SUBJ ID, and then let's say that I'm going to have element, then followed by element, we are going to have element code. Followed by element code, we are going to have the screen, that is sequential number. So let's see how it looks like. All right. So subject ID is going to be 111. Then the element is going to be, let's say, any element will start with the screening. Correct? Any subject, the phase will start with the screening. I can simply call it as a SCR, that is going to be a screening. Now let's leave like this for sequential number. We talk about the sequential number later. So what is the nature I talked about? Each subject, each element. Correct? One record per subject per element. So for this particular subject, only screening is completed. After the screening for the same one, we are going with the randomization. So for the randomization again, we can go with, let's say, RU1IN. Let's talk about this sequence later. Again, for the same subject, we started with treatment 1, TRT1. For the same subject, we also have another treatment number 2, TRT2. For the same subject, we also have something called the last one, which is nothing but follow-up. Right? We are just going with the follow-up. Yes. Now, let's say there is another patient. For this particular patient, he is not 111. Let's say he is 222. For this particular guy, there is only one treatment. There is no treatment number 2. Now go with your sequence. It is a chronological order to represent uniquely about your element. So this is the first treatment, right? I'm calling this as 1. Second treatment, that is second element. Third element. Fourth element. Fifth element. That is nothing but there are 5 elements which are happened for subject number 1. So for each of the element, I'm giving a sequential order of the number. So my sequential order for my sequential number for this particular subject is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similarly, 1, 2, 3, and finally 4. Are you able to understand how this looks like? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Are you able to understand this? All we are doing is we try to understand how this looks like, right? All we are doing here is we are not doing anything fancy. We try to understand from the basics because we know the basics very well. So from the basics, we try to go one by one. So first we collected the details from the subject. We collected all the details related to the demographics. We call it as a DM domain. Then each patient will come for different visits. We call that as a subject visits. Then each subject will undergo multiple elements in the clinical trials. So we are calling that as a subject elements. So we try to understand what are those elements are. We try to understand what are those elements are. Right? Even those elements, we try to go as simple as possible. We are not going in detail. Right? So that too, in a very simple way, we are going with. Correct? And finally, we are trying to understand what are the various derived variables of this particular domain. So first we start with the sequential number. We really cannot call it as a sequential one, but what we can say is this is the one which I can use it for. This is the one which I can use it for assigning the numbers. The number assignment is happening in the chronological order. Is that correct? All of you are able to understand this? We are trying to go as simple as possible, nothing complex. If anyone find anything difficult, please let me know. Is this understandable, guys, up to this? Any questions from anyone? Can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Are you able to follow this? Wonderful. All right. Cool. Wonderful, guys. Now this is your example, correct? Maybe here I need to change a little. Let me change it. All right. So now we also know what is going to be a sample data set. So simply, your first is going to be domain, second one is going to be study ID and domain. Then you are going to have your maybe I can put this top element. After the element, you are going to have element code. After the element code, you have something called your sequential number. So for all these to cover, we just have given one simple data set. Now let's try to understand this. So what is the next variable? The next variable is going to be, once we know element code and all, we need to understand one of the very important topic, and that particular topic or that particular variable is nothing but it is actually coming from the TE domain. From where it is coming? It is actually coming from the TE domain. So from the TE domain, you can call this as a element order. TA, that is your trailer. TAETORD. That is TAETORD. So TA is nothing but your trilam domain. Okay, there is a question.
real-time project sequence number will be given at last y. Simple. Here the sequence number I have given manually. Here I have entered manually. If it is going to be a real-time thing, just give me a second. SAS who SAS just give me a second. I forgot this particular URL. I need to go with this. SAS on demand access now. Yeah, I got it. Let me do this. So all I'm trying to say here is, here you created this manually. Here you created this actually manually. But in an ideal case scenario, you are actually going to create this particular sequence number based on 3 variables. Let me explain that. In real time, we will create sequence number. We'll create sequence number based on 3 variables. So what are they? The 3 variables are going to be, number 1, your unique subject identifier, USUBJ ID. Number 2, your element code. Number 3, SDTM. I'll tell you what exactly is this. This is nothing but start date. So from the demographic domain, you have RF-SDTM. From subject visit domain, you have SV-SDTM. Here, you are going to have your domain start date. That is nothing but your start date of your thing. What exactly the start date is going to be? If someone asks you, you can say that it is going to be subject element start date and time in characters. SESDTTC. These 3 are the variables which we are going to use it to create your sequence number. So let me create one to you and I can show that to you. So why it is important. So here, let me use the same data set that I have here. This one. Maybe I can use this. Just 2 minutes, please. I will create it. Yes, only these. We don't have this number because we need to create this numbers. Correct? Only these 3 values will be there. So let's copy this. This is your data. So data, all I want to create is going to be, let's say, sequential number. That is what we are creating, right? So it is subject elements data set. I'm just calling it as SD. So my data lines is going to be this. In addition to this, we also going to have something here that is nothing but your start date. That is nothing but your start date. For an example, the start date is like this. So 2022 04/10. So it actually started on this particular day. Screening happened for 4 days. So by 14th, my randomization started. Then my 16th, by 15th, 2 days it happened. By 16th, treatment 1 started. By 23rd, my treatment end is started, completed. Then the follow-up is actually on 25th, or let's say 30th of this particular month. Then again for the second one also, we ideally started on, let's say, 1st of this particular month. Screening happened for 1 week, 07. First treatment happened on 9th of this particular month. Follow-up is on after 2 weeks of the time, so 16 and 23. This is my data. Okay, now let's read these variables. Input
The first one is going to be my subject ID, SUBJ ID. It is going to be my SUBJ ID, which is going to be a, let's say, character. Then I have second one, which is nothing but my element value, element, which is dollar, let's say 20 dot, minimum 20 length is there. Then the third one is going to be my element code, etcd. My etcd is also a character. The next one is going to be subject element, start, date, and time in character. Right? So which is in which format? ISO 8610 DA dot. Am I correct? Is this the right format? Can someone tell me? I randomly given one format.
01. 8601.
8601 DA. All right. So now, can I use the same format here as the format as well? Done. Can I run this? It is taking some time today. Let's run this. So now you have your data. Something went wrong with SDTC. It is not following the proper order. Maybe you can have it here, right? You can simply get this particular one. IS not 0, IS 1. Only this. Last week also I did the same mistake. Only one read properly. How about others? When it comes to ETCD, I need to queue this one. Still screening is there, SCR is also fine, but SC SDTC it is not reading properly. Let's see what went wrong. SC SDTC 2024 0410. Is it right only, right? 0414. Let's just check this. IS 8601 DA. No spaces, nothing. What is going wrong? Invalid data for SC SDTC in line number 79. What is the format, guys? Are we going with the wrong format? No, right? It is 2022 0414. I'm going with the same format only.
Really, can you read as like YYMMDD10 dot?
Yes, we can do. Yes, we can do definitely. But I'm trying to understand why it is not showing. Yeah. It should write, because when you are going with the right data, it's supposed to read the right things. Why it is not going? You can see that for the last one, it is reading properly with no issues for the last one. But the problem is coming for the remaining ones. Okay, let's say I'm using dollar here just to make sure the spaces. Because the problem is here, because this 20 RU union 20 is also coming. So there is something wrong with this. Okay, so let's not waste time. Let's change it, because there is some encoding issues. We really don't know what exactly happening there. So what we can do is I simply change this one to the delimiter. The delimiter I'm going to change. I'm going to replace this particular spaces with the comma. Most of the times it will work, guys, because when you are copying from text pad or anything, this is one of the common problems that we face. In that particular case, 90% of the cases, the problem will be fixed if you just replace your spaces with any other delimiter. 90% of the cases. So I'm hoping that it will get resolved now. And another thing, maybe you can also have some spaces at the end. That also we need to take care. See, here also space is there. Space, space, no space. Now, I just change it to, I just change this particular one to the delimiter as, in file data lines DLM is equal to, see, this is how it is. 90% of the time it will work, right? So I also have a gut feeling now, even if I remove the spaces, it will work. Sorry, even if I remove this, it will work. The reason is, before you can see that at the end there are a lot of spaces. I believe that's the reason for it. So just to check, because I won't be peaceful until and unless I understand what is the issue here. So let me just use the space as is. I'm just going back to the previous one. Right. So it is the previous one. Now I'm just removing this delimiter as usual, and I'm going to run this again. Still I'm able to read it. The reason is, at the end we have some spaces. So when we copy from here, you can see this space will be there right after this. The space also will get copied. Can you see this? After STR there are spaces. Reunion there are spaces. Ideally this is not space, it is actually a tab. The tab got copied, and that encoding will be resulting us to see the wrong data. Okay. Now come back. So now what I need the sequence number. When I consider the sequence number primarily will be calculated based on subject ID, which is nothing but unique subject ID you need to go with. So here I'm not going with that element site ID and also followed by your subject identifier, sorry, your thing, this subject name and all. I'm not going with that. But if you ideally want it as per the regular one, I will add these details also. Just give me a second. I'll add these four. So here it is. So here we have subject ID. My domain name is going to be SE. My site ID is equal to this. Automatically, my subject identifier is going to be this one. So let's run this. Then I also have the subject identifier. So what is going to happen now? So if I want to create my sequence number, I need to consider three variables. What are those three variables? Unique subject identifier, followed by what is my element code, and also subject element start date in date and time in characters. SC, SDT, TC. These are the three variables I need to consider. So my data set, whatever is going to be subject element data set here, sort it now. Proc sort data is equal to this. What are the variables? By these three variables. Done. So why I'm doing it? I want to create the sequence. To create the sequence, I need to sort them on. Once I sort this particular one, I'll say that data, my subject element's final data set is nothing but set SE followed by create by variables on these three. Create by variables on these three. And then proceed with first dot and last dot. If first dot of SCDTTC, then SCSUQ, that is sequential number, is equal to 1. Else, my sequential number plus 1. Right? And run. Now you can see that it will be auto-populated at the end. What happened? I haven't used the retain, correct? Else, sequential plus 1, retain. Retain SCSEQ there is a mistake, sorry. We sorted on these two, but while going with that, your SAS SDTC is not same, right? It will be changing, right? It will be changing from one to other. So how come you're going to generate the number? While sorting, I'm going to sort the data based on these three. But while calculating your subject ID, while calculating this, I'm only going to use unique subject identifier. Why? Because my element code will be different. My SC, SDTC also will be different. Only this one will be the same. Subject ID alone is going to be the same. That is, unique subject ID is alone going to be the same. The rest of the values will be changing. So I'm going to sort it on these two to get the chronological order. Once the chronological order is there, once we get the chronological order, then we are going to do this. We are going to do this based on your sequential number. Now you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, who is this Raja? Did you get the answer why we are going to have it? But you need to do some small changes here also, because every time it is not going to be your ETCD, because ETCD you need to assign properly. So here I randomly selected it. That's the reason I can see I can have my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. Got it, guys? To create a sequence, I'm going to do this particular one.
Really, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Why the screening should be 1, right? Why the follow-up is 1?
Oh, that's what I told you, right? The last statement is that here, for our understanding, I have given the element codes like this, right? So to create the chronological order.
But should you not sort it by the date? SC, SDTC? Should you not sort the data by two variables? Use subject, then SC, SDTC.
Okay, we can also do that particular one. But in the real case, we always go with the element code as well. Here, the element codes are not in a way I am describing. Here, it is regular. I just have given like this. In the real case, it is going to be different. See this?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Got it?
Yes,
so
thank you.
You can go in a different order, right? But again, the sequential number is a chronological one. You can create it. Otherwise, you can also do one thing. Simply, you can just do it only on these two variables. Let's say unique ID and subject SCSTDTC. In our case, just to make sure everything is proper, only on these two you can create it, and you can create your sequence also. If you do that particular one, even in your case, you are going to get the correct sequence numbers, because you are not sorting anything on it. You are simply sorting on the dates. So dates will be always proper. You can also do that. Clear? So I'll add this particular one just to avoid the confusion. Let's remove this particular one. Let's go only with the two also. Most of the time, your sponsor will provide the details because it is actually populating from your TE domain also. Let's say example for populating sequential number. Here is the code. You can follow this particular. So I just have updated the code as per the second one, who is this Mohanty. So you can use this. Is that clear now? No confusion to any one of us? Questions? Any questions from anyone? Right. Wonderful. Now, the next thing is going to be, this is the most important thing. This one will be called it as element order. What is that? Element order. This particular one, to be precisely, what exactly mean by element order? It is as per the plan. That is,
planned order of element within the arm. Mean to say, this primarily comes from this particular one, primarily comes from not your SE domain directly. It is actually derived from your other domain, which will be called it as TE. Based on TE domain element. From here we are going to get this particular one. This particular one has a very specific details. Mean to say, this is also again a chronological order. You can see it is actually picked up from your TE domain. Let's just take this particular example. I don't know how far it will come, but let me try. Yeah. So here you can see that this is my row. Row is not required anyways. Let's go with unique subject identifier. So for our ease of understanding, let's go with all these are ones. All these are going to be twos. So here, if everything captured properly, what is that? If everything captured properly. So now you can see, here I have the details about sequential number. If you look into this element code, my element code is like this. First one is screening. Second one is IV. This is IV dosage. Third one is going to be oral dosage. Fourth one is going to be a follow-up. The same is the case with the patient 2 as well. And if you look into the sum of the dates here, this is very, very important. We haven't discussed about this one, SCUPDES. I'll talk about that later. So let's go with the remaining ones. Just a second. This will be blank. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, 1, 3, 2, and 4. And then this is going to be my approach. Just give me a second, let me put it properly and then I can explain you. So this is treatment number 1, this is treatment number 2, this is going to be treatment number 1, this is going to be treatment. Yeah. So this is your table actually. So this one I'll talk a little later. What is the meaning of it? This is something broad. I'll talk about this a little later. Okay. So now look into this particular one carefully. Look into this particular one carefully. So first one, when it comes to the screening, a subject ID 111 has come for the screening. So the approach is going to be screening. The element code for this particular one here is screen. He actually come for screening on this particular date. SAS SDTM. This will be called it as. Maybe I need to talk about this as well. SAS SDTM is nothing but it is the start date. The name itself is telling you it is a start date. What exactly is that particular start date? That is subject element start date and time in character. Remember, your end date is going to be the same. That is nothing but your subject element end date and time in character. But you need to understand one thing. We don't capture SCENDTC for every element. We don't. What actually we do? Whatever is going to be the start date of next element is going to be the end date of this particular element. Meaning, if I come back to this, only for the screening, when the first time the subject comes for the screening, that is nothing but my start date. But you can see this end date, right? For this particular element, the end date is there, right? it is not captured in the screening. No, it is actually the start date of your IV. Can you see that? For all the treatments, remember, for all the treatments, both time and date need to be captured. For all the treatments, both date and time need to be captured. Note. What is that? For all treatments, both date and time need to be captured. If any place, if you don't create your date and time, if you don't capture your date and time for your treatments, that is treatment phases or treatment elements, if you don't do that particular one, it is going to create a lot of ambiguity. It is very difficult. There is a lot of ambiguity will be created if you don't capture your end date and time or start date and time properly. That will become a headache to the sponsor. There you are going to have an effect on your TAET order. If you don't capture these details, later part it is going to affect your element order. Even in the standard implementation guide, it will be properly mentioned. I'll tell you one of the things. For anyone, you can see. Maybe in the next example, I'll tell you that. For now, you can go with this. So for every element, we need to, for every subject, for every element, there is going to be a sequential number and there is going to be a order number, element order number. So what is this element order number is? And you can see that here the element order number is changed. Correct? What is this? Both of them I'm going to talk about. So now you can see I told you a condition here for all the treatment elements, both date and time need to be captured. You can see the IV start and date is going to be the screen end date and time. Oral treatment start date and time is going to be the IV treatment end time. For follow-up, because 99.99% the follow-ups are going to be completed in the same day. So you can see the last treatment end date, the follow-up start date, and the follow-up end date, 99.99% is going to be the same. Is that clear so far? Yes or no? Every one of you, are you able to understand it? How to capture your start date and time for your subject element and end date and time for the subject elements. Is that clear to everyone? Can I have a very quick confirmation? Right. The next one you need to understand here is why here the element order is different. See, my sequence is 2. My element is going to be 3. Why? Even for that, there is a reason. This is very, very important. That is, this particular subject 790, in our case, the subject 222, he is not treated properly. Why? He is supposed to give a drug. You can see here. The subject entered into the element before the oral element. Say, just give me a second. Here you can see. The subject entered into the IV. The subject entered the IV element before the oral element. But the planned order of element for the subject was oral, then IV. Meaning, for this particular guy, for element number, for subject 222, my order should be like this. For 222. First, I want to go for the screening. After the screening, I want to go with oral. After the oral, I want to give IV. After the IV, I want to go for the follow-up. So where I have decided this? This has been decided as per your trial arm. In the trial arm, it is mentioned like this. But what happened to the sequence? For him, the treatment happened in a wrong way. So first screening happened, no changes in that particular one. But after the screening, instead of oral, for him,
IV happened just like your previous subject. After the IV oral happened, after the oral follow-up happened. So treatment number 1 and treatment number 2 are interchanged. Treatment number 1 and treatment number 2 are interchanged. So if any changes happens, those changes can be identified here. Is that understandable, everyone? I'm just going with the example. Here is going to be the example. In this example, we can clearly understand that for these, the subject 2, what happened? Instead of going with the oral treatment first, they have given the IV treatment. Because of this particular reason, the trial arm details is different from what happened within your trial. So in the element, something else happened than the plan. Those details will be captured here. That is the reason it is very, very important. So here you can see for triple two, planned is different from actual. That is, planned arm is different from actual arm. And that is the reason, your sequential number and element order will not match. This is normal. This is usual case. That's the reason when we are giving the details to the final collection team, we are going to provide the details about your TA, TE, TV, SV, and SE together. All the trial domains as well as the subject elements and subject visits domain details we will provide together. Only then they will get a clarity of this. Is that clear? Is that clear? Everyone? Is that understandable? Right? You can also see these details here on the top. If you go to the start of this particular one, right? It is really, really important to go with this particular one, because each subject, what is planned, how the execution is happening, where the differences are happened, all these things will be applicable here. Especially the subject elements is very, very important for crossover teams, crossover study. So we have two studies, right? Parallel study as well as crossover study. For crossover study, it is very, very important. All of you are able to follow this? Can I have a very quick confirmation? Yes or no? Right? You can ask me, Murli, where this mentioned. Can you see here? This is from the demographics domain. For the demographics domain, you can see the arm. The planned arm is oral first, IV next. But what happened here? It becomes IV first, oral next. That's the reason your sequence is different from the trial arm order. Is that clear? So Sanchi, you asked me on Friday, Murli, how your approach and your element code will be, your element order will be important.
Yes,
this is how it, now you understand?
Yeah.
Wonderful. So can I go with another example? This is first example,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yeah.
This is for the first one. So if everything is proper, this is the one. Let's go with the second example, the example number 2. So to explain this particular one, what is this? So subject, start date, end date we have discussed, correct? Then we are going to discuss about the next one, this SEUPDES. UP stands for unplanned, subject elements, unplanned description. This is nothing but unplanned description. Simple. This is unplanned description. Maybe I can explain this here. So what is this unplanned description is all about? Right. Unplanned description. Meaning, that is better explained here. Let me take this particular one. So again, row doesn't want. Let's remove this. So I have sequential number 1, 2. See this guy, after second element, he left, is no more available. Only 2 elements he's participated. Then element code is here. This DBA is something like a double blinded treatment. So SAS SDTM. Let me put it in proper order, then I can explain this. This is end date. So here is going to be your unplanned description. Only one thing you need to understand here is the element order won't be available for unplanned description. That is the only thing that you need to understand. What is that? The element number, that element order will not be present for unplanned description. That is the only thing you need to remember. All right. So you can see this. So this is going to be your approach. This is proper. So now we can see, so there is a subject ID because we are using the same subject 111, right? Let's use it. 111, 111 here. This is going to be 222, 222, 222, 222. So what happened here is in the second study, the 111 guy, he started, he is part of the screening, and the second one is going to be double blinded treatment. After the double blinded treatment, he is not part of the study at all. You can see subject 1, 2, 3 completed only 2 elements of the trial, right? After that, you just go ahead with the double blinded treatment approach, right? So here, what happened here is they captured only the date. They haven't captured the date and time. They haven't captured the date and time. Since they haven't captured the date and time here, there is going to be an ambiguity. That ambiguity will be dealt only by the sponsors. That is, you can see here. When the sponsor choose to collect only the dates, they must deal with some such ambiguity in the algorithm they use to assign the elements of a box. Very, 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 very important. I told you clearly, generally any treatment started, for all the treatments, you need to capture both the date and time. If you don't capture both the date and time, only if you capture the date, then it is going to create a lot of ambiguity over there. When such ambiguity created, sponsor is responsible for dealing that particular one. Clear, everyone? Right? Now, next thing. You can see here, this particular guy, 456, in our case, it is 222. This particular guy, he received a wrong drug. He received a wrong drug. He's supposed to get a drug. You can see here, he received the wrong drug for the last 2 weeks of the double-blinded treatment. Right? That is, whatever the wrong drug treatment happened, that wrong drug treatment can be called it as, that can be called it as your unplanned description, or it is an unplanned element. For those unplanned elements, you are not going to have any order. The element order must be blank for them. This is what I want to mention this. Is that clear? Is that clear? What is that? For this particular one, you can see in the arm. In the arm, it mentioned that first we need to go with the A. After that, we need to go with the rescue, RSC. Correct? But here, something went wrong. Here, drug would be dispensed in error. Here, instead of going with RSC, they have given a different drug. when they're given a different drug, that will be called as an unplanned event. That unplanned event description you need to enter into your SEUPTES, right? So what I'm trying to say, it is called unplanned description. For all unplanned events, we need to enter description under this column. Is that clear, guys? Most important things for unplanned events, your element order, that is your TAETORD element order, must be null. Is that clear? What we need to enter? Can you see that it becomes missing here? And for this, I have given the details. So for 222, if I want, I can write it. For 222, wrong drug has been provided, has been given, and hence we updated the element with unplanned description. Clear, everyone? Is this understandable, guys? I just want to make sure all of you are able to follow this. Can I have a quick confirmation on this particular one?
Yes, Murli.
Any questions from anyone? All right. So the next one. So we have already covered all the details about your SAS SDTC, SENDTC, element order. All these are done. Then, as usual, we need to calculate the days. So what are the days? SCSDDTY. SCSDDTY. What is this? SCSDDTY is nothing but it is going to be the common one, just like how we are doing in the other elements. We are going to do the same here as well. So what is this? This one, it is going to speak about subject elements study start date. So what is the other one? We also have end date. So we can call it as SCENDY. What is SCENDY? This is called subject element study end date. So you know the calculations, right? These calculations are going to be the same as your previous calculations. So how to calculate this particular one? Can someone please tell me the calculation? We did the same for subject visits. We did the same for demographics as well. DM STDY, DM ENDY, SV STDY, SV ENDY. Exactly. If it is on or after, what is that? It is STSDTC. On or after your treatment started, RFSTDTC. In that particular case, I can say that SCSDTY is equal to SCENDTC, that is your subject element end date time and end date and time in character format minus RFSDTC plus 1. Correct? What is the other one? If SCDTC is before this, then it is going to be SCSDTY is equal to this. Am I correct? Oh, I just used the wrong one. SDT. Right? Now, if it is going to be SCNDTC, what I'm going to do? Only one change here. What is that particular change? If SCENDTC after this, then my END becomes STD becomes END. Instead of start date, we are going to use the M date. That's the only difference. Am I correct, guys? That's all right. What are the other things that we need to discuss here? We also need to discuss about approach. What is approach? From the beginning in the clinical trials also we discussed about it. Approach is nothing but group of elements. That's all right. Can I say these are the total variables that are part of your SC domain? Let's have a quick look. Let's see whether we have completed all of them or not. Study identifier, domain, unique subject identifier, sequential number, element code, element, start date and time of an element, end date and time of an element, element order, that is as per your planned thing, approach, and planned description. All of them we have covered here. These are derived variables. These derived variables also we can include it now. Any questions? All of you able to follow this? Any questions from anyone? So what is the next thing which we need to discuss? Can I say the next one that we are going to discuss here is going to be CO domain. What is CO? Comments. Comments domain. CO is comments only, right? Correct? Can we discuss about that tomorrow? Tomorrow class is there? For sure I will take it. Yes, CO. All right. So let's discuss on this tomorrow. Once we complete this particular one, we will be good with the special purpose domains. Okay. In this one, there are a lot of calculations. So tomorrow we can expect to have some of the tasks. Okay. So once we complete this, we can go with the adverse events. The next one is going to be adverse events. Once we complete the adverse events is a bit little, I can say that a large domain. It may go with 2 days or maybe it will go to the 3 days as well. I'm not sure. Definitely it will go 2 or 3 days. It's a very big domain, right? So we need to discuss all of them in detail. So once we complete that particular one, so maybe we can go with the medical history, that is MH domain. After the medical history domain, that is also a bigger one, but once you're good with adverse events, it won't take much time. Then disposition, that is DS domain. Once the disposition is done, we will go with protocol deviation, that is nothing but DV. After the protocol deviation, we can go with clinical events. After the clinical events, it is going to be interventions. Interventions, again, we have a lot. We will start with CM first. Maybe it is difficult to remember for you at this particular point of time, but don't worry. So my next thing is going to be comments. Comments, after the comments, we can go with your adverse events. Just give me a second, guys. So without wasting much time, so let me also, I need to share these details with you, correct? So let me show the details. Just give me a second. I'll do it right away, otherwise I will forget this.
Murali,
Yeah. Yes, please.
I ask you one question.
Which one?
In real-time SDTM domain, how you write real-time project? How you write SDTM programming? You can take raw data sets in libname, directly copy the SDTM programming, right? So
That's what,
you can explain that.
That is what your first project is. That is what the project that I'm going to share it with you. I'm going to give you the raw data set.
No,
right?
I am telling in real time how can use the SDTM programming domain. How will write the programming?
That is what, boss. You are going to get provided with your DM data set. That is, the raw data set will be provided to you. Okay, that can be in an Excel format or that can be in a data set. This one they will provide. Your sponsor, that is nothing but you don't have a contact with the sponsor directly. Either your principal statistician or your biostatistician or simply your team lead is the one who is going to provide you the raw data. That is, hey, this is going to be the TM domain. For this particular TM domain, I have the Excel data with me. Or your DM raw data set is uploaded in a specific location, right? Use this particular one and give me my XPT file. The XPT file is going to be your final output. We are going to use Pinnacle and all, that is going to be the different story. For now, by giving the raw data, being a programmer, you are the one started writing the code. How you write the code? You are going to take three things into the consideration. You have your data set. Then, if you go with a DE domain, you need to make sure your final data set should have all these variables as per SDTM format. You're going to check what you have in your DM domain, your data set, the raw data set which is provided to you. If whatever the variables which are missing here from these variables list as per your SDTM implementation guide, you are going to start creating the code for building these variables. Once you create all the variables, whatever the final data set is there, that data set is going to be your SDTM compliance data set. That is what you are going to do. Have I answered your question, Rajan?
Yeah. Okay, sir. Okay.
See, they only provide you these data. With the knowledge of your SDTM implementation guide, with the knowledge about these variables, you are the one who is going to build all these variables. You are going to have your subject ID, you are going to have your investigator ID, investigator name, domain details. These will be available in your raw data set. Correct? You may not have your other. You need to create those details, and you need to ensure that those details as per your SDTM implementation. Right? And also, you also need to ensure that those will be as per the controlled definition. So what is allowed, what is not allowed, those also we need. That is what we need to do. And we need to do this for the every domain. So in the beginning of this class, I told you, I'm going to provide today details. I will provide your raw data and I will provide your specifications. These are your specifications, right? Let's say if it is a DM domain, these are the variables. For each variable, what are the values that are passed? I will give you these details. Now, you need to prepare all these variables as per this particular detail. Clear? If you are able to do that, then you are able to work with the different domain. So I'm giving this assignment to you as a project one. Take your time and complete it. If not, just like how we discussed our assignment, we are going to build this particular one in the class. After that, for every domain, I'm going to provide you this particular data set, raw data. But according to the raw data set, you guys need to create the final SDTM compliance data. Am I clear, guys? That is what we are learning now, right? The users is going to provide you the domain details, that is your raw details. You got the knowledge about your domains from the standard implementation guide. You know how to do the programming. By applying your programming knowledge plus your domain knowledge, you are going to create or you are going to convert your raw data set into SDTM compliant data set. That is what the work of your clinical SAS program are. Once we create this particular one, the next steps are going to be, we are going to use Pinnacle 21 we are going to use. We are going to create the XPT files that we can do later. So first we concentrate on the domain plus your knowledge. Clear? Any questions? Raja, did you get the answer or still you have any follow-up questions? Please feel free to ask me.
Okay, sir. Clear.
All right, guys. So let me upload this right after this particular one. I'm going to upload it. Kindly work on it. Thank you. Let's discuss CO domain by tomorrow. All right. Take care, guys. All right. Good evening. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation? Right. Can someone please confirm, guys? Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for the confirmation. All right. Now today we are going to talk about the next special purpose domain, which is nothing but comments. So comments is the domain that we are going to talk about. So just give me a second. Let me close all of them and open comments domain. All right. So what we are going to discuss here. So in the comments domain, we need to ensure few things. Those are, number one, comments are nothing but these are the ones that captured at three different places. Number one, the comments may come from how exactly I can explain this. Just a second. I try to get related data and I can explain this. Just allow me a moment. Guys, and one more thing, if any of you haven't received anything, please remind me. I have a habit of forgetting the things, right? So I missed to share your details, that is SDTM related details, almost like from past 2 weeks, correct? So from past 1 week. So whenever you need anything, if I say that I'll share these details, but if I haven't shared it, kindly requesting all of you to please remind me once, right? I have this very bad habit of forgetting the things. Okay. Now, so here the comments primarily comes from three different places. Or I can say the source for comments is, if someone asks you from where we are going to get this particular one, means I can say that there are three different sources. Number one, we can get those comments from okay, let's consider this. There are going to be the comments from the domains. We are going to get the comments from parent records, that is nothing but main records, or we are also going to get the comments from your CRF, case report form, right? All these three possibilities are there. Now, first thing is going to be, we are going to capture the comments which are not related to any domain and not related to any of the parent records. What do you mean by that? These are not related to any domain. Let's say that in demographic domain or in lab domain or in your medical history, these are not related to any of this, right? But still, we are going to capture those particular one, right? And we need to ensure that for such records, the date need to be mandatorily captured. That is, the date need to be mandatorily captured. We capture date as a mandatory field. Number two, I may get the comments from, if this is not the case, I may get the comments from any one of the domain related to any of the domain, but not specific to any parent record. I'll explain this, don't worry. Maybe we can understand this in a while. Not specific to any parent record. Right, in the domain, you know, for every domain, we are going to have something called comment space. What is that? We are going to have something called comment space. In the comment space, we are going to have all the details. That is the person who is capturing these details, though in that particular case, they are going to capture these details. In this particular case, we may or may not capture the date, not mandatory. If the date is there, we can populate that. If it is date is not there in the parent domain, we don't capture that particular one. Okay. Third case, it is related to specific domain. What is that? It is related to specific domain. And in that domain and related to parent records. In this, we are going to give all the details. But here, date is not mandatory. That is collection. That is when you are going to write that particular date. That particular date is not mandatory. So 3 things we are going to discuss here. So the comments is all about, we are going to accommodate mainly 2 types of comments. One, those collected alongside with your data, regular data, whatever the data that you are collecting, along with that particular data, you are going to collect your records, right? Which is nothing but typically on a case report form. In case report form, your investigator is going to write some comments. Those comments you are going to capture. Number 2, we are also going to capture the details which are specific to a page. That is nothing but there is in each domain there is going to be a page dedicatedly available only for the comments, investigator comments. Those also we are going to capture it. So primarily 2 types of things we are going to capture here. That is the first thing we all need to remember. Is that okay, guys? What is the first thing that we would like to understand here? We need to understand from where we are capturing this particular comments. So there are 3 sources. One is case report forms right away. One is going to be case report form. So whatever you are going to have it in the case report form, we are going to capture that. Number 2, anything related to a specific domain but not related to the parent record, still we capture it. Number 3, everything related to the domain and also related to your parent record, that also we are going to capture. Totally, there are 3 different sources available here, and all 3 different sources information without fail we are going to capture. That is the first thing you need to remember. That is nothing but what kind of data we are going to store here. Number 2, what is the nature of this particular domain? In a simple way, this domain captures comments. That can be anything, any any comments either from investigator or from CRF page. In a simple way, if someone asks you, hey, what is this comments domain is going to capture about? It's simply going to capture comment either from the investigator or from your CRF page or from both. Simply it is going to capture all the details. Okay, what exactly the comment is all about? Comment is not an answer or for any question that is asked by someone. It is not an answer. Comment can be considered as, it can be a note, it is also can be called it as a remark, it is also can be called it as a feedback. Investigator can do any of this. Let's say he have given certain drug and how the patient is getting reacted to that particular drug. He can capture those details also. Okay. So if I look at the source of this particular comments, the source can be 3, as I mentioned here. It can be getting from your domains, or it can be get from the parent records, or you can also get from your parent record, that is your parent records or CRF. 3 things. Number 3, what is the nature? What is the nature of this particular database? That is this particular domain. So if you go to the demographic, 1 subject per record. If you go for the subject visit, 1 record per subject per visit. If you go to the subject elements, 1 record per subject per event. Correct? Now here it is going to be 1 subject per record. Okay. Maybe I can say 1 record per subject per comment. A subject can have any number of comments, correct? So my subject ID will be repeated for multiple records also. It is absolutely possible. Then the next thing, we also need to understand about what is going to be my topic variable. Can someone tell me what is the topic variable for this particular one, which will completely focus on this particular one? A topic variable is nothing but which will focus on what is this domain is all about. What domain we are talking about? Comment. So definitely the topic variable is going to be comment. The comment can be represented as coval. So coval is going to be my topic variable, which is nothing but a comment. Simply comment. Then what are going to be the identifier variables? So we know what are the common identifier variables are there. All these days we are talking about that. One is definitely study identifier, SUDID. What is the next one? You can also go ahead with the domain. Then unique subject identifier. These are going to be common. There is no change in that, correct? Almost for every domain that we have seen so far, these are repeating. In addition to that, you're also going to get one more. If you see subject elements, you got SEQ, sequence number. Here also you have a sequence number, which is nothing but COSEQ. If it is a subject elements, it is going to be SEQ. If it is going to be comment section, it is going to be COSEQ. Now, let's discuss about each of these particular variables one by one. So for this, I'm just going with the domain. So here is what your standard implementation guide. You can see that the first one is going to be study ID. Let me talk about all this one by one. Variables details. So the first one is going to be, as we all know, study ID. So I don't need to explain anything. You all know already, which is nothing but subject identifier. Right. The second one is going to be domain. So it is nothing but domain abbreviation. There is a question, just a second. Comments are written by our own as a SAS programmer. Raja, I didn't understand your thing. Comments are written by our own as a SAS programmer. No. Those are not the comments. No. See, what you are saying is, let's say this is going to be my SAS program. This is going to be my SAS, right? Let's say for an example, here I'm writing something. So I'm just going with some comments. Let's say created by my name, modified by, right? This is nothing but your comment section, right? What is this program name of this particular program? When this is created on. These are nothing but your comments specific to, these are the comments specific to your program. This is nothing but your program header. Later on, let's say that I want to write one comment like this. Extract all demographics data from DM table. If I write this particular comments, these comments are very specific to my SAS program. These are not part of your SDTM. These are not part of your CDISC. I may write a comment, someone may not write the comments. These are comments related to the program. But the comments that I'm talking here is not related to the SAS program. These are actually related to your domains, or these are the comments related to the parent records, or these are the comments which are written by your investigator in the CRF form. Am I clear? Did you get the difference? Domain abbreviation. For this particular one, it is going to be CO. All right. Oh, study identifier. Sorry. Thank you, Mohanty. study identifier. Then I'm going to have something called U subject ID. What exactly here we have? Let's go this. So study ID is over, domain is going to be over. Then we'll go with the U subject ID, USUBJ ID. So what is USUBJ ID? It is unique subject identifier. So how I'm going to calculate this one? It is a derived variable. Again and again I'm talking about this. It is a derived variable. So how I'm going to derive this particular one? What is the combination? Wonderful. So it is going to be a concatenation of, study identifier, site ID, and subject identifier. Correct? So this is a derived variable. Next. So from here onwards, all the variables are related to this particular domain. So far, whatever we have entered are going to be the common variables that we have already discussed in the previous domains also. Since I got this particular scope sequence, that is nothing but the sequence number, I'm calling this as a sequence number. So just like your element in the subject element sequential number, it is also will be, just make sure it is going to be in a chronological order, right? Just make sure based on your chronological order. So I'll check that. I'll show this particular one with the example. Next, I'm going to have my next thing. So after your co-sequence, that is your co-SEQ, which is nothing but a sequential number, the next thing is going to be R domain. The name itself is telling you it is nothing but a related domain. So now you can see this particular one. So here we said that it can be related to any of the domain. That is, the domain can be, I'm getting this particular information from medical history domain, or I can get this particular information from adverse events domain, or I can get this information from lab domain, or it can get this information from CM domain, and so on. I can get this particular information from any of the domains, not specific to anything. So from which domain I'm getting this particular information, that is comment, that domain name we are going to mention there, directly the domain name. Then ID variable. What is that? ID variable. So the ID VAR is nothing but identifier variables. Identifying variables. Meaning, suppose I am getting this information from a adverse events table. In the adverse event table, to which record it is actually pointing to, right? What is the variable information in that particular domain? That is, if you look into this carefully, if it is not related to any domain or not related to any of the parent records, then my R domain is going to be blank for it, because it is not related to any domain. So R domain value will be populated as a missing value. Now go up again. It is specific to particular domain, but not specific to the parent record. Again, if you come back, it is having the domain name. Let's say it is coming from the AU domain, but my ID variable value will be no. I don't have any ID variable value because it is not related to any of the record. Now, it is related to a specific record. At the same time, it is specific to this particular domain. Then I'm going to capture the details of which domain it actually belongs to. At the same time, I'm also going to capture about in that particular domain, which variable is representing that particular one. Am I clear? Right? Now, then I'm going to have something called ID VAR VAL, meaning ID variable value, meaning identifying variable values. So we have identified which domain it is, which record it is, correct? But what exactly the value of that? Meaning, maybe I can show you one example here. See this. Look at this particular one. This one. So there is a subject ID here. This is subject ID. So you can also call it a study identifier. No problem. Study ID. So, oh no. This is per subject, right? I'm sorry, guys. Now you can see there is a subject called 1234. My current domain is going to be comments domain, but the related domains is adverse events. In the adverse events, the comment is actually coming from, the value is actually coming from AESEQ, that is sequential number. Here I'm actually capturing the sequential number, right? The comment actually coming from the sequential number. The sequential number value is equal to 7. Then there is something called here, you can see the VS domain, right? Or you can go with the subject visits domain as day before yesterday we discussed. I'm actually capturing the visit number. In the 4th visit, what happened, that related comment I can have here, right? In the 4th adverse event, what happened, that value I can have. That by that time, whatever the comment is there, that comment I'm capturing here. When it comes to the EX domain, I'm actually capturing EX group ID. That particular group ID value is combo 1. What is that combo 1 means? You can refer your CRF page. In the CRF, you can refer page number 320 to 355. Are you able to identify now? Are you able to understand what I'm trying to say? Identifying variable is nothing but in that particular domain, what variable you are talking about. If so, what is the variable value that is captured here? If I'm talking about subject visits domain, in the subject visit domain, during the 4th visit, how I am calculating the 4th visit? I can see that my visit number value is 4. During the 4th visit, the investigator has given, the person has given me the comment. That comment I'm capturing here. Is that making sense, everyone? What is called your identifying variable and identifying variable values? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Is this understandable? Yes or no, guys? Team? Wonderful. Then COVAL. Maybe I'm not the co. Okay, maybe I can go with core reference because I can see I just have show you the COREF here, right? You can see COREF. The COREF is going to tell you the comment reference. It is a comment reference. For an example, you can see the comment reference here is, it is related to a particular domain, but it is not related to any of the parent record. So during the visit 7, what is that? During the visit 7, there is a comment passed. The comments has been documented during the visit 7. So the reference for this particular comment is going to be, this is related to your domain, but not related to any of your parent records. Can I say this is nothing but your case number 2 here? Related to your domain, but not specific to any of the parent record. But there is something called co-references available. That is nothing but your comment reference is visits number 7. But here you can see these 2 cases, it is going to be page number 650, page number 322, 355. These are nothing but your CRF page numbers. Examples can be visit numbers like week 1, week 5, week 7, or anything. It can be of CRF page numbers, meaning you can also capture them like this. Page number 450, page number 205 to 217, like this. Make sense? All of you are able to follow this? The comment reference is all talking about how this particular comment has been, when this particular comment has been mentioned. Okay, then coval. The coval itself is nothing but a comment. Generally, in general, the length is 200. Length is 200 characters. But there is no. But sometimes you can also have your comments which are going more than 200 characters also. Correct? It is also my topic variable. Right? Anyways, I have mentioned that at the top. If length is going beyond 200 characters, the length is going beyond 200 characters. In that case, the value will be spread across coval 1 and coval 2. Meaning, in addition to this particular coval, I am also going to have 2 more variables, ideally speaking 3 more variables. Speaking covariant. There is no restriction. You can have covalue 1, covalue 2, covalue 3, and keeps going on until coval n. So for an example, so coval 1, it is also a comment. It is also a comment, but next 200 characters from, it is going to be next 200 characters from your coval. All right. Then what is coval 2? Coval 2 also is going to be a comment only. Coval 2 is also going to be a comment only. This is next 200 characters from coval 1, and it keeps going on. And it keeps going on. Is that clear, guys? Everyone, is that understandable? Right? So let me check what and all we have captured so far. Study ID, domain, R domain, use subject ID, sequence number, identifying variable, its value, co-reference, coval, co-evaluator. This is nothing but evaluator. Who is going to evaluate? So the next thing is going to be co-eval, which is nothing but who is going to be the evaluator. Most of the times, it is principal investigator. Either you can call it as investigator or principal investigator. Correct? And then we also have something called CODTC, which is nothing but when you capture this, comments, date and time in character format. All right. So this particular one, again, remember I have given these details at the top. It needs to be captured as a mandatory value if it is not related to any domain or not related to any parent record. You may or may not populate this particular value if it is going to be a domain but parent record is missing. It is not mandatory at all if you are going ahead with the, it is not mandatory at all if you are going ahead with the last one, which is nothing but yeah, it is specific to a domain, it is also specific to the record. All right, can I say these are going to be the total variables and the values which are related to your comments domain, a small domain only. Okay, but what is most important here? So before we go with some of the other details, I would like to talk about few extensions here or few things here, and those are nothing but from your standard implementation guide. From your standard implementation guide, I would like to take one example and I'm going to explain this particular one. Right? So let's take this particular one. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, everyone. So let's say that this is going to be my data. So there is going to be a subject called 1, 2, 3, 4. My domain is going to be CO domain, right? And now let's start with one after the other. So check the first one. What case it is from our notes? Can someone please explain? Which one it belongs to? We have 3 cases, right? You can see our domain is missing. You can see our domain is missing, correct? Since our domain is missing, it is not related to any of the domain, these two also, correct? There is no related domain, meaning when there is no related domain, these are not belongs to any of the domain. First thing, see this. The ID variable, that is identifying variable and also identifying variable values also, Mohanty, you are right. These are not also available, meaning whatever the comment we got here, the comment is not belong to the parent record and it is not belong to any of the domain. It is going to be the generic comment which got recorded during the data collection, meaning it may come from the CRF or it may come directly from the person, either the clinician, or it can be coming from the investigator directly. For these domains, we need to capture this particular one because it is mandatory, correct? So we need to capture the date for this particular one. Since it is mandatory, I'm creating it as just a second. Oops. So this value is going to be 2022-04, let's say 15. That is 15th of this particular month, this comment is got created or it got captured. Is that clear? Can I say this is going to be the case 1? Why I'm calling it as a case 1? Because for this particular one, there is no domain related stuff. At the same time, there is no identifying variable and its value as well. That is the reason you can say that it is purely coming from the investigator or coming from the CRF. Yes or no? Is that understandable? First one. Can I go with the next thing now? Right. So go to the second record. The second record belongs to a specific domain. From here to here, all these belongs to a specific domain. Either it can be PE or it can be AE or something. Those are related to the domain, correct? But the most important thing that we need to understand here is the second variable. It belongs to the domain, but it is not belongs to any of the parent record, right? This got captured as part of your visit number 7. Something happened in the visit number 7. As part of the visit number 7, it got captured. right? Means in the visit number 7, this particular one got captured. Okay, now this will be call it here. Also you can see that if you have date you can capture it. When you don't have date you don't need to capture it. But let's say that here the date is available. I'm just making sure that it is going to be 2022-04-16. Is that clear? What I'm trying to say here, all I'm saying here is going to be, it is a generic one but related to the domain. The domain name is going to be PE domain. During the PE domain it got captured. Is that clear, guys? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Can I go with the next one? Yes or no? Wonderful. All right, let me check the next one. You can see this particular one, this one, for all these, these are belongs to the domain. These are belongs to the domain, and also, okay, there is a comment. Just give me a second. By using co-reference, we are getting ID var and ID variable value. Not exactly. Let's say if you see co-reference here for the record number 2, this one, the one that I have highlighted now, you have co-reference, that is comment reference is there, right? But this happened in the visit number 7, correct? But there is no record which visit it is. Is it a trial visit or it is going to be a your subject visit? We don't have the domain name properly, right? So they simply mention only the visit 7. I have a comment reference, but based on the comment reference here, I cannot get the details of your ID var and ID variable value. No, we cannot do that, Santosh. Even you can see here the code reference is your CR of page number, right? Your CR of page number. From the CR of page number, you are getting this particular details. Suppose in your ACRF, in your annotated CRF form, in the page number 650, if you have the details about, you're only going to have the details about what is going to be the domain and what is going to be the variable name. AE and AS you can get there because you have the annotated boxes there, but you don't get what is going to be the sequential number, correct? Are you getting my point? In the ACRF, you can get the page number 650. Let's say the page number 650 belongs to your AE domain, and at that particular page you have, in one box you have AE, in another box you have AE SEQ. That is nothing but what is going to be my variable and what is going to be my variable value. Domain and variable value I can get there, but I don't get the value of this particular variable. This value of the identifier variable will be only coming from that particular domain table. Am I correct? Am I misleading you? Anyone? Can I get a quick confirmation, guys? Right. See, if it is available, we use that particular one. I mean to say, they also captured this comment reference. If they capture it, you can just have a look at it. If they don't capture it also, it doesn't have any impact. That is what I'm trying to say. As long as it is available, you can use it. When it is not available, let it have a missing value, right? Because why I'm saying it doesn't have much impact means, you can, if they give your annotated CRF, you can know what is going to be the domain and variable name, but still I cannot get my variable value, correct? So it can be useful just to know from where we are capturing this particular comments. When did we capture this particular comment? Only then you can get it. Other than that, other information, mean to say what is the value and all, we won't get it. Santosh, still if you have a question, let me know. I will unmute you. You can ask me. Cool. Now go to the third one. It actually captured in the adverse events domain. The variable value is going to be adverse event sequential number. The sequence number value is going to be 7. Okay. Now they also mentioned that this value is actually coming. This value is actually the reference is your CRF form. In the CRF reference, you have this particular value. But you can see that my comment is having more than 200 characters. So it got distributed in the COVAL, COVAL 1 and COVAL 2. The same is going to be the case for the next one. You can see that for all these, I haven't captured any of my comments, date and time in character format. I haven't mentioned any of this. Correct? I haven't mentioned anything. Then you can see here for the last two again. These two are not specific to the domain, but you can see this is specific to some parent variable, which is nothing but visit 4. We are not sure from where this particular visit 4 has come, but still, we just have the details. We captured that here, right? All you need to understand is from which domain it is coming. If it is coming from the related domain, is it also related to any parent record? If yes, what are those values? Finally, what is going to be the comment? If the comment is less than 200 characters, well and good. If the comment is coming more than 200 characters, split into any number of variables. Last but not the least, make sure your CODTC will be captured if it is not belongs to the domain and it is not belongs to the record. Then your sequential number, you are going to create it in chronological order. Simply in the chronological order, you are going to create this particular one. Clear, everyone? Any questions here? One second, guys. This one, oh, this is wrong. This is wrong. When it is not belongs to any domain, if it is not belongs to any domain, how come it belongs to a record? It is not possible, right? Ideal case. This must be blank. This must be blank, because when it is not belongs to the domain, it cannot belongs to any of the record also. It can be considered as your reference. All right. Yeah, that's the only change. It can be considered as your reference. All right. Now again, you need to see these two are not belongs to anything. For these two, we must capture the dates. That's it. Right. So this is going to be your all the subject details. I just create this as your example. This is also part of your standard implementation guide. There also you can check this. Okay, but I'm just keeping this here also for your understanding. All right. So Santosh, let me check you. I could see there is a comment from you. Let me see that. Just let me keep it properly and come to you. This is related domain. All right. This is unique subject identifier. All right. Sequence number is good. This is going to be ID variable. And then for the second one, we don't have an ID variable at all. This is going to be a co-reference. Just a second. There is no, that is directly this. This is going to be ID variable, no, co-reference. Visit 7. This is sequential value, page number 650. Visit number 4. This is going to be a co-reference. This is going to be a co-val. When it comes to this is going to be my comment. Already it comes as a comment. This is also a comment. This is also a comment. And this one, yeah. All right, coval 1, the coval 1 will come only for this. Santosh, I'm coming to that. Just give me a second. Sorry, just give me a second. I'll come to you and I'll answer that. Give me 2 minutes. Because if I don't organize this properly, when I send it to you, it will get messed up. So that's the reason I'm just taking this care. So here it is going to be co-evaluator is going to be this is actually coval 2. Then I can just push this to this one. Here is what your co-evaluator, that is nothing but your evaluator ideal case. Here also it is school, right? And right, this one. And then we are going to have something called visit number. Just only for one I have put the visit number. Then it is going to be your comments, date and time in character. So this is your example data. Wonderful. Now let me come back to your question. So what is the question here? Okay, if more data, if you have 500 words, coval 1 equal to 200, coval 2 equal to 200, what about the remaining words? So coval we create manually or it is going to be auto create. So we don't know word or how to calculate it. Wonderful question. Right. So let me reiterate the question first. The question is going to be, it is not about the word, Santosh, first of all, it is about the total length. It is about the total length. So the question from Santosh is, how do I create how many number of covals? Let's say, is it going to be 1 or is it going to be 2, or how do I decide that? On what basis I'm going to decide that? Is it manual or how do I create? How do I create this particular one? Right? That's the question. See, for that there is a simple calculation. First, during your domain creation itself, either you can automate this particular process by writing a macro, or if you want to do this manually, what you need to do is, means through the programming, but manually if you want to do it, what you need to do is calculate the length of coval, that is comment. If it is less than 200, or less than or equal to 200, I don't need to worry about anything. Simply I can insert my data, that is my coval is equal to coval itself. No need to do anything, right? I can leave it as it is. Just I can remove the leading or trailing spaces. I can remove it. I can just leave it. Suppose if the length of this particular one of your coval is greater than or equal, is greater than 200, then what you need to do? Then I need to use your substring function. So how to use the substring function? Then coval 1 is equal to substring of, just remove your leading and trailing spaces. So or you can leave like this, substring of coval, comma 1, comma 200. Correct? But again, you need to check, is it more than 200 and less than 400 also? So if it is greater than, if the length is greater than 200 and length of your coval is less than or equal to 400, then I will do this. Again, I'll repeat the same for the next element. That is, if the length of coval is greater than 400, just give me a second. The shift insert. Just a second. If it is greater than 400 and length of this particular coval is less than or equal to 600, then my coval 2 is equal to, this value will go from 200 comma 201, comma 400. Am I correct? Oh, here also it is the same, guys. Sorry, I did a mistake. This one is going to be here. If it is less than or equal to 200, I can use this. If it is 200 to 400, this is the case. If it is 400 to 600, this is the case. Right? And it keeps going on. Manually, if you want to do it, you can do like this. Or if you want to automate it, you can write a macro and you can use that particular macro at any point of time you want. Is this clear? Can I have a quick confirmation? Santosh, did you get my answer? All right. So let's have a simple exercises on this. So macro is better. No worries. That is going to be a task now. That is going to be a task now. I'm going to give you one simple macro now. All right. So all I need is I'm going to give you two details, or I'm going to send you two tasks. I need every one of you to complete the task by tomorrow. Simple tasks only I'm going to give, not a difficult task. One is going to be, I'm going to give you the subject IDs. I'm requesting all of you to create the sequence numbers for it. That is one. Number two, I'm going to give you the details about subject as well as four comments I'm going to give you. If the comment is more than 400 or more than 200, I request you to create coval 1, coval 2, coval 3. So these two information I'll send it in a while along with your DM domain. So can I say that this will complete your, maybe I can see, let's say Jamboards, clinical trial protocol, SDTM introduction. Just want to see have we completed all the special purpose domains or not. Yeah. So under the special purpose domains, you can see that demographics, comments, subject elements, subject visits, all the four are completed, right? So now we are going to take the adverse events, that is events domain we are going to take. Adverse event is going to be a very big domain. I can say that there are so many models, there are so many variables to discuss there. It definitely is going to be a time consuming one, but I try to target and I try to see we'll complete that in the, maybe in the, not sure we can complete in 3 days or 4 days, but say let's target it on 3 days, because we know what are the details first. The basic details we are already aware of, correct? So all we need to do is we need to pace up. But this one is no, I cannot say it is going to be completed in 3 days. Maybe 4 to 5 days it definitely going to take. 4 to 5 days. So let's see where is this adverse event is. Here it is. Can you see this adverse events? 2, 3, 4. 4 pages we have. Only the variables. Can you see this? 4 pages. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Approximately 3 pages. So I can say that in each page, if you say around 12 or 10 to 12 variables, approximately 36 to 40 variables we need to discuss. And we need to go with the examples for that. So a very, 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 very big domain, right? But from tomorrow, we are going to start with this particular one. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll do one thing. Do you want me to go through the project one? Maybe I can upload right away, but I'll show you this, what I'm going to have here. I'm going to give the specification document to you. This is your specification document. Or you can also call it as a control terminology for each domain, right? Right. So what I will do is I will explain this project end to end. Mean to say you have your raw domain here. This is your raw data set. You can see here you have subject identity, study identifier, domain abbreviation, unique subject identifier. You also have few details here. Subject ID, all the dates you have here. If I'm not wrong, this is the final one. Okay, let me check the raw data. I'm going to give you the raw data to you. from the raw data, by taking care of all these variables must be part of your output. So how to build a code, SAS code, to produce your data? Let me explain project 1 from my end. For the demographic domain, I'll explain end to end. Okay. Then we already completed the remaining 3 domains here, right? What are them? Comments domain, subject elements domain, and subject visit domain. For them also, I'm going to provide the raw data. So whenever you get a time, so you complete that particular one, send the code to me so that I can validate it. If any changes required, I can keep suggesting. That is how it is going to happen. So demographics domain, I'm going to explain. And I request all of you to complete the remaining 3, which are very simple and easy ones: subject elements, subject visits, as well as the comments domain. Then we can start with the adverse events from the Thursday onwards. Thursday and Friday, we can work on the comments, adverse events domain. Is that okay to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? Okay. Tomorrow we will go with the how to write a code if raw data set is given to you. That is the only thing that we have to discuss. No, I haven't shared the project, Mohanty. So anyways, I'm going to explain that tomorrow and I can share it with you. Okay. So once we can complete this particular one, we can go ahead with your events domain. Once events are completed, then we need to go with the interventions, findings, trial domains, and supplementary domains. Right. So this is little big. Events is going to be the little big. The remaining all going to be the simple one only. Quickly we can complete. Any questions from anyone? All right. So I need to send the code for you guys for the 3, that is your subject elements and these. Let me add it right away. So CO domain D already sent, but again I'm sending it. You have your subject elements, you have your subject visits. Someone asked me about the implementation guide as well. Implementation guide also sent. Done. Whoever is not part of this particular group, so kindly add to this particular one so that we can go ahead. And also I'm going to add control specifications. Just keep it in, keep this particular one. It is also helpful. Whoever is not part of it, guys, kindly get it add. Ask Balusar to get add to this particular group so I can have all the updates here itself directly. All right, that's all for today. Any questions, let me know. If not, we can wind up the session for today. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye. Hey guys, good evening. Welcome. 6 of folks so far requested me and they are not able to attend the class today because of power issues or other issues in Hyderabad. I'm not sure how many people are able to attend. So far, only 9 people I can see. But let's wait. Let's wait for a couple more minutes. Okay, guys, do any of you have raw data sets with you by any chance? You know, right? In clinical, we are all going to use the SDTM raw data sets, and based on the raw data sets, we are going to work on the data. So, do any of you have raw data sets? Can someone please confirm? Do you guys? All right. Raja, some is there. So if you have DM or any other data set, share it with me. I just want to see if you have any of you have more data than myself, then I want to use your data set. Or all I can do is going to be I'm going to collate the data so that we can make a larger data set to work on. That is the whole intention I'm asking. Yeah. If DM or AE is there, you can just share it with me. Raja, I'm going to share my email ID. Just if you have right now, you can send it to me. Okay. Yeah. All right. I don't think so any other will be joining today. It's already only 9 of us will be there. But let's proceed. But I don't want to cover adverse events, or I cannot take the project, because that's the reason people message me saying that since I told you day before yesterday when we started, we are going to start either of the adverse events, or we can go ahead with the project. Since both of them are critical, we couldn't go with that right now because we cannot leave half of the people in the class. But what I want to do is I don't want to cancel the class, because yesterday I did it because of my issue, but today also I don't want to cancel the class. But all I want to do is, if any of you have any questions or doubts or anything, we can use this particular session for Q&A. Please make use of this. Any questions related to SAS or any questions related to any of your career, ask me. I'm here to help. Anyone by any chance? Okay. If not, guys, if you are comfortable, and I don't know like what is going to be the experience that you have, but irrespective of that, I'm going to ask you some of the questions, right? I just want to see how many of you are able to answer them, and I just want to see how many of you are able to answer that in different methods. Can I consider this as a Q&A session where we can consider this as a interview topics? Can we use this so that others will not miss? At the same time, we are not going to talk something very critical or anything, but whatever we are going to talk will be useful for you guys, because it will be useful for the interviews. Or in other ways, I can also say that these are some of the interview questions I generally ask in the interviews, and also see how the candidates are responding to them. Can I start, guys? Is that okay? Remember, it is not just clinical SAS, it is everything. All right, let's see how many of you are able to answer this. Let me go with this first one. If I give you any string, given a string, calculate how many capital letters and small letters are there. Meaning, if I give you a data set like this, let's say my data set is going to have name, right? Meaning, let's say Murali Krishna, someone called KLM Swami, someone we can call it as maybe we can go with Biden, okay. Or we can go with some of the cricketer names. Virat. Good. If I give you names like this, I'm expecting a data set like this. All these name as it is will come. In addition to that, if you go with the first one, I'll call it as a caps count. I'll call this as a lows count. All right. Now here I can see that there are only 2 capital letters, 2 Ks. If you come to this, there are 4 capital letters. If I come to this, there are 2. Here there are 2. When it comes to the low letter count, you can see 3 plus 2 5, 5 plus 3 8, 8 plus 3 11. This one 4, and this one 4 plus 3 7, and for this one 4 plus 4 8. This is how I need the data. This is my input, and this is my expected output. Can someone please tell me how do you do this? Any of you have any answers for this straight away? You can happily unmute also, you can talk, guys. No issues.
Really, we can use functions like any upper, any lower.
Okay, if you go with any upper or any lower, right, you are only going to get in which position it is there. It is not going to give you the count. Manimaran, you're saying count function. Count function will not give you that. Count function only give you how many number of words are there. Count or countable, both of them will give you the word count. It is not going to give you capital letter or small letter count, but you can tweak that by supplying some other parameters. If you know the parameters, tell me. Anyone? Team, simple questions, but made you to think a lot. So I'm requesting every one of you answer these queries. Think about it. What if you are going to face the same in the interview? Right? I'm not asking something which is truly difficult. I'm not asking something which is out of nowhere. No, I'm asking anything, everything which is as part of our day-to-day work. Correct? Now, answers, please. All right. Let's do the same. Just let me go with another one. Right? Let's consider the same. Given the string, I need how many number of words are there, right? Calculate how many words are present. This is quite easy. Every one of you can easily answer this. But I'm going to write a tweak for this particular one. This is count, word count, right? You may tell immediately, Murli, I want to go ahead and I will use by using word count function, either count or countable. Then I'm going to say that don't use here note without using count function, using count and countable functions. Can you guys tell me now? How do you do this? I'm going to have 2 here, 4 here, 2 here. Anyone? At least can you give a try about what you want to, how you want to proceed it based on the class that I have mentioned. Team, this is really important. Remember, your SAS skills matters a lot. Not just knowing the clinical domain knowledge will not be sufficient. You're not going to join as a reviewer, or you're not going to join as a the person who is going to prepare the reports. You're not a medical writer. You're not a part of the CDM as well. You're actually a SAS programmer who is having good knowledge about the clinical domain. That is how you need to look yourself. If you're not able to answer the technical questions, I don't know how you are going to manage it. Is this something you haven't come across? I don't know about others. Let me go with some of the folks who have attended training from my side. Mohanty, You must answer this because we discussed this in the class, haven't we?
Yes, yes. Maybe index function. I have to think.
No, not index. Index only going to give you what you're looking at, the position that is going to give you. If you're looking for a single character or characters together, or it is a word, you can use three different functions: index, index C, and index W, right? Index C for single character or a word, string of characters, or if I'm looking for any one of the characters from the string that I'm providing, I can go with index C. If I'm looking for a specific word, we can go with the index W. That only going to give you the position. We're not looking for the position here. All right, guys, think of yourself where you are, because these are important ones. I haven't even go in detail, or I'm not going in depth. These are the questions which are on a very lighter note, very lighter note. Okay, let me go with one more. Let's say, given a data set, with all 12 month names, create 12 macro variables with month names in that, or to store month names. Right? It should not be hard-coded one. So note here is going to be no hard coding. All right, let's talk about it. My input table, my input data set. Let's say the variable name is month, and it's how many variables it have? 12. What are them? January, February, March, April, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. So expected output. No hard coding is the first thing. MTH1 is equal to, it's a macro variable, okay? Jan. MTH2 is equal to Feb, and so on. Each of this is a macro variable. Each MTH1, that is macro variables, are ranging from MTH1 to MTH12. Anyone? Can you answer this? I need to do this at least in two different methods. What is that? At least two different methods. Questions? Anyone able to answer this? Guys, this is not good at all. No one is answering. Can I give few more questions? Or these three are sufficient to work on? Okay. I feel like I think better than this won't be good. So I'll just do only these 3 questions. So I'm expecting answers from you, all of you, by tomorrow, because I could have canceled the class since all these people are requested to postpone the class to tomorrow. But I thought at least we can use this for the Q&A because I don't want to waste your time. But by the way we are going here, I don't think so you are answering them properly. But check your SAS skills, guys. First, you are a SAS programmer, then only you are a domain expert, right? Domain can learn, right? Because it is bound, it has the boundaries. But programming skills, you have to improve. So we are of a 9 people class right now, and all my 9 people are not able to give answers to any of this question. Means I don't know where we are standing yet. That is really questionable. I don't know whether you are prepared. Yep.
The last one, the macro question, is that the output? Is the output only 2 observations? MTH1 is equal to Jan, or it continues until December?
See, this is nothing but I want to create a macro variable. These are macro variables. MTH1, whose value should be, let's say, if I call MTH1 like this, percentage code ampersand MTH1, it should resolve with January. If I call MTH,
okay,
yeah, these are macro variables.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Percentage let or something we can use. So, all right, give us time tomorrow.
No, percentage let you cannot use here. If you use percentage let, that is manual directly, correct? Percentage let MTH equal to 1 equal to Jan, percentage let MTH2 is equal to Feb. That is manual. Today there are 12 variables. You are writing 12 times. Tomorrow there will be 20. Will you write 20 times again?
No, we can define a macro with a positional parameter or
no.
Okay.
Again, positional parameters means you are going to pass your macro. Along with the macro, you are going to pass the variables. So 12 variables, you are going to write 12 positional parameters here. 20 means will you go with 20 again? Again, it will be difficult, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Think about the answers.
Okay.
And before you deliver any answer, make sure your answer should fit the requirement. That is the reason I have given you here. No hard coding.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. We'll try.
And Mohanty, no excuses for you because we discussed all this in the class. And you must answer it.
Yes.
All right. How about others? All right. So maybe we should not have, maybe I think we should have at least half an hour of the Q&A every week from here onwards. Maybe on Fridays, right? This week anyways we have done today, but coming week onwards, every Friday we can have Q&A. I'm going to ask you some of the questions, or I'm going to give you some of the interview questions like this. Guys, believe me, my interview won't end without these questions. No way. I don't end any interview for my candidates without them. If the candidate answers in one way, I'm looking for the alternative. I'll ask second way. If he completes second way, I'll go with third way. It is not about the complexity of the question. It is all about how many different ways the candidate is able to think, right? How many solutions the candidate is able to provide for the same problem. That is what important to us. That is what important to the organizations. So I'm expecting answers from this. Google it, nothing wrong in that, but don't simply copy paste from the Google. Understand what exactly happening there and let me know. I'm expecting answers from all of you by tomorrow only. Don't because we have another 30 minutes in the class, because anyways I'll wind up early today because I don't have much to discuss since we have this version of people are not able to join today. Still we are only 11 people. Generally we are of 18. Still half of the class is missing for me, right? But requesting guys, this won't work. If you go like this, it won't work. It is very important to improve the programming skills, right? And that will come only by practice. If you are not practicing, nothing will come. And I can clearly see there is a lot of effort missing in the practice. It will not happen like this. All right, fine. I think I'll wind up the class today and again connect tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to start with DM domain. Okay, that is programming. I have the raw data sets and everything with me, but tomorrow we can start about that. Okay. Any questions? I'll still open. I'll have time today, no issues. If you have any questions, I'll answer it. If not, we can write. For the word count, can we use length? You can use it. Use it. Kausalya, you can use it. See, all we need is multiple answer. Don't stick with one. Don't stick with one. Go with multiple answers. Don't stick with one. That is the only thing that I'm asking. All right. Let's connect tomorrow then. All right. Take care, guys. Post the questions in the WhatsApp, please. Okay. Give me a second. I'll do it right away. I have a very bad habit of forgetting the things. Let me do it right away. Where it is, clinical SAS. Yep, posting it right away. Done. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I have a quick confirmation? Could someone please confirm? Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So today what we can do is, as I discussed in previous session, we would like to take up one of the domain, let's say demographics, and we are going to build all the variables that are required. That is, I will supply with raw data. I will also supply with your control terminology, the specifications, correct? The control terminology and as well as my specifications, both of them I'm going to provide. Then we need to build up our entire demographics. This is our day-to-day work, I can say. If someone given you the SDTM raw data sets, or someone given you raw data sets, how you can systematically convert them into SDTM related data sets or SDTM compliance. That is what you are working on the domain, correct? All right, two things I'll do. Today I will go with some simple data set. Okay, later on I'll also gonna show you this. You can consider as one of your project. So there, there will be interdependent. That is, all the variables may not come from the same domain. You need to work on multiple domains to get your data set or to get your parameters. That we can do later. For now, in a simple data set, most of the variables or most of the parameters you can fetch from the single data set. Our parameters are from same domain. That is what we are going to do today. Okay, but for your project it won't be like this.
there is going to be information about what is present under what. You can see that this is your annotated CRF. You can see this is the CRF that I'm going to give it to you. This you are going to use it for your project purpose. This is purely for the project, correct? You can see what variables are present in what, even the colors, the terminologies, everything you can see it here. It is going to be a 43-page one, and it is going to give you complete details about what is present under what. Okay, this you can use it later, not today. Just I'm going to show you how it looks like. Okay, and then this is your controlled terminology. Can you see this? For each of the one, what are the variables that should present, right? What are the variables that should present? And then for each variable, what is going to be the variable label? What is going to be a notes related to the particular one? What is going to be your core? What is going to be your role? What is going to be the type? All these things we have already discussed, correct? The yellow color one we haven't discussed much because these are related to your CRF. But other than that, you can see most of the things are already present, correct? You can see for each of the variable, this data is present, correct or not? All right, let's use this particular one and we can proceed with our data. Let's say for now we are concentrating on the demographics. I'll also use your implementation guide. Let me go to your implementation guide once. Here it is. It's not here. Just a second. Here it is. So even in the implementation guide, you have the same thing, correct? Suppose if I go to DM, here it is, demographics. You can see these and all the variables you must represent and you must have it in your final SDTM dataset as per compliance. All right. So what I did is, here is what all my variables are. All these variables, all these raw data sets I have uploaded to my SAS on demand. This is nothing but my SAS on demand. Here I have uploaded all my data sets just to make sure all my data sets are present here. All my domain details are present here. So what data set that we are going to work on today? We said that demographics. See, this is going to be a raw data set. It is a raw data set, correct? It is not as per your SDTM compliance. So what you need to do? By looking at it, you need to build up the code. At the same time, the output of your code should be in compliance with your data. That is SDTM data. That is what the expectation is, correct? So can we go ahead and can we do this particular one, right? So before going with this particular one, I also want to do something. That is, this is my data set, correct? Now, just use your proc contents just to make sure what are the variables that we have here. So proc contents data is equal to your raw data dot dm. Okay, just give me a moment. Let's run this and see what is the information that you can see here. Right, all of you can clearly see here, this is going to give you the details about what are the variables that are present in my data set and their labels, all of the details also you can see, correct? So I'm trying to copy this particular one and let's see if I can paste it here. Yes, I can. So the reason why I am doing this is just to make sure or just to understand what are the variables that I have here. I don't need all this. Maybe I can just think of these two, just the variables which are present in my data set. And also I'm just sorting this on the variable list. Now you can see. Okay. So from this particular one, can you make any insights? What is available to you, or what is present, and what you need as per your requirements? Can you see this? By looking at it, can you see? Okay, first one, hash value, we don't use it. We don't need it also. Correct? We don't need it, right? Then maybe you can also parallelly look the data also. See. So site, the site is looking like your site ID. Am I correct? So from this, the hash value is not required for you. Site identifier. So what is site identifier from your this one, from your demographics? Can I say that site identifier is nothing but it should be a character. It is representing site ID. Am I correct? So I can build site ID from this. Second is, it is saying that subject identifier. So this is nothing but your subject ID. So from here you can say that it is nothing but your subject identifier, which is nothing but SUDJ ID. Later we can think of the formats, but first of all we're trying to map it, what is required and what we can use of that particular one, right? Then what else is required? Site ID is there. Site visit date, we don't need it. Complete our, this is nothing but what is going to be our complete status, may not be required for us at this particular point of time. Maybe later we can think of, but I'm trying to understand what is available here. Birth date. So we have birth date, right? Birth date and time in character format. So can I say that my birth date can be made from this particular one, or a particular one, right? So I can create two things, one birth date and time, another one is going to be birth date and time in character format. Correct? What is the other one? I can also see there is something called race. Correct? This is going to be like race other. We don't know. We don't need that particular one. Publisher we don't require. Entry user ID we don't require. Entry user. Day of birth. Let's keep them. Day of birth, month of birth, year of birth, race, sex. You can keep both of them because both of them are required for us. This is childbearing potential, we don't need it. Birth control method, we don't need it. Valid, the flag, we don't require. We can see that the remaining all of them may not be required for us. Correct? Murli, why you are looking at it? I'm just trying to understand from the given data set what details I can make it. Correct? I can see that these are the ones at least I can think of. Beyond that, I don't have any other to think. Correct? Am I correct or not? So first, let's go with available data. So what I can do is, I don't want to do any changes to the raw data. So let's keep the raw data as is. All right. So let's start building our data set. Build basic data set or base data set. And it is always, guys, if you want, let's say, Murli, how do I write a program in real time? If someone asks me, I can say that don't ever start your program just like this. Always write the details of your program, right? So first, name, program name, you can also call it as program name. So what is the name of this particular program? Let's say you're going to solve it as DM project.sas. You can write any name of your choice. Okay. A simple description about it will be helpful, right? I can say that description. Why I want to write this particular program? I can say that the program, the objective of this particular program, allow me a moment. Just keyboard issue, just give me a second. Yeah, working good. So the objective is to the objective is to read raw demographic data, right? Raw demographic data and create a SAS data set as per SDTM implementation guide 3.2 guidelines. Am I correct? This is what we are doing. We are strictly going ahead as per the SDTM 3.2 guidelines. That is the description of your program. Okay, created by. Who is actually creating it? Let's say Murali. Created on. So what's the date? The date is going to be 29th April 2022. Suppose if someone modifies tomorrow, you can also give the details about modification history. So under the modification history, you mentioned about who modified and when modified, what are the changes, correct? In addition to that, you can give details about input files. All my input files are actually coming from here. Input files. You can say that it is going to be DM SAS dataset. The path is going to be this. Am I correct? And we can also talk about what is my output file. Output files. Let's say that we are going to create our output file, which is nothing but DM SAS dataset itself, right? But we are going to keep it in a different location. For an example, in the clinical SAS, I have programs, I have raw. Here itself, I'm going to create one more folder. I'm calling that program, I'm not calling that particular file program, sorry, folder as output folder. Need to say all my data, I'm going to keep it here, output files. Then this will give you, if some other developer is looking at your program, they have certain idea about what we are doing, from where you are getting the data. These details will be available even to them. That is the reason it is very, very important. Okay. So here I can say that global options. So what is global options? The global options are nothing but at an environmental level, what are the various options that you want to try? Here we can clearly see I'm using no FNTERR, no formatter. That is, whenever you want to convert some of the data from numeric to character or character to numeric, especially when you are having some data with respect to the formats, it automatically provides the formats for them. That is best 12 dot, WD dot, these kind of formatting options it is going to provide to them. Then you are also going to talk about your library definitions. Let's say for your entire program, whatever the libraries that you want to define, all the libraries you can define it here. Library definitions. I have already defined one library here. That is my input. Now I'm going to define one more. I'm simply calling it as out. Here is what my output files are going to store. Done. All right. Anyways, this is not required, so I may need not to check this particular one. So straight away I go with build SAS dataset. So what is my SAS dataset? So I can say that data. I can say DM underscore base. I'm calling it as DM underscore base dataset. Then set. What is my input dataset for this? From the raw library, I'm actually looking at demographics dataset. Correct? So just run this as is and you'll see what is the data you have. So I can see 105 columns and I can see 105 rows and 30 columns over there. Correct? You can see hash value. These are all not required for me. So we can run this later. So first, If I go to my SDTM implementation guide, the very first thing is going to be unique identifier for a study. That is study identifier. I don't see any study identifier here. Correct? So let's define it. So study identifier, from where you can get it? Suppose if this is going to be your CRF, ACRF, and if you go to your first field here, you can see this is going to be a study identifier. And if you scroll right, assigned page cover, the saying that in the page cover it will be available. And also, if you look into the raw origin, it is saying that assigned page 1. So if you go to your ACRF, can you see whatever your protocol details are there? Can I call these protocol details as my study identifier? Am I correct or not? Right? So can I call this as a study identifier? For an example, anyways, we are going with this. Let's consider this as a study identifier for now. So study identifier is this. So the first one is done. What is the second one? Domain. So for the domain, even for this particular one, if you have a doubt, I don't know, it is very detailed, but still you can see here. Second one, you can also call it as domain. It is 100% a domain abbreviation. Still, if you want to say it, you can see this in these many pages. For an example, it's saying assigned page 1, 2, 28, all these pages it is available. But you know, for demographic defines, it is going to be DM only. Even the page 1, can you see that? It is going to be DM. There are lot many are there. For demographics, it is going to be DM. So let's use that particular one here. All right. What's the next one? The third one is going to be unique subject identifier, right? But unique subject identifier, if I want it, I need it based on my, what is that? It is a combination of, it is going to be a combination of, right? I can go with, what are them? There is going to be a hyphen between them, followed by, it is a combination of study identifier. What is the other one? Site ID. Correct? You can see, you can also see that one here. It is a combination of three things: study ID, site ID, and subject ID. Correct? So now, but if I want to go with this particular one, I need to know what is my subject ID is. So now let's create the subject ID first. So in your Excel or in your raw data set, you can see that there is something which is identifying your subject, which is nothing but your subject. So can I simply say that my subject ID is nothing but just strip your data. That is, just remove your leading and trailing spaces, and whatever the data you can see here under the subject, this you can consider as, maybe I can only go with the columns here. Here it is. Just a second. Give me a moment. Sorry guys, sorry for placing you on mute. Okay, so now we can see that there may be a chance that there will be leading or trailing spaces. Just to remove them, just make sure we don't have any trailing or leading spaces. I want to ensure that my data is free of them. So I just want to strip that particular one. All right, that is the only thing that I'm doing here. And also you can see that the name of this one, maybe I can take it from here, is subject. It is not getting copied from anywhere. Okay, let's type it. It is going to be subject, SUBJECT. Okay, let's write it.
All right. Now I can see I have subject identifier. I can see study identifier. What is missing here is site ID, correct? But you can see that in the output, the site ID is also there. It is nothing but your site, correct? So then I'm going with site ID. My site ID is again strip of site. So now I can see I have my site ID, I have my subject ID, and I have my unique subject ID. All of them are available, correct? There. So whatever is present here, because these are the ones I'm creating, right? Remaining variables I don't want. So I'm just going to use keep statement here. Only whatever I'm creating, I'm just going to keep them in my output, because remaining variables anyways I don't want, correct? What is required, I'm already creating it. So remaining variables I can easily drop it. For now, if you see, only these are the variables I want to create. So still there are few, I'm just going one by one. Now you can see there is a study ID, there is going to be demographics, your domain abbreviation domain, there is a subject ID, and then what else is there? Maybe at the end, if I, this is the issue with this, but okay, can managed. So now you can see I have my site ID, I have my unique subject ID, everything is available now, correct? And you can see that study ID, and again you need to take care of this one as well, study ID, right? And you can see up to this we don't require any of the changes, but a specific format is not required yet, correct? But from here onwards you can also see that in the control terms, whatever is going to be the control terms mentioned, those formats also we need to maintain. Okay, so for now we are good with subject ID, we are good with unique subject ID, domain, and study identifier. So we also have the site ID also we have entered it. All right, so what is the next one? So 1, 2, 3, 4 is done. Before I start with the dates I'll do little later. Okay, what we will do is I'll do the dates little later. Okay, so for now what I can do is, before I go with the dates and all, I'll prefer to go ahead with the remaining things. Okay, so what are the remaining things? You can also see here the birth date is available. That is readily available variables I'm taking. Birth date, time in the character format. This is readily available to us. So let's finish this off. So this is the one I want to create. At the same time, I need to ensure that this is the one which is part of my output. So my birth date and time in character format is nothing but, if I look into my output data, let's go with not raw data, let's go with our libraries. In the work library, we have our DM. What is this? DM base, right? This is what we are creating right now. Okay, raw.dm itself we need to go. Okay, let's go with raw.dm. This is raw, this is your dm, my base data set. So in this I have birth date, but you can see that the birth date is in character format. What is that? It is in a character format. So what should I do now? Can I say that whatever the birth date is there, the birth date is there, first I need to convert that into, let me show you another thing. Yeah, the format is not as per our expectation. So what is going to be the format? The format is going to be, it is, what is the format? Can someone tell me? IS8601DA, correct? That is the format that we are expecting, correct? But if you want to apply that particular format, I can apply that particular format only on a numeric variable, correct? While converting the numeric to character, I can apply that particular one, but it is already in a character format. So what should I do? First, convert my character variable. What is my character variable here? This one. What is that? Birth, BRTHDT.
BRTHDD. BRTHDD. It is actually in a character format. This character format variable, I'm actually converting into the numeric. So what is the numeric one? If you see this particular one, what is the format? Can someone tell me what exactly this format is going to be? How do I convert this particular one? So 4 plus 3, 7, 7 plus 2, 9, 9 plus 2, 11. Totally 11 is going to be the, no, it is not DDMM by 10. No. Why it is not DDMM by 10? DDMM by 10 format is like this. If I go with DDMM by 10 dot, it is going to be, let's say today's date, if I take 29/04, 2022. So how many are there? 4 plus 4, 8 plus 2, 10. This is what your DDMM by 10 format. But the date format that you can see here is like this. What is this particular one? It is actually like this. This is not a DDMM by 10 dot. Who is this? Someone told me just now. Who is this? Mahipal. Yes. Date 11 dot. It is actually a date 11 dot. Exactly. It is all date 11 dot. So when it is date 11 dot, how to represent it? In a very simple way, if I want to represent, all I can do is, first I would like to convert this into numeric. For converting into the numeric, the format that I would like to apply is date 11 dot. Okay, but if you look into your SDTM guidelines, it must be in a character format and it should be 8601 DA dot, right? If I need timestamp, it is going to be DT. If it is not having the timestamp, I can call it as DA dot, correct? So what should I do now? Whatever the outcome that I'm getting, that outcome, again, I'm going to convert into character format, and the character format is going to be IS8601 DA dot. Am I correct? So what I'm doing now, the birth date, which is in a date 11 format, which is in the numeric format, character format, I converted into the numeric, and then I convert that into the character underscoring, because in SDTM, everything is going to be in a character format only. All the dates are in character format. Is it the same date? Can you see that? YYYY-MM-DT. Do you understand this, guys? Generally, we can do this by creating this as a separate variable and we can do, but instead of that, straight away I'm doing this. All of you are okay with that? All right. What are the other information I can do here? So country, there is no information about the country here, correct? You see the raw data set. I don't see any information about the country, correct? So just for our reference purpose, what I'm trying to do is, I understand that this entire thing is happening in USA. So I'm just saying that country is equal to USA. There is no need to stick to that. You can put any country choice of your wish. Okay, then I also want to talk about ethnic, because generally ethnic also will be there. What is ethnic? What is ethnic, guys? For your reference, I have also opened this particular one. This is what we discussed in our class, all the details and everything. Ethnic is nothing but ethnicity of your respective country, Latin American, Indian, American, like this. So let's say that either two things you can do. If it is not captured, because we haven't captured this, we manually entering this particular one. Since it is not captured properly, there is no capturing about this particular one. When it comes to ethnic, I can also report this as not reported. It is not present, so I'm saying that not reported. Nothing wrong in that. If it is present in your input data set, accordingly you can enter that particular one. Okay, so now I have country and I also have ethnic. Okay, what is the other details you can see here? I can also see something called, oh sorry, I can also see something called race. Other is different. Let's see, I can see race, correct? The race information is available. See, yeah, here it is. But when I see the race information, the race generally indicates, it should be white, black or African, or it is going to be Asian, or if it is anything else, it is going to be others. That is how it is going to be. Even if you can see this particular one here, the race, here is what race of the subject, correct? And you can see some regulations also here. If you want, I can open this. And meanwhile, I can also, oh, this page is moved, no worries. We can go here. It is a DM domain, right? This is the race, right? Here also you can see either you can have your details as per this particular one. If multiple races are connected, you can also do this particular one. If not, if you don't know the race of it, you can just put unknown as well. One option is there. Okay, but here you can also see this one. You can see American Indian, or you have Alaska Native, Asian. Like this, we have the details. All these details are in CRF page 2 for this particular study. You can see here. But in our case, if I go to our case, I can see that either the race is 1, 2, or 4 or 99. For this particular one, the person who have collected this particular details, right? They themselves, they're going to give the details, meaning notes or considerations. So the considerations here is, let's say for race, while calculating the race, what you should follow. They say that if race is equal to 1, then it is white. What I'm saying, if race is equal to 1, it is white. Then race is equal to 2, then it is, they can consider it as black or African American. If the race is equal to, for an example, it is equal to 3, then it is Asian. Finally, if race is equal to 4 or 99, both the cases, then it is, just mention it as other. So what is that? This is the consideration while you need to calculate your race. So let's use the same here while considering the race, because you can see in the raw data set, the race values are 1, 4, 2, 99 are there. So I'm going to apply the same here. So how to apply it? Can I write a if condition now? If race is equal to the 1, then race underscore 1. I can write anything because I want to have a variable name called race. Only this variable I can use it. So what I'm doing is, for now, if race is equal to 1, I'm calling it as a white. Race 1 is equal to white. New variable I'm creating. Similarly, if race is equal to 2, then race 1 is equal to this. I'll tell you why I'm doing it. If race is equal to 3, then Asian. If race is in 3, 4, 99, any one of it, then it is going to be other. Correct? Right? Now, can I say that I don't want this variable, I want to convert this variable as a base, correct? This variable is a base variable. So what I want to do is after this particular one, here I will say, see this, here drop is equal to, okay, keep is equal to this, I'll just call it as a race, and then rename is equal to, what I want to rename, race 1, I want to rename it as this. Let's see how it works. I'm trying it. Multiple references I'm using. It should end with an error. That's the reason we're checking this. One error is here. Now try this. Race is here. Ethnic is fine, but race still. Okay. Don't write in single one, then we'll write it in multiple. Maybe next line we can write it. Okay, fine. I'll do this later because I don't want a race to be represented like this, because the race should be like this. It should be character. It should be character, right? So we need to go ahead with the character format. We do that later. Maybe in the next step, I'll do that. Okay, then you can also see that there is a variable called sex. It is also representing as 1 and 2. So again, the considerations. The consideration for sex variable is sex is equal to 1, then male. Sex is equal to 2, then female. These two are the considerations. The same considerations are going to apply here. So what is going to be the thing here? If format also we can use, Mahdi, no doubt in that. We can use it. I'm just going ahead with this for now. You can use it. In the last class, when I'm giving you the assignments, I explained you all the things. You can try anything of your choice. If sex is equal to 1, so what is the variable? 1, 2, 3. So it's supposed to be a numeric. Then 6 underscore 1 is equal to male. If sex is equal to 2, then sex underscore 1 is equal to female. There are two things you need to understand. Both race as well as your sex variables must be the character variables. All right. Now you can see both of them must be your character variables. Okay. Okay. What you want to do is, okay, Mohanty, what you are asking me is, if sex is equal to 1, then sex is equal to capital N. That is what you are asking, will it work or not? Right? See, the sex variable here defined as a character. It is defined as a numeric. You can see here. It is defined as a numeric. Even the race is defined as a numeric. So you want to store a character data into a numeric variable. It won't work. The reverse will work. The reverse will work, right? The formatting issues will come again. So just to avoid that, what we do is here we are going to create these two, that is race 1 and sex 1. These two we are going to create. In the next step, we are going to rename them as per our requirement. Is that understandable? All right, maybe I can also try this, because the rename is going to be the last option that we are going to try. So it must work, but no need. It may like multiple things we are trying at one time, so it may be difficult. So you can see that these are the variables, these are the various things that we want to do here. And if you look into this particular one now, at the end we are going to have race as well as the 6 variables. Both of your variables are in the character format. But here there is one thing that we want to take care, specifically when it comes to the race. In the race, if you can see, only black is coming, other is coming, but it is not coming here properly for your black or American African. The length is not satisfying. So what you can do now, for race alone, define the length here. You understand why you are defining the length? Because it is going beyond that particular one, right? So here just mention length race1 $30. I'm assigning the length of 30, then I want to do it. White, now you can see black or American African is also coming properly. All right, Murli can ask me, Murli, why you have mentioned it here? I just want to go with the same order, so that's the reason I have defined it here, nothing else, no other specific reason. Okay, so far all of you are with me, right? I cannot do anything else other than this here, because ARM code, all these are not there, correct? ARM is not there, ARM code is not there, but you can assign it. You can assign it. So we don't know what is going to be the ARM value. You don't know what is the ARM code details. What is the planned ARM code? What is the description of the ARM? You are not sure of that particular one, correct? When you are not sure of that particular one, you can simply give those details as a blank values. Okay, you can do that particular one. So how to do that? I can simply assign these values as the blank values. That we can do later. For now, this is the information that I can extract from my data, and I'm able to get that data here. Okay, the next thing, in your libraries, if you go to your raw data one more time, okay, I'm just looking for one more data set. Just give me a second. Here it is. Can you see RAND? So here you can see that for the same subject IDs, you can see for the same subject IDs, you can have the details about, first date. Can you see this? The first date. And you can also see the details about, there should be one more variable here. I'm just looking for that particular one. Yeah, so first date is available here. Can someone tell me what is called first date? I'm going with this particular one more time, and you can see here there is something called RFSDTC. What is RFSDTC? Oh, there are two things actually. This is start and date time. At the same time, you can also see that RFSDTC. This is nothing but any protocol specific to anything, both of them, correct? Or if you go to my notes here also we can see that particular one, subject reference start date and time in character. And again, if you scroll down here, this is date or time of first study treatment, correct? If you have any support treatment, in that particular case, these two are going to be different, correct? If the subject doesn't go for any treatment, in that particular case, you can clearly see that RFX SDTTC and RF SDTTC, both of them are going to be same. So can we calculate this here? This is nothing but your first treatment, and you can also see that here in a very clear way, this is the first date. This is the place where the subject undergoes the first treatment. Correct? Because I'm looking for these two values now, RF STDTC and RFX STDTC. These two values are available in this data set. Raw dat rand. I can also give you these details here. In the code, under the notes, I mentioned that for RF STDTC, that is nothing but your reference start date and time in character format, and RF XSTDTC, these two variables for these two use first date, which is nothing but FARSTDTC, FARSTDT. Use FARSTDT column to get these details. Use column from RAND data set. So from this RAND data set, get these details to get your data. So we have clearly given the hint. So what we should do now? I need to go with this particular data set to get those values. So let's use that particular one, data. I call this particular one as start dates. I can use any names, relevant names, any relevant names I can use it. So start date. So what and where I can get it? From raw data set over random data set. And while picking itself, I need just three details here. What are the, I need just not even three, two details here. What are the two details I required? I don't need all the variables from there. I need only, I'm looking for each subject ID. You can see that it is a subject level. I'm going to join them based on the subject because I don't have anything else here. So subject and first DT, these two are sufficient for me. So SUBJ's ECP subject, and the other one is going to be my FIRST DT. Only these two variables from this particular table is more than sufficient. Am I correct? But my first date, this is not in the format that I'm looking for. Again, it is going to be date 11 format. Simply, can I take this particular one now? I simply say that my first date, if I convert that into this, which is going to be my RF SDTTC, and this, the second one is going to be my RF XSDTTC. Am I correct? Am I correct? All of you are able to understand this? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? All I'm just looking at is, I just need to go with this particular one, and I can clearly see I have my first SDTTC here, and you can see that it automatically got converted into these two dates. Correct? And also, I just want to do one more thing. I don't want this. After I complete this, I can drop this particular one. And also, I just want to rename my subject as SUBJ ID. That is what we do, right? SUBJ ID, subject identifier. Correct? Because I want to join these two guys. Then only I can get my details. Now, is that clear? I have my SUBJ ID now. I am going to have my start date for both the treatment as well as the other one. Correct? So what I can have now, from the first data set, from the DM base, I have all these variables. Correct? From the second one, from the start dates, I have the remaining two variables. So can I say that now, right? Can I join these two, right? But at the same time, make sure I'm going to write one more thing now. That is nothing but where my end dates are available. Again, if I go to my libraries, my end dates are actually available in the disposition domain here. If I go to this disposition domain, again, I have the subject details. Along with the subject details, if I scroll right, can you see there is something called LDS NDT? This one, LDSNDT. That is FRSDTT, correct? This is LDSNDT is going to be my last date. Or I can say that if I go to this one, study treatment end date and time in character format, or you can also call it as it is going to be my study completed date. All right. So generally this is coming from the disposition domain. Okay. So this one LDSNDT, this is my variable. So the same logic I'm going to get here. I'm going to call them as end dates. All the end dates, I'm going to get it from here. So what is going to be the domain name? Disposition domain. So here I just need to concentrate only on one thing. What is that? LDSNDT. So I can simply replace this here. Subject, again, I'm going to replace it as subject ID. Instead of STD, I can call it as EN here. This one, STD, it will become EN. Am I correct? So these are nothing but my subject end date and my total treatment end date, study end date, and last treatment date. Clear? Easy? So now I have my all my start dates and I also have all my end dates. Correct? So what I can do now? Can I join these two? But still we can do one more thing. If you go to my dates clearly, so here study ID, domain, unique subject ID is done. Your investigator ID, investigator name is not there. STD, this one, this one, this one. These four are done. Still I have consent date, correct? Informed consent date is still missing. I have my pending one, correct? These two still missing, right? These two still missing, right? Right? Okay. So first let's go ahead with this confirm date where I can get this particular one. Okay. So for this particular one, that is when exactly the person has signed it, correct? For this, there is one more domain. Okay, here I need to write this as well. All these are mandatory, guys. Please make sure. I'm talking about this one. This is EN. This is also EN. Use your this one. All right, this column to get this. Okay, so there is one more note that I'm going to provide to you. That one more note is going to be, if you want to get the details about your informed consent date and time in character format, you need to again go to your raw data set, but this time I need to go with this one, INCO data set. In this data set, you need to look at, it is not straightforward. It is not straightforward. I need to look at two different stuff. That is, there is something called CONSDD. This one. This is day informed consent signed. Go there. You can see on which day the person actually has signed. Sometimes you can have missing values here. That is day. Sometimes you can have missing values here. When it have the missing values, make sure that you are not going to use it, right? That is, if the day is missing, consider there is no consent date. This is consent day. This is going to be consent month. MM is going to be a consent month. That's supposed to be year as well. Can you see here? So this is day, this is month, this is year. So what you need to do now? You need to create the date now. There are two ways you can create. Let me tell you this. That is, use these three. What are them? For which one is this? RF informed consent form DTC. Is that right? RF ICD TC. For this particular one, use three variables. The three variables are going to be a CONSDD, CONSDD, CONSMM, and CONSYY columns from INCO data set. Okay, this is the assumption, or this is the consideration. Now these are going to be my three variables, right? So take them here. I'll say that data ICF date, I can call it as a ICF date, easy to understand. Set raw dot what is this? INCO. Okay, what are the variables I required here? Again, I don't want to go with all the variables. So the variables I'm interested here is these three variables I'm interested, because these three are going to form my date. So keep is equal to, see, I'm using keep in the set itself, right? And I also want the subject, right? Then I have this. There are two ways I can do. I can use MDY. What is that? ICF date is equal to MDY of, using a date function, this, comma, this, comma, this. But I told you one thing. Sometimes there is a chance that your CONSDD might be missing. So what is the condition? If this is not equal to missing, then only do this. Am I correct? If this is not missing, then only do this. After that, what we can do? We don't need all these three. We can drop them. After I create them, I don't need them. So drop. What is the other thing also I can drop? I can rename it. This I can rename. So what I'm going to have it in my output now, once I run this particular program, I'm going to have this particular one in MDY format, ICF date in MDY format, followed by, I'm going to have the subject. But remember, this is, I'm just going to tell you here, format this, let's say this is date 9, correct? See this one. First, I want to check whether this is correct or not. Then we can apply the remaining format. For now, let's not drop this. See what I have here. So I have 10th December 2010, correct? Day, month, year. Day, month, year. Is it forming correctly? But what is going to be the format that we are looking at? This is not our format. Our format is going to be, it is actually not actually ISF date also. It is supposed to be my, this one. This one. So how to calculate this? This is equal to, this is my date, right? I can say put of this in IS 861001 DA dot. Am I correct? So now it is going to be in a proper format. Let's see this. Now you can see 2010, 12, 10. This is what our date is. So just to make sure you can understand this, why should I do this? Simply, can I replace this with this? Correct? Directly, month, day, year of, month, day, year. I'm just converting that into a character format directly. So I don't need this. I don't need this. Sorry.
So I can remove this particular one. I can drop this. So what is going to happen now? Simply two things. One, I calculated my details directly. See, I'm saying that if CONSDT is not equal to null, or not equal to missing, then directly RFIC is equal to put of MDY of all these three. So now you can see I'm going to have only two variables in my output. Easy. Subject ID and RFIC all of them are done. What is missing here? One of the date variable that is missing is this. What is this? Pending. So for whom I'm going to get this particular one? This is going to be end participation date and time in character. Correct. So what is this actually? If I don't have death details, if I don't have discontinuation details, if I don't have follow-up details, in that particular case, can I say that my RF, your participation end details is nothing but my study completion date? So in that particular case, my study completion date is nothing but this only, right? What is my study completion date now? This is only, right? Correct. So can I consider that my XENDTC or my RFENDTC is nothing but my PENDTC as well? Correct. So where exactly this is available? It is available at the top. End dates we have already calculated. So what we have calculated here, along with this particular one, I can also say that this is equal to this. Why? I can write a note. No death, no dropouts, and no follow-ups. So because of this particular reason, I can say that my pending is also available here. All of you accept that? Now if you come back to this, I can see study ID, domain ID, subject ID, subject, and these two are not there. My investigator details are not there. If I want to provide, I can provide the details directly here. Under the base, I can mention that my investigator ID is equal to, let's say, DM111. My investigator name is equal to, let's say, someone called Donna Hay. Can I include them here? Done. So all of you are able to understand what I'm trying to do here, guys. Anyone, any questions, please tell me. You understand, right, what I'm trying to say here? From my DM mobile, DM domain, I'm trying to do all this. So these are all available now. These are all available now. No death date and time, it is not available. I'll simply call it as, so here itself I can say death date and time is missing. I don't have it. I can simply call it as even character format, right? I can simply put the double quotes also here. And also something went wrong. Here. So another thing is going to be, I don't have death flag details. Generally, these details will be coming from the other table. It is not there. So I'm simply calling it as a blank. Birth date and time, it is already there. We calculated it, right? What is the next one? Age, age U. These two we can calculate, right? How to calculate age? Age U is nothing but age units. So we all know age units is going to be in years. Correct? Which is years. The permissible values are going to be years. So directly you can use them here. Age U is equal to years. And age calculation you already know. Can someone tell me what is going to be the age calculation? If you go here and if you search for age, here I have already given that. RFIC DTC minus birth date. But RFIC DTC is in a different table. But if I want to calculate that, I need to join them. Only after the join, I can do this. Am I correct? So let's have these details up to this. Right? Age we can calculate later. Let's
let's format your code. My code format is also done. Let's run all the details up to here. I'm closing them and I'm rerunning them. All right. This is your base. Two things we need to change. I need to rename these. We'll do the renaming. This is end dates. I can see end date, TC, pending DTC. These three are here. ICF date is here. Start dates are here. What we need to do now? For all this, subject ID is common, right? So can we make a join directly now? Right? So let's make a join. So I'm just want to use the merge. If you want to use the merge, I need to make sure that all of them are having the properly sorted or not. I need to check. So proc sort data is equal to DM base by what? Subject ID, SUBJ ID, and run. What is the second one? I also need to do ICF dates. Then I also need to work on start dates and end dates. This is end dates. I just need to do one more. That is going to be ICF date. So only 4 data sets, right? All the details are in the 4 data sets. If you want to check here also 4 data sets, just sort them directly. Done. After sort, can I make a merge now? So what is this is going to be? Can I say that my DM final data set? Correct. I can say data DM or DM merged. Still we need to do some calculation. So I'm just calling it as DM merged. Okay. Merge on what? First is going to be DM underscore base. That is the first one. This I can call it as in is equal to A. Then I'm going to have something called my what is the other one, guys? What is the other one? I can say start dates, which is in is equal to B. Then I have end dates, which is in is equal to C. Then again, I have the final one, ICF dates, which is in is equal to T. Correct? On what I'm going to do this? I'm going to do this by subject ID. Irrespective of whether I have the matches or not, for everything, I need to ensure that if A, I'm just going with the left join to making sure I'm getting all the details. Correct? Run. Now you can see use subject ID, birth, race. Here we can also do a few things. The race 1 and race 2 are there. No? We also can rename them. So how to rename them? Rename race underscore 1 is equal to race, and what is the other one? Sex underscore 1 is equal to sex, and also drop them. Drop race underscore 1, sex underscore 1. At a time we can also drop them. So let's do this. So now you can see I have subject ID here. Then I'm going to have my site ID. Then I can have my unique subject identifier. This already we calculated previously. Birth, date, and time. My country, then ethnic, followed by investigator ID, investigator name. There's no death, date, and time details. Is not available. So start date, your treatment start date, and your study start date, treatment end date, study end date. Your what is the last one? I forgot the name of it. Last one. What is the name, guys? Sometimes I'm feeling difficult to recollect it.
This one, end participation, end date and time, all these we have done. Correct? Is anything missing here? Death, date and time, but death flag is missing, na? Some error. Let's see. Sorry. Oh, it is already renamed, so I don't need to drop it. Fine. But guys, some flag details are missing. That's what I feel. Country, DTH, DTC, DTH, FL, age units. Where are these? This is merged only, na? 17 columns are here. Maybe we should run this one more time. Let's see. Oh, in the keep, I haven't mentioned it. The keep, I haven't mentioned it. These 4 details are there, right? Up to DTH, DTC is there, depth flag, and age units. I haven't mentioned them here. That's the reason these are not part of that. Okay. So let's do this one more time. Now you're supposed to see this is DM base, this is DM merged. In the DM merge, I can see depth flag as well. Perfect. Age units also there. What is still missing, guys? What is still missing here? The other one, that is, I can call it as a final. In the final, I'm going to write the remaining details. So what are them? I can say data DM underscore final set DM underscore merged. So here I need to do the calculations on age. So age is equal to, what is the formula for age, guys? Here we have written it already. Your informed consent date minus your birth date divided by 365.25. And if you look into this here for the age, it is a number. Correct? So let's go for it. Done. What else is still there? And if I come back to this again, if I look at the list of variables, we have covered most of them. As per my understanding, these are all done. This is also done. Birth date, age is also done. Country, ethnic is also done. These site ID is also done. ARM code, these 4 details is not there. Along with this, DM, DTC and DMDY details are missing. I don't have any ARM code details. Correct. And if you look into this also here, ARM code is required. ARM is also required. And these 2 also required. Correct. But they have not mentioned here. So we assign them. Right. Let's say that everything went as per plan. So ARM is equal to, let's say, drug A. Then ARM code is equal to DA. My actual ARM. So it went well. So no issues at all. In that particular case, just a second, I can say that this value is nothing but actual ARM is also a drug A. Correct? Then actual ARM code is also DA1 because everything went as per the plan. There is no change in the planned versus your actual. So everything went well. Okay. So up to this is fine. So still what is missing? Age we have calculated right now. So site ID already done. DM, DTC and DMDY. Correct? So how to calculate DM, DTC, guys? Any idea? Here you can see DM, DTC, date and time of collection. Right? So how to calculate this? Generally, the collection will happen. This is nothing but the collection will happen during the screening only. Correct? So when the person has come for the screening, that date itself we can call it as that date itself we can be call it as
what is that? DMDTC, right? For in our case, let's consider that the collection happened at the time of consent only. Here itself we can write it here. Consider the collection will happen, or collection was happened during consent form signature collection. This time itself the screening also completed. So what I can say now, this is equivalent to my DMDTC. Is that correct? Or let's say that consider the collection was happened 1 week prior to ICF date. What do you mean by that? The collection happened 1 week prior to the ICF date. So can I calculate this now? So now whatever the date on which my collection happened, my ICF happened, from the ICF date, this one is 1 week prior. Can I calculate this now? So DMDTC is equal to intenex of how many number of days? Day, comma, my consent date, where it is? Here it is. My informed consent date, I need to take 7 days prior to that. Can I say this is the one? But if I want to do that, my RFICTDC is already in a character format. So what I need to do now? First, I need to convert this into input of this from which one? Let's say the same format I can use it. Let's try this, guys. And the whole thing, whatever you got, I just put format for it. Format DMDTC. I just apply this particular format to check the value. Guys, are you able to follow what I'm trying to say? Is it heavily loading you? No, right? Now DMDTC is here. You can see, and you can also see your RF. This is 10. From 10, 7 days prior is 3rd. 16, 7 days prior is 9. So are we able to calculate now? Yes. So can I say that the same one, I can also say this is put off this whole thing, comma, 8610 DA. So what happened? Automatically we are calculating this. Right? Maybe I can do this particular calculation right after this. Guys, any questions? Are you able to understand what I'm trying to do here? All I'm doing is I want to calculate this one, that is your DMDTC. The DMDTC is actually 7 days prior to my informed consent date. That is the reason I just took 7 days prior to that particular one. What happened to the age? Age is not working. Invalid numeric. Oh, all these are in characters. We need to convert them. This RF SDTC is in this format, right? Yeah. Thank you. Let's do this. This one and also this one. But the first one is going to be your informed consent date. This is the one. This is anyways correct. The second one must be RF SDTC. Oh no, this is birth date. Sorry, it's birth date. Where is this birth date? Yeah, birth date and time in character format. Now it should work. That's the reason it was showing before warning there. Still age here. If you want, we can do the round off. We can do the round off, or we can also do the seal of it. Correct? Seal off this. So for an example, now this guy is 76.8. Let's see what I'm going to get there. 77. Correct? A proper round off. Or if you feel like seal is not correct, we can also go with floor. Floor will give you the next lowest value. Correct? I supposed to get 76 there. Yeah, 76. That is the correct age. Correct? So now what is still missing? Out of all this, DMDY is still missing. What is DMDY? So how to calculate it? There are two ways I can calculate that. How to calculate them? I can say that if DMDTC is greater than your RFSDTC, this is the calculation, else this is going to be the calculation. Can we do this right away? So with that, we are going to be done with everything. So how to do that? I'll say that if internext, not input of this, which is nothing but DMDTC, is greater than input of RFSDTC, just converting, then my DMDY is like this. Else, in all other cases, my DMDY is equal to like this. Is it greater than or equal to? Sorry, I missed it. On or after? Yep. Wonderful. Some error, some warning. Let's see what is the warning. Warning here. Limit set by errors. So okay, fine. Go to the output data and see what is your DMDY. It is not calculating. Let's see what went wrong. Let's see one by one. Invalid numeric data. We converted it, right? Okay. This also. Now it should work. Yes, no errors, no warnings. Let's calculate. We also discussed that it is mostly going to be negative. Most of the times the value is going to be. So guys, have we completed everything? Now do you understand how to calculate this? If someone provided you a raw data set, how systematically you are going to convert this? Any questions from anyone? And also we told that we are going to upload the final data set into the different one. So what is the output one? Output one is going to be, we want to keep it in the, let's say, for an example, there is still something we want to apply, guys. We haven't applied the labels, correct? We haven't applied the labels. The labels also important because you can see that for everything there is a label. These labels also we need to write, correct? Without labels, it is not correct. So what I will do is I'll write the labels now. Data your out dot your DM. That is in the out data out library. I want to keep it here. right? So what I need to do, set my DM final. This is my DM final. Run. Here I need to write all my labels. Label. This. Between this, I have to write it. How to write it? Can someone tell me how to write your labels? For an example, study ID is nothing but study identifier. Study ID is equal to study identifier. What is the next one? Domain. That's it. It is easy, right? Guys, I'll give you a macro later. That macro is going to convert all these automatically, right? So here, unfortunately, it won't show the labels directly. If you are going to use normal SAS EG, you can see that automatically everything will be available there. So similarly, unique subject identifier. So now what I'm going to do is we are going to put like this, and we are going to, if you want, we can also use the same order also. I can use order also in the same way. I can also do that. So like this, we need to write for everything. If you completed, then we are good with your labels also. That is going to be a final data set. So I'm going to give this particular code, and I'm also going to send all your data sets, the 3 data sets we used here, all the 3 data sets that we used for this one also. I'm going to send it to you. Kindly use that and make sure you're going to work on this. Any questions? All of you are able to follow? Understandable, guys? Is it difficult, or how do you feel it? We simply go one by one. We haven't made anything or anything complex. We try to go as simple as that, and slowly only we worked on it. Anyone still have any questions, or anyone still not able to follow? Kindly let me know. I'm happy to explain this again and again. But don't say that without understanding you actually understand this particular one. Without that, don't tell me. Anyone, any questions, guys? If questions, I will continue. If not, I can wind up. That's the reason I'm asking. Anyone, any questions? Wonderful. Still someone is missing today, but anyways, we'll share the recording and we ensure that all of you are able to follow this. All right, I'll complete this and I'll just share this particular code in the WhatsApp group at the same time. Maybe the mail IDs. Guys, it would be okay if you can share all your email IDs to my group or my name, or to email ID, to my email ID, so that I can share it across to all of you at one stretch. Or you can add it to the WhatsApp group as well. Anything which you're comfortable, which you feel secure, do that so that we can do it at one stretch. Okay, I'll do it. I'll share it in the WhatsApp group and I'll just inform Balusar to upload it in the thing. Okay, that's all for today, guys. If anyone have any questions, ask me. If not, we can wind up the session for today. Okay, take care, everyone. See you, guys. I'll also share you the CO details and other. Start working on it. Right, the same way you need to work on all the things. Make sure whatever is there in the implementation guide, as per those details, it must present there. Okay, bye guys, see you on Monday. Thank you.
Hey, hello everyone, good evening, welcome. Hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation? Team, all of you can hear me? Wonderful, thanks for the confirmation. All right, I have received a couple of emails regarding the questions that I have shared. All right, so few of them I have gone through and a few I haven't gone through yet, but there are requests as well. So let's discuss these questions in the class. This is one of the requests that I have received. All right, so today spend some time, maybe today's class we can dedicate it to this particular interview topics. Okay, all right. Before I start with that, all right. Okay, team. Other than Priyanka or Ankita, do any of you has done this? Okay, no problem. So let me start with this. So let's start with our SAS console. And let's discuss this in detail. Okay, what's the first task under the interview things? The very first thing is going to be given a details like this. Let's say someone has given you the name. All right, all I'm expecting is from this particular name I would need how many number of capital letters are there and how many number of small letters are there. That's the requirement for me, correct? So what is the requirement? Given a name or given a string, you would need to count how many number of words present in that particular, sorry, how many number of capital letters or small letters present in that particular one, right? I told you last time itself, there are n number of ways you can answer it. There is no single answer, or there is no, let's say that this is the only answer that you can give. No, nothing like that. You can try multiple things for it. Multiple things, I'm saying, not just one. All right. Each developer is going to have his own or her own thought or her own ways of implementing or providing the solution for the given task. Correct? So all we are going to do is, let's see the scenarios, right? So someone, when I say this particular one, immediately they'll come up and say that, Murli, I want to use count function. By using the count function, I can calculate it, right? You can do that. You can do that. You can also use the compress function and you can calculate it, right? There are multiple ways of doing it, but let's do by using the straightforward function count c, and then we also work on, if it is purely base SAS, let's say that I don't want to use any of the count functions. In that particular case, how do we proceed? That also I'll explain now. So what's the first question? Given a string, find out total capital letter count, or capital letter and small letter count, or capital letter and lowercase letter. This is what my requirement is. So for an example, I'm just going with a simple data set. Let's say data. I'm just calling it as count data set. Right? I'm just taking the data lines here and run. All right. So let's remove all the additional spaces and everything. Okay. Now how to proceed with this? Some of you already given the solutions. I'm just trying to go ahead with the, I'm not going with the solution that you have already proposed. I'm trying something else. So one of the simplest way of doing the count is, you have count functions. You can use them. Correct? So what is the regular count function that we can use? The regular count function is going to be, for an example, if I need caps, I'll say caps count. I need lows count. We have one function and we can call that as count C. Count C. Count C required your argument. My argument here is going to be string, right? So I can say that input name. Let's say I'm just going with around 25, right? So before going with these two, let's read it as is. I can see all my names available. Now I go with the two different functions. The first function is going to be caps count is equal to count C of here I go with the name, that is my string, this one. Here, when I'm calculating the capital letters, either I can give the letters that are present here, or simply I can write down all the names from A to Z. That is all the alphabets from A to Z. Let's say I just put a capital letter here. G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. All I did here is I simply taken this particular one. I just mentioned that in my name, in my given string, anything matches with the uppercase, just count those numbers or just count those letters. Similarly, for the lowest count, all these supposed to be in the lower case. That's it. Now let's run this particular one. Is this what the output is? Yes or no, everyone? And you can see that it automatically excluded your spaces. You don't need to worry about the space also. Correct? See this. K, L, N, Swami. There are 4 capital letters, 4 small letters. It haven't considered any lower case or any spaces or any punctuations. Correct? Straightforward and easy. Everyone, are you able to follow this? Now, if the interviewer says that, hey, I'm pretty much aware that there is a function called your, count function, but don't use that particular count function. Don't use count C. Can you do it without using the count C? Right? You can also try it. Let's say I want to go with the other method. In that method also, I need my input as usual. I take this particular one. Now my requirement is going to be, I want to count the capital letters, store it in a variable. Let's count small letters and store it in a variable. As simple as that. Very straightforward requirement. So first write the logic, because as long as functions are there, you forget about writing the basic algorithm for that particular one. Am I correct or not? You forget to write the basic algorithm because you don't get anything related to it. So first try to write the steps, right? My requirement is going to be, I want to calculate count of capital letters and count of small letters. That is what my requirement is. Nothing else. That is the only requirement I have. First, can I say like this? Read the string and store in a variable. That is the first step, right? Any string that they are giving to you, keep it in a variable, store it in a variable. Am I correct? So here what you did, if you see, whatever the string we are getting, we are trying to store that particular string in a variable called name. Next. let's say my name is this. How do I find capital letter and small letter in this? If I want the count, can I say I'm going to take each letter out? Correct? I need to take each letter out, and then I need to see whether it is a capital letter or small letter. If it is a capital letter, I'm going to increase the caps count by 1. If it is a small letter, I'll increase the lows count by 1. Am I correct? Is this the way of writing it? See, all I'm doing is I'll take each letter out, each one, not just one, each one out. Meaning to say, from my name, I'll take M out, then U, then R, then A, then L, then I. Then I'll go with K, R, I, S, H, N, E. Now, what's my next step? Each letter I'm going to check whether it is a capital or small. If it is a capital letter, I'll increase the counter for caps by 1. That is caps count by 1. Increase this by 1. If it is a small letter, I can increase the lows count by 1. Is this what we do? Everyone, am I correct? If I do that, can I get my output? Everyone, I need the answers. Yes or no? All I'm going to do is I'm going to take each letter out from my given string, and I'm going to compare that particular letter whether it is going to be a capital letter or small letter. If it is a capital letter, I'll increase the caps count by 1. If it is a small letter, I'll increase the lows count by 1. Is this the correct approach or not? Everyone? Right. So for that, what we need to do, when I want to take each letter out, that is, I'm taking part of my string out. When I'm taking part of the string, what is the function that we can use? Can I say it is going to be substring? Can I say it is going to be substring? So I'm going to use the substring. Wonderful. How to do this? So from my name, if I want to take first letter out, can I say that it is going to be sub st or of my name, comma, my position, comma, what is the total length I want to extract? Only one character I want to extract. It is going to be 1. If I do so, I'm going to get my output as M. Am I correct? If you want, you can check now. I'll simply say that here. I'm just calling it as a test. Test is equal to this. Now, if you see this, what is the output I'm going to get there? For everything, first letter I'm going to get. Correct? M, K, B, V. Am I correct? What's the next thing I can do? I'll say that test and upper. I want to upcase this. Whatever the test that I have extracted now, I'll upcase this. If both of them are same, can I say if test is equal to test underscore upper? What is the meaning? If both of them are same, then I can say that what is there in the string is equal to after upcase what is the value, meaning it is actually a capital letter. Am I correct? The string that I have extracted from the letter that I have extracted from the string after upcase is equal to prior to the upcase, then it is actually a upcase itself. It is already a uppercase. So can I increase my upcase count by 1? Can I do that? Since it is where both of them are same, I can simply say that then caps count is equal to 1. If not, if that is not the case, can I say that lowest count is equal to 1? Is that true? Can I do this? Or smartly, what I can do is I can retain this particular value, retain caps count as well as lows count with 0, and every time just increase this count is equal to count plus 1. Here also lows count is equal to lows count plus 1. Can I do this? Or you can also write detail. If you don't understand this, write it in detail. Right? But here the problem is going to be, you cannot do this for 12 times because this is for the first letter. For the second letter, this will change, right? For third letter, position will change, right? Correct? So what I can do now, what is the maximum length I'm going to get? For the last one, it is equal to length of that particular character. Am I correct? For the last one, right? So I can write a simple if loop now. I say, or do loop, do I is equal to 1 to length of compress of name. So what do you mean by compress? It is going to remove the spaces, right? So my maximum length will come there. Then can I simply replace this? Why unnecessarily I need to create multiple variables? Can I say if substring of this is equal to uppercase of substring of this? If this is the case, then increase the caps count by 1, else increase the lows count by 1. Can I do this? And I'll simply put an end here. Let's format this and run it. Now you can see this. If the length is equal to if the do I equal to 1 to length of compress of name, then this will become my I. This will become my I. Correct? So in the first loop, what is going to happen? Substring of name comma 1 up is equal to uppercase of substring of name comma 1, then it is a capital letter. Else it is going to be a small letter. And the loop will keeps going on until you reach your maximum length. See this? Did you get the same now? But something went wrong. Let's check what went wrong here. Oh, I did the retain at the maximum. Just a second. One mistake here. Let's try this. It is only 1 all the time. I'm just getting still somewhere we are getting 3. That is wrong, correct? What is wrong here? Yes, can you check what is going wrong here? Anyone? caps count equal to 0, we don't need to initialize it, it will automatically take it. Check what is going wrong. Okay. Similar thing we went here also. Who is this? Mahipal. So same, do I equal to 1 to length, the same thing we have taken. You use any upper, you identified the uppercase character. If it is found, you increase the count by 1. Else, you don't increase the count. The same thing. The else doesn't have any meaning there. The else doesn't have a meaning there. Directly you can come here. So it is about the problem here is coming with, okay, let's do one after the other. Let's say caps count is equal to 0. Let's try this method as well. Rows count is also is equal to 0. But if I don't retain it, it won't increase again. When I try this now, first of all, the caps count is wrong. I should not get 3 there. Still, I'm getting 3 means there is something wrong. And also, now the second case also, if you see, it is saying 7 plus 1. That is, it is retaining the value of 3 from there and it is adding again. So we need to break this at each level. That's what we are missing.
Only if we don't write the assignment statement like caps count plus 1, not the equal to, is that going to work?
Yeah, the first thing that we tried is this only. First we tried this. Okay. There is one more thing I'm missing here. I'm not using the compress. Space is also getting considered. That is the first problem. Let's do this. When I do this caps and lows, I don't need to initialize this. Let's try. Now 2 and 11 is correct, but you can see the 6 is getting added. The 2 plus 4 is getting added, meaning it is getting retained. That is very unusual. So okay, the meaning, what I'm trying to say here is the caps count here is 2 for the previous record. When it comes to the current record, the caps count is equal to 4. 2 plus 4 is getting added here and becoming 6. There should be a break. I'm just trying to identify why it is not getting break. Because for each record it is different. It should not retain to the next record, but it is getting retained. That is where the problem is.
Shall we try with the put the end before run after data lines?
Here you are saying it doesn't make any sense.
We can remove.
No.
That is before it is.
No, data lines should be the last block in your code. It should be the last block. Mahipal, caps count is equal to caps count plus 0. Nothing it will do. It will not increase anything. And it doesn't have any value here. In your code, it makes sense. Even in your code, it doesn't make any sense. Even if you remove else caps count is equal to caps plus 0, it doesn't have any value to that particular statement. The only problem here is it is getting retained. I just need to understand why it is getting retained. Okay. For once, let's change the dataset name. And why it is getting retained?
Murli, is there another statement after else lows count you wrote? Do we write another statement there? Else caps count +1? Do
No.
we do two do loops or no? Okay.
No. Okay, I can understand one thing here. Suppose if I give only one thing, let's say that I don't have a bunch of things like this. If I have only one statement, for an example, if it is equal to name is equal to, it will 100% work fine. See, if I do this and if I drop I, right, it won't give any problem. It is going to give you the correct data, 2 and 11. What is happening is it is getting retained and I'm getting the total value for each of it. That is where we are getting an issue. Suppose if I give one more name now separately, not like this, instead of the separately, if I give one, right, like this, it will work again. I get 4 and 4. No issues at all. When I'm getting bunch of strings, that is when I'm getting more than one string I'm reading in the same code like this, there I'm getting an issue. All right, so let's try an alternative for it. Break will not work here because I need to stop for each of the record. That's what we need to do. Break will not work. Let me check this. Let me check this and come back because I'm not getting output before end statement here. If you do that, it is going to keep on printing for everything. We can do this output. If you say, it will keep on printing for everything like this. Do you see? It will keep printing those values. That's not the right way. All right, let me check and come back. In this method, you can calculate what it is getting retained. How not to retain each one, we need to check. Let me figure out the option for it and I can come back on it. Okay. All right. And meanwhile, I also want to share a few things. Let me do this. So there is a raw data sets available. All the raw data sets, someone asked me, I think, I don't know, I couldn't remember the name. I'm going to send you all the raw data sets today. All I need is go with, already we have completed for the DM data set. DM domain we have completed, correct? So the remaining data sets available for you. So you can complete your details for your comments. You can do it for your, what is the other one? Subject visits and also subject elements. For these three domains, you can complete your code and you can share it. That is, you have your raw data, you can convert your raw data and you can share your code along with it. Can you guys do that? I can share these details with you. All the raw data sets I can send it across. All you need to do is just like how we did it for your This one, DM project. Similar way, I'm going to give you, I just gonna give you these data sets, three data sets. You need to build up the code like this as per the SDTM compliance, and you also need to share the code. Will you guys do that for me? Yeah, I'll share the code right after this particular class. All right. Okay, sorry, I couldn't continue the class, guys. I couldn't continue because I'm on too much of medication. Yesterday I have been diagnosed with diabetes, and worst part is it is of around 300 fasting, somewhere around 430, 440 after my food. So I'm in too much of medication. Initially they want to try this, so I'm doing it, and I'm sorry, I don't want to cancel the class. I want to continue, but I couldn't bear it. There's too much of headache. There's too much of, I'm feeling dizzy. So I'm going to stop the class today here, but don't worry, tomorrow at any cost I'm going to take it. All right. Sorry for that. Thank you, guys. Hey, hello everyone. Hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation? Everyone?
Yes, Murali.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys. And it's, I think, almost a week gap. So yeah, this much gap is make two things. It will make us lazy. It make us too difficult to kickstart with our learning again. So, but make sure we are not going to do the particular trap. So we will start with our classes from today, and it is going to be regular. So you all know, right? I got some high values in the diabetes report. I can say HB1AC it is close to 9.7, and the random blood sugar is around 470. I never expected them. So, but anyways, somewhat going with the tough medication and all, and also changing my habits, my lifestyle. I'm trying to change. I'm trying to adopt it. But anyways, I'm good now. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you for the kind cooperation. So let's start with our discussion again. I believe we have completed our special purpose domain. All the special purpose domains are done, correct? So we ideally need to start our events. Under that, we need to start with our very first thing, which is nothing but the adverse events. Okay. So today we will start with the adverse events domain, and we will proceed with all the terminology, and then we'll see some of the examples, and then we'll go with the coding part, SDTM guidelines. Okay, this is how we proceed. All right. So any questions before we go with this particular one? Anyone? Any questions? So before I start with adverse events domain. All right. Hope all good. Right. Now, today we are going to start adverse events. So before I go with this particular one, can someone please tell me what exactly this adverse events is all about? Can someone? What is your view about adverse events? Any idea what exactly it will capture or what exactly it is? Okay, let me start. Event is nothing but something happened, correct? Something is about to happen or something is already happened. So adverse event is mainly talk about two things. We have some pre-specified list of terms. What is that? It primarily captures two things. What are them? Either it will capture my pre-specified terms, that too pre-specified list of terms. So who will define this? As per the guidelines, there are multiple guidelines we are going to follow. So as per the guidelines in the clinical trials, we have some pre-specified list of terms. Either we can go with them. If not, it also going to capture free text. Free text is nothing but or whatever the investigator would like to provide or would like to give the comments. Those comments we are going to capture. So in the adverse events domain, it primarily to capture or it captures either of these two, any of the pre-specified list of terms or of the free text. So overall, the only objective of this particular adverse events domain is whatever the investigator wants to provide as a comment, or whatever the investigator want to give the some event happened and he want to record that particular one, he or she want to record particular one, those details will present there. All right, so most of the times these will be any untoward medical occurrences. These are untoward, these are maybe these are not planned, correct? These are any untoward medical occurrences that are happened to the patient, all right, in a patient. Those also we are going to capture. Main thing we need to understand here is whatever these events or whatever these occurrences may not need to have or not necessarily just a second, sorry about it, not necessarily have to have a casual relationship with this particular study drug or with this particular treatment. I mean to say, maybe those are related to this particular treatment that we are going with. That is one case. Second, may not to have any relationship with the treatment that is happening. That is simply we can write it. May not have a relation to the treatment. You guys understanding what I'm trying to say here? What and all it captures I'm trying to say. Number one, either a free text which is provided by the investigator or clinician, or it is also going to provide the details about the pre-specified list of terms. Then, still if I want to understand what exactly it is going to capture, I can say that any untoward medical occurrences in a patient, or we can also call it as a clinical investigation subject. Both of them are same, right? Anything which we have not planned, but it happened, right? For an example, we are going with this particular treatment. Suddenly, the subject got fever, right? Subject got vomiting sensation, or subject got diarrhea. These are all not the unforeseen occurrences, but these are happened. We need to record them, right? And again, the fever is not going to be the I can say the reaction for the treatment that we are giving, but the subject got the fever. It doesn't have any relation to the treatment, but still the subject got this particular event. That event occurred, but still we are going to record this particular one. So captures pre-specified list of terms. It also captures the free text. What exactly meaning of this pre-specified list of terms means is there will be specified terms which are already defined, or a simple free flow text which is given by the investigator. Right? Any occurrence that is not foreseen may have happened as part of the clinical study, and that particular event may or may not have a relationship with the treatment as well, but still we are going to record them. Right. So what is going to be the nature of this particular data set, or what is going to be the nature of this particular domain? I can say that the nature is going to be, I can say, one record per adverse event per subject. You understand this particular one, right? You maintain the track of this particular one. So if you go to the demographic domain will only have one record per subject. Correct? If you go with your subject element, one record per element per subject. Subject visit, again, one record per visit per subject. Correct? So everywhere the nature is going to be there, like how we are actually storing the data. Correct? Here it is going to be one record per adverse event per subject. All right? Then for everything we discuss about the topic variable. Correct? So what is going to be the topic variable for this? The topic variable here is going to be AE term, right? It is nothing but a reported term of the event, or we can simply call it as the name of the event. We discuss detail about this little later. Just I'm mentioning what is going to be the topic variable. We also discuss about the identifier variables, correct? We just write them, correct? So the identifier variables for this particular domain are, as usual, there are 4. You all know them. Study ID, you are very much aware of this particular one. Study identifier, domain, your 2-character long abbreviation for your domain, USEBJ ID, unique subject identifier. It is a derived variable which is going to be a concatenation of your study identifier, your site name, your site ID and subject ID, correct? And then here you're going to have one more additional variable. You call it as AESEQ. The SEQ stands for sequence number. We also talk about this in a while. So in a simple nutshell, an identifier variables are going to be 4: study identifier, domain, unique subject identifier, and sequence number. Correct? Right. Now let's proceed with our variables definition. So most important part, the variables definition is going to be, let's talk about it. So before that, let me name it. This is going to be adverse events notes. All right. Right. So as usual, we'll go with the basic variables first. The very first variable we always discuss is going to be a study ID. So we don't need to discuss much here because we all know about it. A study identifier is a study ID is nothing but the, simply we can call it as a study identifier. Now, what is study identifier, guys? Can someone tell me? Who will define this? Anyone? Come on, guys. Protocol number. Most of the times it is going to be protocol number. Generally, who will provide this? The question is going to be, who gives the study identifier? Exactly. Wonderful.
Sponsor, right?
Yes, the sponsor, right? The sponsor is the one who is going to provide this particular one, and it is part of your case report form. All right. So second one is going to be domain. It is going to be a domain abbreviation. It is going to be 2 characters long. It is a character, and for adverse events domain, it is going to be AE. Then you have use SEBJ ID, which is nothing but your unique subject identifier. Can someone write the formula and give it to me? It is going to be, it is a derived variable. What is this? It is a concatenation of 3 variables. Those are, one is, someone has given these details just now. What is that? Subject identifier, site ID, and your subject ID. Correct? So your study identifier, site ID, and your subject identifier. What is going to be the subject identifier? SUBJ ID. Correct? So these 3 concatenation is going to be a unique subject identifier. So these are the variables which are carrying for every domain. Correct? These 3 are going to be the common variables, and these are part of everything. Correct? So since we have talked about the sequential variable here, the sequence number, let's start with this AESUP, which is nothing but your sequence number. If you remember, the same sequence number, we also got it in the subject with your SV domain as well, right? Subject visits also we got it, right? Subject elements also we have the sequence number, right? Everywhere you have the sequence number, correct? So here the sequence number, right? It can be any numeric number, but main criteria is, but it must be unique. And remember, it must be unique at the domain level. What do you mean by that? It can give you, it is going to be a sequence number given to ensure the uniqueness of the subject records within a domain. Sorry, any numeric number, but it must be unique at the subject level. Subject level. For each subject, it is going to be triggered. I mean to say, there is a patient called 123. This patient has around 10 events. Then my sequence number going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. For each of the event happened, there is going to be a sequence number, right? For an example, if I want to give this an example here, I can simply write it as I have a Unix, I have a subject ID, and I also going to have a sequence number. In that particular case, subject ID 111, he have 4 events. In that particular case, I'm going to have 4 unique values here. I'm going to have 4 unique values here. And then I'm going to have another subject ID, let's say 222, but this particular person has only 2 events. Then I can say that the unique number is going to be only 2. Making sense? All of you are able to follow this? Right? Everyone? Only the very first variable we are discussing here is nothing but the sequence number. Sequence number is going to be any numeric variable, right? Any numeric number, but it must be unique at the subject level. If you want to write it, I can say that within the domain. Anyways, it is going to be within the domain only, but we are writing it just to give a more clarity there. All right. If you want to see this, there is another example as well here. You can see this. So there is a subject here, PS111. These are the examples we are going to discuss, and you can see that the sequence number is going to be 123. So here the same guy, 3 events, 123. The same guy here, 6 events, and you can see that we have 6 different IDs. Is that understandable, guys? Right? So it is all going to be a sequence number. It can be in any order, but it is going to be distinct for each of the subject. Then let's come back. Then we are going to discuss about the next one, which is nothing but our topic variable. Our topic variable is going to be AE term, right? So AE term, simply if someone asks you what exactly is going to be the AE term, I can say that name of the event. That's it. If I want to write, if I want to tell it in a polished way or a proper definition, I can say that it is going to be a reported term for the adverse event. It is a reported term for the adverse event. Is simply if you want to say. Okay, there is a question from Santosh. Hey Murli, which domain creates first in the real time? Is there any sequence? Ideally, it won't be. There won't be any sequence. We discussed this multiple times, but let me help you with this, Santosh. Let's say your requirement. Let's say that whatever the ACRF, whatever is going to be your requirements that you have got it. Let's say that it involves 5 different domains. There is no need that all the domains will get involved. Correct? Just I'm giving a simple example. There are only 5 domains, right? It involves. And let's say that you are of 2 programs. Only 2 SAS programmers are there. Then your TL will simply say that, hey, out of the 5 domains, so let's someone take 3 domains. Let's say there you have demographic domain. So mostly demographic domain is the very first domain I can say, because it is going to capture all the subject information. So basically, it will start with a DM. In general, but not necessarily. Not necessarily. All right. Then there is going to be subject elements and subject visit. Let's say these 3 anyways belongs to the special purpose domain. Let's say there is a programmer called Santosh. Let's give this to Santosh because he is the one who is taking care of the special purpose domain from most of the times. So he is having good expertise level in this. So let's give it to him. So there is another programmer. Let's say that Mohanty is there. Mohanty is well versed with the adverse event. Most of the time she handled it. And let's say that there is one more guy. let's say Ankita. Ankita is well versed with the trial domains, right? So let's give all the trial domains to Ankita. Let's give anytime adverse event is involved, let's give it to Mohanty, right? Like this, your who is that? Your manager or your team lead is the one who is going to decide it. Suppose if you are working, let's say not all the organization, but some of the organizations are already into this particular Kanban board or into the Zira. They already come to this particular one. That is nothing but this sprint model. If you are part of the sprint model, then your Scrum Master is the guy who is going to decide it. I mean to say that Scrum Master is the one who is going to create all the stories and tasks and the events. Then being a programmer, you are going to split each domain again into the multiple things, right? Multiple small tasks and stories, and individual stories will be picked up by the individual programs, right? Again, Scrum will happen in different ways in the different organizations. Some organizations mention that in the Scrum, there is nothing called assigning. Everyone has to take on their own. Some organizations mention that the Scrum Master is the one who is going to assign. So in a simple way, if I want to answer your question, Santosh, there is no sequence. But in general, people start with a D because that is going to give the base. Any other questions here? Did you get clarity, Santosh? All right. Any questions? Please let me know. Okay. So here you can see that we are talking about the AE term, right? So AE term is going to be the name of the particular event or reported term for the adverse event. If someone asks what are going to be the examples for this particular one, I can say that these are all the examples. Let's say someone says what are going to be the examples. Maybe we can take this as it is. So these are going to be the examples. Maybe not all, one or two we can take. So there is going to be a subject. All right, this is the one. So we have the subject, we have the domain, we have the unique subject identifier, we have the AE sequence. AE group not required for now, so I'm just taking it out. And now you can see that the examples are going to be, you have nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, all these are going to be the AE terms here. All right, you can add your headache, pounding headache, back pain for 6 hours, pulmonary embolism. You can add anything. You can add anything. So, but this is going to be the simplest example where we can understand how this particular one will work. Right. So simply AE term is going to be a topic variable. It describes your entire domain. It focuses on your entire domain. Simply it is going to capture the events. That's it. All right. Now the most important thing, AE out. AE out stands for outcome of your adverse event. Right? Some event happened, right? What is going to be the outcome of it? What happened because of this particular event? All right. So you can also call it as a description of a detailed description of the outcome of an event. It's a very detailed one. You're going to describe it, right? So you have something called control terminologies, right? What do you mean by control terminologies? Means what and all allowed, right? Mean to say, there are a lot of descriptions I can provide for an event, correct? But what are them? Are there any control terminology? You have that Excel, remember? I have shared one Excel with all of you. In that Excel, what are the permissible values will be there for each of the variable. So here, in our case, the control terminologies are going to be recovered. It is going to be recovered or resolved. The patient got recovered, the issue got resolved. Right. Number two, the patient is not recovered. The patient is not recovered. At the same time, my issue is not resolved. Number three, the worst thing, death. It is a death, right? The most important thing that you need to understand here is these are only these three. Either the issue got resolved or not. Maybe you can also see here the AE out. I don't know whether I have mentioned it in all or not, because here it is. Can you see this? Recovered, resolved, recovered, resolved, recovered, resolved. In all these three cases, the patient got recovered. Now let's see here whether I have mentioned it or not. Yeah, here it is. There is another one. You can see resolved, recovered or resolved, recovered or resolved. This is the another event. This is also possible. That is going to be recovering. The patient is in the recovery mode, the issue under the resolving mode, right? But most important thing that you need to understand here is going to be, if it is going to be a death, if it is going to be a death, right? How do you give the death date? There is going to be a death date. You remember in the DM domain we have seen DTH DTC, death date time in the character format. Remember? Suppose if it is going to be a DM domain, because we already know this, right? In the DM domain, right, the death date is captured as death date stored in, right, or considered as is derived or populated from DTH DTC, death date and time in character format. Because why we are talking is it is different from each of the domains. Just give me a moment. Sorry guys, I got some important calls, so I just joined. Sorry about it. Now, so we are talking about how to report death date. So if it is going to be a DM domain, the death date populated directly as death date and time variable will be there directly. You can populate that, right? But if it is going to be coming from the disposition domain, let's say DS, right? Because this will be populated from multiple domains, right? It can capture anywhere. If it is going to be a disposition domain, I can say that here, when I can put this means if DS term, there also there is going to be a term like AE term, like that, there is going to be DS term. If DS term is going to be death, then we are going to report disposition STD, that is your start date and time in character format, will be considered as death date. Because I'm just trying to give you in what domain how we are going to report. If it is a DS domain, that the death date is going to be directly populated from your variable. If it is going to be a disposition domain, you need to check what is going to be my DS term. If it is equal to death, then your disposition domain start date and time will be calculated as will be considered as your date. Then the same. What about AE domain? Because we are talking about AE domain, right? So here, how you're going to do this? Here, let me copy this. Instead of DS term, I have AE term. My AE term is going to be death. In that particular case, sorry, my AE out. We are talking about AE out, right? If AE out is going to be death, in that case, I can say that my adverse events end END TC. This will be considered as your death date. So for each domain, the death date population is going to be different. Since we are talking about this outcome, I'm talking about this. DM domain, directly DTH DTC. If it is a DS domain, this is the one. If it is going to be an AE domain, here is how you're going to do it. Any questions from anyone? Is this understandable? Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to understand this? Right. Then I have the next one, which is nothing but from here onwards, these are going to be simple, right? EAE-SEV, the name itself is telling you, it is going to be like, what is the severity? It is going to be the severity. If not, what is the intensity? Both of them are going to be the synonyms only. So most of the time you can call this as a, what is the severity or what is the intensity? right? So simply, if someone asks, it is going to be the severity or intensity of the adverse event. All right. Okay. So we need to talk about this based on the control terminology. Means what are the permissible values? What values you can allow here, right? So simply, as per the control terminologies, if I go with this particular one, there are multiple things which can allow here. So the simple ones are going to be either it can be mild, or you can call it as moderate, or it can be severe, right? Even you can see here. If I go to this, maybe here I can mention it. So here it is. So AESEV, right? It is going to be, you can see here for both the patients, so same patient on two different cases, you can see that one event it is going to be nausea and another event is going to be vomiting. So nausea severity is going to be severe, whereas vomiting is going to be moderate. Headache is going to be correct. So it can be anything. The severity can be anything, right? So that depends on the for what event, what is going to be the severity. Clear, guys? Right? For the same patient, for the different events, the severity is going to be different. All right. The next one, you can call it as AEREL. Means simply, if I want to talk about this particular one, what is the adverse event relation to the study drug? What is that? Adverse event relation towards study drug. What do you mean by study drug? The drug that we are actually testing, the treatment that we are actually giving. What is this adverse event relation towards this particular study drug? Right. So someone, if we want to go with, in detail way, if someone asks us, right, in detail way, right, what is going to be the investigator opinion, right, to the casualty of the treatment, to the casualty of your event to the treatment? Meaning, so investigator is the one who is going to provide the opinion, right? So simply I can say that investigator's opinion right, to the casualty. What is the casualty of the event? But again, the event is happened to the treatment. So you have provided some treatment. For this particular treatment, right, an event happened. What is the casualty of this particular event? That we are going to record. So all it is going to do is going to be investigator opinion to the casualty of the event to the respective treatment that you are giving. All right. So what are going to be the control terminologies for this? If someone asks what are going to be the control terminologies for this, we can simply say that yes, it is related. Number two means to the treatment that we are giving, this event that is happened is straight away related. Number two, it is not related. So you are giving the treatment for something called diabetes, right? But the patient got fever. Not related at all. Not related at all, right? Let's say you are giving the treatment to the patient, but suddenly the patient is feeling totally dehydrated because you are giving high dosage of your medicine, right? So related, right? Suddenly patient is feeling something like he's having some headache, possibly related, right? Because there are changes, there are a lot of changes in the sugar levels in your body. Obviously it is going to be related, right? He got stomach pain, unlikely related. May or may not, because of the tablets, because of the food intake that he has changed, it may be related, unlikely related. All these are going to be our controlled terminologies. Is that clear? Right? That is, there is event happened. Is that event happened because of the study drug or the treatment that you are giving? If yes, this is going to be the, what is going to be the investigator opinion on that? Record it. That is nothing but here AEREL. Now AEREL NST. REL stands for related to the study drug, correct? This is not related to your study drug. What is that? Relationship adverse event. Simply I can say that adverse event relationship towards non-study drug. To non-study drug. What do you mean by non-study drug? Or non-study drug, or you can also call it as a non-study treatment. What you can say that? All right. It can be a free text or it can be anything. Simply we can say that the treatment we are giving is something, but patient, like let's say that we are treating the patient towards the diabetes. Patient felt he is having some stomach pain. We have given a different medicine. That is not going to be a study drug, right? Because of that particular medicine, he got a different event. That event we are talking about. The event occurred not because of the study drug or treatment, but it is related to something else, right? This is going to be, this is also okay. So this is also investigator opinion only, right? But may not be related to the study drug. That is investigator opinion to the casualty of the event, but not due to the study treatment or not due to the treatment or study drug. Because this event happened not because of the study drug or not because of the treatment that we are giving. It happened because of something else, right? Most of the times, we can also say that may be reported as a free text. What do you mean by free text? There won't be any controlled terminology like before, like related, non-related, possibly related, unlikely. Like this, we don't have any predefined list of terms. That is what I told here. Either a pre-specified list of terms like this we talked about here, right? Recovering, not recovered, not recovered, recovered. These are predefined list. If not, it is going to be a free text. If someone says that only what is exactly is going to be the pretext, how do you define it? If someone says that the pretext can be, let's say that the patient has used aspirin, right? So due to aspirin, as simple as that. Nothing else. Simply he can write like the investigator simply write as, hey, this happened because of the aspirin. The patient has taken aspirin, because of that it happened. As simple as that. Clear, guys? So we simply talked about very few things here. A sequence number, it is unique number, we can generate automatically. AE term, that is nothing but name of the event or name of the adverse event. It can be of anything: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, headache, body pain. All these will be called as AE term. AE out, what is the outcome of your adverse event, right? So it can be, the control terminologies are going to be recovered or it is not recovered, recovering, death. If it is going to be a death, how to report the death date? If it is a DM domain, directly death date and time in character format. DS domain, it is going to be death. If it is the AE out, it is going to be, if AE out is equal to death, then it is going to be MD. Then severity. AESEV stands for the severity. That is how intense it is, how severe it is. There are control terminologies, that is allowed values: mild, it can be moderate, or it can be severe. AEREL, how the event is related to the study, treatment, or drug that we are giving. It can be related, not related, possibly related, unlikely. How the event, what is the event relationship to non-study drug or the treatment? That is the investigator opinion to the casualty of the drug, casualty of the event, but not due to the treatment or study that we are giving. It may be because of anything else. In that particular case, it is more, there is no control terminology here. Mostly it is going to be because of, mostly it is going to be a pretext, and the pretext is going to be due to aspirin or due to whatever the comment that investigator would like to pass. Clear, everyone? All of you are able to follow this? Questions? Can I go with the next one? All right, wonderful. This one has a lot of variables, guys. This one is, there's a long list of variables we need to discuss, but most of the times are very relevant to us. We try to go with the examples like this. I also give this particular example so we can pick it up from here, and post that we can write your code. Okay, but we need to understand all this. Then we have something called AECONTRT. So this is nothing but, what is the concomitant treatment? Concomitant treatment mean to say that additional treatment. Simply concomitant means nothing but the additional treatment. Correct? Concomitant treatment or additional treatment which is given to the patient or which is given to the subject, right? This is I can say that, how I can say that, is this the treatment? It is mostly going to be like permissible. Maybe I can write like this: permissible values are control terminologies. The control terminologies are going to be only two, either yes or no. But when you are saying yes or no, there is always going to be a question, right? For the question, you are going to write this yes or no, correct? So we can say that, is this another treatment, whatever the treatment that we are talking about, additional treatment. So this additional treatment given because of the occurrence of the event. So the event happened is headache. The patient got headache. So to treat this particular headache, have you given any additional treatment? If yes, why? If no, so it is all about, you have given some concomitant treatment, but why you have given it? Because of the event occurred, because of that you are giving it. If yes, just put why there. If not, just put no there. Suppose if I say that example for this particular one, maybe let's see if I have anything here. We don't have it. No, we don't have it. No problem. I'll put one here. For an example, let's say that maybe here somewhere we have written the patient details, right? Let's use this. In this one. So here is the guy, right? The domain is there, sequential number is there. Let's say all of them, the event is going to be the same. Or let's go with the different patient IDs. 222, the study ID is going to be the same. Unique subject ID, we'll just change it. 7, 8. There are 3 patients. So in this particular case, sequence number is going to be the same. At each patient level, it is going to be the same. Let's say all of them got nausea only. All of them, right? But what we did is, we have given the additional treatment only for the first guy. For the remaining 2 people, we haven't given it. Let's say that the person says that maybe it depends on the severity also. Maybe it depends on the severity also. Let's say that for this particular guy, maybe I can add severity also here, so it will totally make sense. So here it is going to be my severe. Here it is going to be mild. Here also it is going to be mild. Since the event is same, but the severity wise, for the first patient, it is going to be a very severe. So we have given the additional treatment. Maybe we just put one salary down to him. For the remaining 2 people, it is going to be a mild one. It is going to be a mild one. Since it is going to be a mild one, we said that, okay, there is no treatment. Even the patient accepted that there is not going to be no treatment. Is that clear? Where this concomitant or additional treatment comes to the picture, right? And why it is different, why it is going to be yes for few and why it is going to be no, because It depends on the severity as well. Right? Now, the next thing is going to be, any questions here, guys? Why yes few times and why no? Clear, right? Right. The next one is AEACN. Simple. ACN stands for the action, right? What is the action taken? What is the action taken with study treatment? So you are going with the study treatment, right? For the study treatment, what is the action taken? If I want to go in detail, what are the changes you made it to the study treatment as a result of this particular event? Event is happened. I mean to say, it describes changes to the study treatment. What is that? It describes the changes to the study treatment. Why we want to make changes to the study treatment? As a result of the event that already happened. So there is an event happened. Let's say there is a vomiting happened. So because of the vomiting, let's say we have given the one dosage of injection to the person. Let's say 2.5 mg of the dosage we have given. The moment we have given the injection, within 2 minutes of the time, the subject got vomited. Right? Or the moment he take the drug, the pill itself came out. The pill itself came out as part of the vomit. So the pill doesn't have any effect, right? So what do you need to do? We need to change the study treatment now. That is, the study treatment says that the guy has to take this 500 mg of the pill, right? Morning once, evening once. Let's say that 8 a.m., 8 p.m. So this is your study drug, the schedule. After 8 a.m., suddenly a vomiting happened. Because of the vomiting, what happens? This doesn't have any effect, right? No effect for study drug. So what we need to do? We need to check whether the drug is working or not. What we need to do then? Again, by 9 a.m., the new action taken is by 9 a.m. Again, we supplied this 500 mg of the pill. Correct? And this one we can call it as the action that we have taken. Is that clear? Everyone, can I understand? Can I get a confirmation that you guys are able to understand this particular one? So what is the action, right? So to treat this particular one, I'm supposed to give 500 mg of the pill to this particular subject 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. with the 12 hours of the duration. Right after 8 a.m., the moment the taken pill is taken, he got vomited. Because of that, the pill doesn't have any effect. So for the next 12 hours, we don't know how the subject body is going to respond because we don't have the pill inside the body. So what we should do now? Again, by 9 a.m., we have given some delay, and by 9 a.m., we have given the same 500 mg of the pill again. This is the action that we have taken to the study treatment because it is the change happened to the study treatment. Ideally, the patient has taken 3 pills, one by 8 a.m., one by 9 a.m., and again another by 8 p.m. Instead of 2, we have got 3 doses. Is that clear, guys? All of you are able to understand this? Right? Remember, this AECN is specifically for the relationship to the study treatment. What is the study treatment for that particular one? It is straight away related. And again, what are the control terminologies? We have the control terminologies for this, right? So what are going to be the permissible values? If I want to see to that, I can say that the permissible values are going to be, because it is mostly related to the drug, right? Study drug, right? I can say that drug withdrawn. Number 2, the dosage is increased, or because of the severity, the dosage is decreased, that is reduced. Or I can say that dose not change. Whatever happened, no, we'll give the same dosage. Dose not change. This case, there's no change in the dosage. Correct? And finally, the last one, I don't know what happened. Some unknown thing happened. It can be not applicable. When you cannot give the confirmation, we can go with these 2 things. Clear, guys? right? The same one, slightly if I change it, a small change if I make to this particular one, that is nothing but AEACN, that is action, OTH. OTH stands for other. This is the action that is taken related to the study treatment, correct? This is going to be other action taken. Means if I want to say in detail, I can say that it is going to be the one which describes other actions, taken as a result of the event, but most important thing, this is the what we have to take, most as a result of the event, that are not related to the dosage or that are not related to the study treatment. That is, those are unrelated to dose, or those are unrelated to simply subject treatment. This we can write it. Simply we can put this. Okay, and again, because these are not the what I say predefined list, we can simply say that usually it is going to be a free text. Whatever the doctor or investigator writes it, that is going to be considered. For an example, investigator writes that, let's say the patient is hospitalized, or he can say that treatment is unblinded, because we can write anything, right? Treatment unblinded. Who is writing this? Who is writing this? This is given by your investigator itself. Someone say that, hey, something is wrong here, let me just inform the primary care physician, right? Simply we can say that primary care physician notified or informed. Done. Any free text you can write it here. Any free text you can write it here. All right. Now let's go to the next event, which is nothing but next variable, which is nothing but most important one. Because of the outcome of this, we have the dependent variables. What is that? This variable you can call it as AESCR. That is how serious the event is. That is serious. What is going to be the seriousness of the event? Okay, we can simply say that, is it a serious event? We can write a question. Is this a serious event? Okay. What is going to be the possible options? Control terminologies. There are only two control values here. What are them? Either it can be yes or it can be no. It can be a serious event or it cannot be a serious event. Correct? But remember, if it is a serious event, if it is a serious event, to measure that particular one, below variables come to the picture. What is that? If it is going to be a serious event, if it is going to be yes, that is, if your AESCR is equal to yes, in that particular case, these variables also come to the play. What are they? All are going to be yes or no only. That is nothing but AESDTH. You can see that DTH. The moment you can see DTH, you can understand it is going to be a death. That is, did the serious event result in death? What is that? Did the serious event result in death? Because of the event, the person has died. Again, control terminologies are going to be yes or no. Correct? Similarly, we can say that AE, yes, serious, S stands for seriousness there. Okay. HOSP, you can understand what is that HOSP. HOSP stands for hospitalized. What is that? Hospitalized. Correct. So simply you can say that did the serious event, whatever the event that you're talking about, did the serious event requires or prolongs hospitalization? Is that the case? Again, the control terminologies are going to be yes or no. Yes, it is going to be serious one. The patient need to continue in the hospital for a few more days, or we haven't admitted the patient into the hospital yet because of this particular event. We are joining him to the hospital. Then AES, adverse event serious, followed by life. Meaning, did this particular one is a life-threatening one? Was the serious event a life-threatening? Again, the control terminologies are going to be the same. Control terminologies are going to be yes or no. All these are happening because of the seriousness happened to the event, right? Again, AES, CAN. CAN stands for the cancer, right? Again, we are going to ask the same question, or we are going to record the same question. What is going to be the question? Was the serious event, right? Was the serious event associated with is this one associated with the development of cancer? If yes, again the control terminologies are going to be the same. Yes or no, right? Then again we are going to say AES CONG. What is the CONG? Anyone? Birth defect. Simply we can call it as congenital anomaly, or in a generic words, if I want to say, is there a birth defect? Because of this it happened. Again, the control terminologies are going to be yes or no. Or you can also talk about adverse event seriousness about disability, that is DISCD. Is this happened because of this particular event? Is it happened significant incapacity or disability? Maybe you can write as it is. Was the serious event result in, since these are straight away, I'm writing all these at one stretch, guys. Result in significant result in disability? If yes, yeah, you need to record that. All right, these are at one stage. Now we are going to talk about two more things. These are also related to the seriousness. These are called OD. OD stands for because this serious event occurred because of the overdosage. Was the serious event occurs with an overdose? Again, control terminals are going to be yes or no. Finally, there is one last thing which is going to be AESMIE. That is anything other than this. What is that? Anything other than this. Do additional categories for seriousness apply? That is any other medically important serious event. Is that the case? If I want to write it in the similar fashion, I can say that was the serious event is missing here. Was the serious event that we are talking about, was the serious event related to any additional categories? Or I can simply say that any additional categories for seriousness Other than this, whatever we have mentioned on the top, other than this, anything else also will be applied. If that is the case, we can say yes or no. All these AESMIE or AESOD or your Kong, or it is going to be cancer related or life threatening, or it is going to be hospitalization or death, all these is going to be applicable only if all these are going to come to the picture, only if your seriousness is going to be why. Only for this will come to the picture. If it is not the case, it will come. Clear? Let's go with one last variable and we can wind up the session here today. One last variable. Okay, we can call it as AEGRPID, nothing but group ID. Simply, I can call it as a group ID. What is this group ID? How to report it? This I can say that used to tie together a block of related records. Maybe I can simply say that used to tie together a block of related records together. I think this is sufficient. Maybe I can give you the example here. Can you see this particular one? The patient is going to be the same, right? It happened over the different time periods, but you can see this particular one here. First, he got nausea. Only once it happened. The event happened only once. So we just leave it as it is. There is no group ID. You can see the group ID is blank. Now, vomiting happened 3 times. For 3 events, all the 3 events are belongs to vomiting. I can say that the group ID for the vomiting I'm giving is 1. Diarrhea. Diarrhea happened twice. The event occurred twice. For this, to tie all the diarrhea events together, we have given 2. To tie all the vomiting events together, we have given 1. Nausea happened only once, so I haven't assigned any of the group ID. You understand what is called group ID? It is a number which can be used to tie the related events together. Make sense, all of you? Cool. So we pretty much covered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So close to 19 variables we have discussed today. Still there are few more, not few more, there are another 20 I can say. If you see this here, implementation guide, so there are 3 pages I can say. This is the first page, second page, and third page. Even fourth page is there. But I'm not going in the same order that is mentioned here. I'm just grouping them as per the comfort, as per the convenience. Try to stitch each other together. Tomorrow we are going to start with this MEDDRA. These are nothing but dictionary derived variables, right? What is going to be the dictionary derived? There are a lot of things which comes under this. These are as per your MEDDRA. All these variables together we will talk in one place, and followed by we will go with the demand. So another 20 variables will be there. Tomorrow we can complete this theoretical. Okay, and day after tomorrow we'll go with the coding. This is how it is. Any questions from anyone? This notes I will not send today. I will send it tomorrow. Once we complete the theoretical class, I will send it. Okay. Tomorrow also same time, guys, 8:30. Tomorrow we'll extend little later, like till 10 o'clock we can continue, and we will finish up all the remaining times. Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye. Hey, hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, guys?
Yes, Murali.
Perfect. Thank you, Modi. Thanks for your confirmation. So let's have a quick recap of what we discussed yesterday. and we can continue with the remaining terms. Okay, today we will complete AE domain, and tomorrow we will go with the coding part for it. Okay, all right. So I have already opened the AE examples, AE raw data, and here is the notes. All right. So first thing first. So what is adverse event? What this domain will capture? A domain primarily captures two things. One is it is going to capture events information in two different forms. One, either a pre-specified list of terms, that is, there are going to be control terminologies, or you can also call it as predefined terms, right? So those we are going to record, are either clinician or investigator, whatever the investigator comments or clinician comments are there about the event or the description of the event, we will also record that particular one. Correct? And again, the most important thing that we need to understand here is the events that we are talking here are, these are any untoward medical condition, that is any unexpected medical occurrence of the subject, or any medical occurrence that is not expected from the subject because of the treatment. Mainly that you need to understand. That is, these events not just related to the treatment. These events may occur, and these events may not have any relation with respect to the treatment or with respect to the study drug that we are testing. So this is the main thing that you need to understand. Then, what is the nature of this particular data set? The nature of the data set is such that it is going to consist one record per adverse event per subject. I mean to say, for each subject, we are going to have the different set of adverse events, right? Let me show you one raw data as well for your reference. This is going to be a raw reference. Okay, so can you see this? This is going to be the subject, right? Maybe I can filter it out. See, I have around, how many of them? 14 different instances, are the 14 different adverse events recorded for the same subject. Correct? The subject ID remains going to be the same. You can see that the subject is going to be 10-001. But for this particular subject, right? For this particular subject, we have so many events. There are 14 adverse events happened for this particular one. You can see the 14 adverse event, we have different AE terms. We'll also go with that. Anyways, we have discussed that yesterday, but we'll see with the examples today. Then the topic variable is going to be AE term. AE term primarily talks about what? It will talk about what is going to be the name of the adverse event. Correct? AE term is related to what is going to be the name of the adverse event. Primarily talks about what is the name. Am I correct? So let's discuss about that now. So here, if you see this here, I can see that the AE term is going to be diarrhea. We can have something called, I'm feeling difficult to read this particular one, something called asthenia. There are different AE terms will be there, which is nothing but what is the name of the adverse event. I'm not going with the the regular terms, which is nothing but study ID, domain, use subject ID, and use subject ID, because these three are going to be the common variables that we have been discussing for the each of the domain. Study ID is nothing but the study identifier, right? And you can see that here also there is going to be a study identifier. All right, so here the study identifier is going to be simply 40. Or you can also consider the project name. This also you can consider your study identifier. Primarily, this we can consider as a study identifier, your project name, right? Then I have domain, I have unique subject ID. Unique subject ID is going to be it is going to be a concatenation of three different variables, which are nothing but your subject ID, site ID, and study ID, all these three. Then you have sequence number. Every record, I can say that at a subject level, at a patient level, we are going to give the unique number. That unique number, you can call it as the sequence number, unique sequence number. let me see if I have any unique sequence number for this particular one. If not, you can simply say that I can say that there are 14 different instances. Automatically, my sequence number is going to be 1 to 14. Can you see this? Right? Your record positions, you can call it as your sequence number here because it's a raw data set. Remember, it is a raw data set. So my sequence number is going to be 1 to 14. And then let's scroll down and see what are the other things. AE term just now we have discussed. Then we have something called AE out. The AE out is going to talk about what is the outcome of your adverse event, right? So in the control terminologies, these are going to be recovered, recovering, not recovered, or it is going to be death. Correct? So if you see that these are going to be your what is going to be the output of this particular one, or what is the outcome of this particular one, right? If the outcome is going to be the death, then you need to give the death date as well. Correct? So if I want to go with the death date can be identified or can be extracted or can be derived based on the domain. If it is going to be a DM domain, you can directly go with death date and time in the character format, DTH, DTC. If it is going to be adverse events, the one that we are talking about, if AE term is equal to death, if AE term is equal to death, that is the adverse event is equal to death, then you have adverse event start date, end date time in the character format. We are going to discuss that today. Simply I can say that adverse event end date time in the character format will be called it as death date, because this is going to be the last event. After that there are no other events. Correct? So the last event that happened for the patient, that happened for the subject, is going to be a AENDTC. That particular one will be called it as death time. Then it comes to the disposition domain. There also you have DS term. If the DS term is equal to death, right, then you can call it as your disposition start date and time in the character format will be considered as death date, right? Then severity, AESCV is nothing but the severity, how intense it is, how severe it is. There are 3 values for it: mild, moderate, and severe. Then AEREL, this is primarily talk about what is the relation to this particular adverse event towards your study drug or towards your treatment. You're going to do some, you're actually going with one of the study drug. All right. So if this is going to be a study drug, right, if it is going to be a study drug, in that particular case, whatever the event happened, what is the relation with this particular event with your study treatment? It can be related, it cannot be related at all, possibly related, unlikely related. All these are options are available. Correct? So if I come to this, just me check it. Do I have any AEREL? Yeah, here it is. Can you see? Whatever the events happened here, all these events are actually straight away related to this particular study treatment. All of them, these are going to be directly related to your study treatment. Suppose if I go to the examples that we have seen yesterday, some of them are going to be related, some of them are not related as well, because we have seen both of them. Correct? Can you see this? Definitely not related, probably related, probably not related. Correct? The same is going to be the case here. Either it will be related or it will be possibly related. If you go to the third one, related and possibly related. Can you see that? So every event that we are talking about here, what is the relation to this particular study drug? Is it straight away related? Right? Not at all related, possibly related, most likely related, or not at all related. All these are the possible scenarios. Correct? Then this one, NST stand for, right? It is a non-study treatment or non-study drug. So what is the adverse event relation towards non-study drug, right? It's most of the time it is going to be a free text because it is not related to your study drug. So there won't be any control terminology applicable here. So most of the time it is going to be a free text. Then concomitant or additional treatment. right? Is this event happened because of the additional treatment given, or because of this event have you provided any additional treatment to your subject? Then you need to write it. In this case, can you see this? You can see here. I can see. Oh, here it is. Little clumsy. Let me put like this. Yeah. Now you can see this here. I can say that here in the first case, since it is going to be a severe one, that is, all the 3 events are going to be nausea only. There's no doubt about it. But in the first case, the severity is high, that is severe. So for this particular person, we have provided the additional treatment. In the remaining 2 cases, it is mild. So we simply has given only no additional treatment have provided to this particular one. Correct? This example we have discussed yesterday. AEACN, that is nothing but action. Is that event happened, or because of this particular event, have you made any changes to your study treatment? Because you have already a clear plan with your study treatment, what you want to do. But some unexpected event happened. Because of this particular event, have you changed any action? Right? Have you done any actions? If yes, in that particular case, we need to go with AECN. This is going to record what are the changes that have happened to your study treatment. Yesterday we discussed about it, correct? Let's say there is a person who is supposed to take two pills, morning same pill twice in a day, 500 mg morning and evening. But right after he has taken this particular medicine, he got vomited. So we are not sure what is going to be the effect of this particular one. Correct? So what we did in that particular case, again, within a short span of time, we have given another dosage. So to make sure the patient is going to be getting the regular dosage, but the regular dosage is going to be 500 mg, correct? But we have given another 500 mg of the tablet after 1 hour of the time, correct? So we have changed our regular flow. We have changed the actions that we are taking on day-to-day basis because of the event that has happened, which is nothing but the vomiting. Correct? Either we can increase the dose, we can decrease the dose, we completely withdraw the dose, or we don't change the dose at all, or if not all these, we can simply put unknown. Correct? Then AE action OTH means to say, what are the other action items? Right? This is not related to your study treatment at all, not at all related to your study treatment, but have you taken any other action? Right? So if yes, you are going to write them. These are not going to be your control terminologies. These are going to be your free flow text. Then AESCR. So remember, there is going to be a slight difference between AESCR and AESCV. SEV stands for your severity. So we have only 3 things there: mild, moderate, and severe. AESCR will have only 2 values, yes or no. Is it a serious event or not? If it is going to be a serious event, we are going to put some more variables. That is, some more variables we are going to populate. What are them? Because of the serious event, is the death happened? If yes, AES DTH. Because of this event, is the patient hospitalized? Because of is this treatment or is this event is a life-threatening one? Is this event happened because of development of the cancer? Or is it happened because of the birth defect? Is it happened, or is this event result a serious disability? Or this particular one happened with the overdose, or the seriousness happened because of any other medical event? It is related to any other medical event. All these are related to the seriousness of your event. So that is the reason you can see that for all this, in addition to AE, you have also got another letter here, yes. AE adverse event CDS followed by a remaining text. Correct? Then last one that we have discussed yesterday was group ID. Group ID is going to be the reference ID that we are giving to the R. We are tying the similar events together. That's the patient got vomiting at 3 different stages in the 3 times he got vomiting. Let's say on day 1, day 7, day 10. All these 3 are the same events because it is going to be, all these 3 are going to be a vomiting only. So I just give one number to it. So there is, the patient suffered with diarrhea twice. So for these 2, we are going to give one number. Is that clear? So these are the various terms or various data points that we have discussed yesterday. All these we discussed yesterday, but this is a long list. So I just want to have a recap so that everyone will be aligned to this particular one. So hope all of you are clear with what we discussed yesterday. Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Is this understandable? Wonderful. Remember guys, all the time your CRF will not have all these details, right? Most of them. So every time don't be in the assumption that I have 40 plus variables. All the 40 plus variables must be part of my SDTM. No. So we have a concept, right? What are going to be the permissible values? What are going to be the core values? What are going to be the required values? Remember? Based on that, we are going to proceed. You don't need to report each and every value from your ACRF, not required, right? Based on the values, whether it is required means mandatory, permissible means okay, still we can have it, right? If these are not permissible, if these are not mandatory, we may or may not report. We are going to see that in the coding part. So can I proceed with the today's class? Yesterday, all these are belongs to the yesterday's one only. So let's proceed with the today's one. All right. So here we are going to talk about how many of you are aware of this particular one? Because the around 5 to 10 different terms that we are going to talk now, and all these terms are related to this one. Let me type it here. We call this as, or I can write it here, med DRA terms, or med DRA terms are variables. Anyone have any idea what is called this MEDDRA? Can someone please tell me? Wonderful. Yes, obviously it is going to be the dictionary. What is the dictionary? Any idea? So by default, the MED stands for your medical. So it is going to be a medical dictionary. So even in the demographics domain, we discussed this. There also we talked about the relevant synonyms and all. When we discussed it, we got this particular one. Right. So it's a 5-level hierarchy. Fine. Right. So it is going to be a medical dictionary for regulatory activities. What is that? It is going to be a medical dictionary for regulatory activities, because we need to regulate the terms, right? We cannot use, let's say that there might be the medical conditions, there might be the medicines, there are going to be the medical devices, correct? So we need to use the standard set of terms, right? Those standard set of terms are going to be defined, are going to be maintained by your MED-DRA. So what exactly it is? I can simply say that MED-DRA is an internationally used set of terms. Remember, these are internationally defined one. We are going to use these same across the globe, right? So these are the set of terms related to 3 things. It can be medical conditions. Suppose if you are going to, you remember for fever we have used altogether a different term in the medical dictionary, and that term is going to be same across the globe. Right? So here you can call it as a fever. It's somewhere else you are going to call it as a high temperatures on a local language. Correct? But if you go to the medical history or the medical dictionary, here also it is going to be the same. There also it is going to be the same name. The name must be the same. So the term that you are using, the set of terms that you are using for the medical condition should be same across the globe. Similarly, it also going to talk about the medicines. All the medicines related terms should be the same. It also going to talk about the medical devices. Simply, if I talk about it, can I say these are the ones which you are going to use on day-to-day basis in your clinical industry? What are the clinical trials that you are going to perform? That primarily you are going to talk about only these three things, right? The medicines and the devices. The conditions are going to be part of it, correct? So it indirectly is going to deal with the total terms, correct? So based on med DRA, we are going to have some specific variables in your adverse events domain. Those we are going to discuss now. The first one is going to be AEDCD. Simply, I can call it as, yeah, DE is nothing but dictionary derived. DE stands for derived. COD stands for code. So I can simply say that this is going to be dictionary derived term code. So simply it is going to be a code. What exactly this code is going to be? That is, indirectly, if I want to talk about this, it is going to be dictionary derived text. What is that? Dictionary derived text. Of what? It is going to describe the dictionary derived text description of AE term or AE modify. AE modify I haven't discussed yet. Don't worry, we are going to discuss that today. So AE term is nothing but the name of the event, right? Right? I'll simply say that I have a back pain. What is the description for this back pain in the medical dictionary? That we are going to write there. I can say that I have headache. What is going to be the related name for the headache, or what is going to be the description of headache in your medical dictionary? All those we are going to capture here. Suppose if I want to write the example for this particular one, ideally it doesn't require, but still we can go with this. I have my AE term here, and I have my AEDCOD, which is nothing but here adverse event derived, dictionary derived code. So what I'm going to have here, simply my AE term is going to be something called high temperatures, because AE term, the name can be anything, right? But what is going to be the medical related thing for this particular one? Can I simply say that fever? Let's say I can simply say that I'm suffering with headache. In the medical one, it is going to be a same name, or it is going to be a single one, HEADACE, right? HEADACE. So we can write, you can go ahead with your medical derived, the dictionary derived descriptions for your adverse events, right? So that is nothing but your AE dictionary derived term code. Okay, now so here onwards, whatever we are going to discuss, these are pretty much completely related to your medical dictionary only, which is nothing but adverse event low level term, LLT, which is nothing but adverse event lowest level term. There is nothing much we are going to discuss this particular one. I can simply say that what is going to be the lowest level term for this particular event, and we are going to have a related code for it, and particular code we can call it as AELLTCD. The CD stands for lowest level term code, right? Similarly, just these are lowest one. What if I have the highest for this? Adverse event, high level term, adverse event, high level term code. It is going to be simply, I can say that high level term. It is going to be highest level term code, right? For each adverse event term, that is term is nothing but for each adverse event, we are just giving the code. What is the high level? What is going to be the low level? All right. Then this straightforward, guys. That is the reason I'm just going on a lighter note. Right. So the next one I would like to talk here is going to be, we can go ahead with argon related one, because we all talk about it. It is going to be related to the organ, right? The body, right? Some part of your body. So that one we are going to call it as adverse event SOCCD, meaning it majorly deals about primary system. Whatever is going to be the primary system argon class code. So all of them are going to be medical dictionary derived only, right? So it is only going to talk about what is your argon class. That argon class, we are going to talk about this. We are going to talk about that particular one, right? Then we have something called preferred term code. That is, I'll go with AEPTCD. So you have some name given to your adverse event already, right? But what is the preferred term code as per your medical dictionary? That one we can call it as preferred term code. That is, you can give any name, but what is the preferred name for it? The preferred name will be called it as, yeah, or the preferred code will be called it as preferred term code, right? So now on the top, we have already talked about one thing, which is nothing but what is the primary system organ, correct? But now we're going to talk about a slightly little different one, which is nothing but what is going to be your adverse event, body SYS, which is nothing but what is going to be your body system. What is going to be your body system, or what exactly your organ class is. This is very important. This is also dictionary derived only, right? But this particular one, who is going to give this, or who is going to use this particular one? I can say that this can be used by the sponsor from the coding dictionary directly. The coding dictionary again is going to be a medical dictionary only. This BODSYS is the one which will be directly used by your sponsor from your medical dictionary. But for what purpose? This also should contain SOC. Can someone tell me what is called a SOC by any chance? You can call it as standard of care. These are also going to be a regulations. There are going to be some standard of care. So it also contain information about your SOC. Why we need to use this particular one, right? This is nothing but you already talked about primary SOC at the top, correct? Primary system organ, we have already talked about it. It may not be related to your primary SOC, but the sponsor can be used this particular one. That is because it is going to contain the information about analysis and summary. That is, this also have information about standard of care. system organ class, it is going to be not system organ of class. Here it is going to be standard of care, which is primarily used by your sponsor for analysis and summary. This also used by the sponsor for analysis and summary. All right. Then we have something called, you already have this particular one right now, which is, we just talked about the system, what class it is. What if I have a code for it? Simply, what if I have a code? So I can simply call this one as AE BD SY, the system, CD stands for code. Simply I can say that body system or organ class code, the respective code for it. The top one will be, most of time it is going to talk about the description. This one is going to talk about code, right? Guys, this will be little dry. I can say that it is going to be little dry, but all these are important for the interview purpose. That's the reason we are just what and all important, what and all required variables. We are discussing them in detail with the examples. If these are not the, your mandatory variables or permissible variables, in that particular case, we are just talking about them in the lighter note. These are all, whatever I'm talking right now, are related to your medical dictionary. So that's the reason we are not going in detail about it. All right. So now, all these are medical derived ones. Okay. Now, the next thing is going to be your AESOC. So SOC is nothing but your system organ class. So what is going to be a primary system organ class? All these are directly derived from your medical dictionary only. All right, there. So on the top, we talked about HLT, that is high level term. If you group them together, I can call that particular one as, I can put this one here, that is AEHLGT. Exactly, wonderful. I don't know who is this ST, yes, but good. So this is nothing but, if you group them together, I can say that high level group term, right? Then if I have a code for it, I can simply say that AEHLGT followed by CD. See, we are just simply going one after the other, right? We are not trying to remember. All we are trying to do is, what if we have one, how to derive the other one. So whatever we have discussed till this, all these are going to be a dictionary derived ones. So let's keep all these at the end, because these are dictionary derived ones. Just keep it at the one place. So we can keep it here. Right. Now continue with the remaining, because let's keep this as the last one, because anyways these are going to be medical derived terms which are low priority ones. So let's keep them at the last. Then what about the toxicity grade? What is going to be the toxicity grade? I want to measure that particular one. So for that, we are going to record all the toxicity levels by using TOXGRT. It primarily talks about what is going to be an adverse event toxicity level or toxicity grade. So generally what we can do is, these toxicity grades can be grade 1, or it can be grade 2, right? Or it can be grade 3, up to 5 we can go with. Grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5. So if it is grade 1, if I want to give the numeric value for this particular one, the grade 1 is 1, let's say. 1 means very less. Let's say I'm going with grade 2. Grade 2 is nothing but mild. It is going to be mild. Let's say, what about the grade 3 then? Or if I give the numeric number 3 here, what is going to be the value? Or what is the meaning? It is a moderate one. If I go with grade 4, which is going to be a severe one, what is the next level to the severe? If it is going to be a grade 5, can someone talk about it? Give a guess. We're talking about the toxicity levels. Exactly, Swati, you are right. Death. Right? So the toxicity levels, we are going to define it. Potentially life-threatening still, but what is going to be the worst thing? That is nothing but what is going to be the most severe thing, which is nothing but your death. Right? Already we talked about the severe. Severe itself is going to be a life-threatening one, right? But we are talking about the death now. All right. The next one is going to be whatever the adverse event that we are talking about. Is it a pre-specified one in the CRF? Right? So they may, the sponsor or the sponsor itself have identified that these are going to be, okay, let's say that around 5 events, just example I'm telling you. So these 5 events are going to be, right, the pre-specified events. In the CRF itself, I want to mention this. Then those can be mentioned as AE, PRE, that is PRE stands for pre, SP stands for specified, which is nothing but pre-specified adverse events. So pre-specified means where we are going to mention them. Since these are pre-specified, the pre-specified events are the one which are actually defined in your CRF itself, the case report form itself. Correct? So what are going to be the permissible values or control terminologies? The control terminologies are going to be either yes or no. Only 2 things. Either it is a pre-specified one or it is not a pre-specified one. If yes, if it is a pre-specified, if it is going to be a pre-specified, then the adverse event was pre-specified in the CRF. That's the only thing that you need to understand. If it is a yes, it is already specified in your list. Right? And another thing that you need to understand is values are going to be null for spontaneously reported events. What do you mean by that? If it is no, or if it is going to be missing, then I can say that are nothing but null. The meaning is going to be these are spontaneously reported ones. Right? These are not pre-specified. For spontaneously reported events, it's null. That is missing. Am I correct or not? Or you can also report it as no. Both of them are going to be same. Right. Then the other thing that we need to talk about, this doesn't have much impact, but still, because we may or we may not represent this particular one, you can call it as AEREFID. The name itself is telling reference ID, adverse event reference ID. So why do you need it? If I go to some of the examples here, I may or may not mention this particular one. Let me check this. Just check anywhere. Have I mentioned it? I haven't mentioned it here. No, I haven't mentioned it here. What about the third one? Only the group ID. Oh, it is not part of this. Let me check the other one. No, here also it is not there. So that's what I'm saying. It may or may not. It is going to be the reference ID. All I can say is going to be, it is going to be a reference ID, right? Again, from where it is going to be coming. From where it will come. That is important. This is going to be internal. It can be internal or it can be external identifier. It can be any of this identifier, right? Such as, I can say that a serial number. You can also call it as a serial number. on from where? Serial number on SAE. Can someone tell me what is called SAE? Any idea? Or I can also call it as SAE reporting form. But what is this SAE reporting? Can anyone tell me? SAE stands for
Series address.
yes. Wonderful. Yes. It is going to be serious adverse event. All the serious adverse events we are going to record, right, in a form. So all these serious adverse event reporting forms, serial numbers can be also called it as your reference IDs, right? So what will be your serious adverse events if someone asks that? This can be anything, right? We already talked a few of them. What are that? It can be the serious adverse event, right? It results in death. That is, the event results in death. Or we also talk about, maybe I can write it in detail here, any adverse event that results in death, or any adverse event that is life threatening, or any adverse event that places subject at immediate risk of death. It is a risk, immediate risk of death. All these are going to be our the serious events, right? Or any of this that causes disability. That can be permanent, that can be temporary, but it put it in the disability. All these are going to be the serious events, right? So those we are going to record it, and in the reporting form, whatever going to be the reference number for that or the sequence number for that, that also can be, you can call it as your reference ID. But most of the times it will be null, right? And I can also, if you want to give an example, I can also say that the event that prolongs the hospitalization, right? Or the event that results hospitalization. So what is the difference between the first one and second one here? Patient is not admitted into the hospital yet, but because of this, he got admitted into hospital. Patient is already in hospital, but it prolongs his hospitalization period. Any of these are going to be a serious events only. Or all of these also going to be a serious events only. Correct? Now, then we talk about AESPID. SP is nothing but your sponsor. So we are going to talk about sponsor defined identifier. Sponsor defined identifier. So what is this? This is the one which is defined by your sponsor itself. If it is defined by your sponsor, where it will be defined? Can I say that there are two possibilities? It may be printed in the CRF itself, printed in the CRF as an identifier, because it's already defined, right? Or it is also defined in sponsors database. So what database it is? It is going to be, sponsor is going to maintain some operational database. In the operational database also it can be available. It will be defined in any of these places. Correct? So suppose if someone asks you what is going to be the example, Murli, where I can find this? The example is going to be, you can see the line numbers on adverse event page. So we have adverse event pages, right? So in the adverse event page, you have the serial numbers. So serial numbers also can be called it as your identifiers, because the sponsor have already identified them. Sponsor has already pre-specified them. Correct? Then the next thing is going to be AE modify. This is very important. AE MODIFY. So what exactly this AE modified is? It is nothing but modified report term. So reporting term is nothing but the adverse event only, right? So you modified it. Can I see this? Here is what my AE modified term is. Just go here. Let's see the example here. Here is AE modified, correct? So what is going to be the AE term actually? Maybe I can put like this. I can highlight these two. I can highlight these two. So initially, when you define the name of the event, you defined as pounding headache. Later on, you modified this as a headache. Then before it has back pain for 6 hours, then you have defined it as back pain, correct? So you modified your reporting term, right? For what purpose you are doing this? You are primarily doing this for the modifying the reported term for coding purpose. Remember this. Why we are doing it? We are doing this modifying the report term for coding purpose. Why? You can see it is easy to code if everything together it is a single word, but here I have 2 words. Here I have 5 different words, correct? I want to write it in a simple terms. Then we will go ahead with this particular one, correct? Right. In the same one, you can also see that I'm also talking about the seriousness. AESR is nothing but the seriousness. These two are not serious. Since these two are not the serious ones, you can see that here all the seriousness related variables are blank. Why? Only if it is serious, these will come. CONG is nothing but the additional treatment, disability, death, hospitalization, life-threatening, and what is about the ASMIE? I'm not able to recollect. Just let me see. Yeah, here it is. What is going to be another any medically important events? Medically important events. All these are blanks for it. But you can see here the severity is yes. The moment severity is yes, can you see that? Because of the severity, the event is a life-threatening one, and the subject is also hospitalized. Both of them are happened. Correct? It's a life-threatening one. Because of the life-threatening one, the subject got hospitalized. Why? These two happened because it is a serious event. You understand now? Right. So we are talking about what now? So we are talking about the here we have some more terms. I forgot that. Okay, AE modify. So AE modify primarily talk about we want to modify the reporting event. Why we want to do this? We want to modify this particular one because I want to make sure the coding facility primarily for the coding facility I want to do it. So the modified text will be part of your AE modify. Remember, AE terms still have the name of the event. The modified text will be part of your AE modify. This is the best example. You can see, right? My term still is part of AE term, right? But the AE modify is the one which is going to have the details about your modified event or modified reporting term. Clear? Any questions here? The next one is going to be adverse event CAT. It is already talked. You know what is going to be this category. Category of the adverse event. Which category it falls under? What is the category of the adverse event? Right. Primarily, it can be used to define a category of related events. So on the top we can see that group of related events, that is nothing but your group ID. Here it is going to be category of related events. Use it to define a category of related events or related records. For an example, bleeding. All these events are related to the bleeding one. Simple. If I have a subcategory for this particular one, that is nothing but AESEAT, which is nothing but subcategory of your adverse event. First one is going to be category, it is going to be subcategory, right? So this will be called it as your a further categorization of your adverse event. For an example, this I can also write it. Further categorization of adverse events. So what are the examples here? Still, if I am going with neurologic, let's say neurologic. This is a subcategory, correct? Then we are also going to capture the pattern of your adverse event. So the pattern will be called as AEPATT. So the AEPATT is the one which is going to be called it as your adverse events. Sorry, pattern of your adverse event. Right? So we can simply go ahead with this particular one, and I can say that it is pattern of adverse event. So what is going to be the pattern here? Over a period of time, what is the pattern? It is nothing but over a period of time, what is the pattern? For an example, since we are talking about the time, what will come? It can be a single event, only one event. Over a period of time, it is a single event only. It has not happened. It is not a continuous event. Or it can be intermittent, on and off, right? It is happening on and off. It is happening continuous, right? Can I say that all these are going to be your patterns? Because you are defining with respect to the time. When I'm defining with respect to the time, it may be happened only once. It is happening on and off. It is happening continuously. All these are going to be my patterns only. Correct? Just a second. Hey, sorry guys. Okay. So this is the pattern now. So then now we are going to enter into the dates. So once we complete the dates and periods, we are end with the year terminology. Okay. So let's go with the times. These and all are very well known to us, so we can quickly complete them. So for everything, we are going to have the start date and time, end date and time. Correct? Right. So first we are going to start with AESDT, that is your start date and time in character format. Correct? So what is the start date and time? I can simply say that start date or time in character. Okay. Start date and time of adverse event. We generally report this in a character format, which is nothing but IS. What is the one? 8601 DA or what is the other one? IS 8610 DT. Am I correct? Either it can be a timestamp or it can be a time one. Correct? Then the similar one, if I go with, instead of start, I can go with the end, which is nothing but the AEEND, which is nothing but end date and time of adverse event. Same thing, correct? Then for everything we have a study, right? DM study, subject, if for everything there is a study start date, right? Same thing will be applicable for this one as well. AESTDY, which is nothing but, what is this? Adverse event study start date, correct? For this particular one, we are going to have the calculations, right? Correct? What are going to be the calculations? You remember this? For every time we are calculating this, AESTDY is equal to adverse event start date time in character format minus RF give me a second. Yeah, SDTTC. Can someone tell me what is called RF SDTTC? Where it will come? It will be part of your demographics domain. What exactly it is going to be? Reference start date and time in character format. So when it is, maybe I can write like this. When, if this event happened before this particular one, correct? Or when this event happened before your reference start date and time, then this formula will be applicable. If not, what is the formula? If it is lesser than this, then it is going to be simply this one. I don't get the minus. Am I correct or not? Right? It is going to be this one. Most of the time it will be, for the screening and all, it is going to be negative. For the other ones, it is going to be positive. Am I correct? The same thing, can I go ahead with the end date and the end date also? This is your AE study start date. If I go with the end days, AEEN, right? This is nothing but study end day. I can simply replace this with end, this will with EN, this will with EN. Maybe I can copy paste this. Done? Am I correct? So these four we are calculating for every domain, right? Only the domain name is changing there. The two characters of the abbreviation of your domain name is changing, remaining all going to be the same, correct? So these are going to be the common ones. So these formulas should be on your fingerprint. The next one, AEDUR, the name itself is suggesting this is duration of your adverse event. Remember, the main thing, we will not calculate this. The duration, we will not calculate this. Remember this particular one. We will not calculate this. The main thing is, we will not calculate this. It is not derived one. Captures from your CF. If it present, well and good. If not present, it will be a missing value. All right. Then, for an example, if someone asks you, it is going to be like, example is going to be something called your P1 DT2H. We can say that for 1 day or for 2 hours. Like this, we can mention. If it is present in the CRF, we can capture it. If it is not present in the CRF, we won't take this particular one. As simple as that. All right. We just have 3 more variables. Let's complete them and we can wind up the session. All right. So then it is going to be AEENRF. So AE is already adverse event, EN stands for your end, RF stands for your reference, which is nothing but end relative to reference period. So what is going to be this? Can someone tell me this if you have an idea? End relative to the reference period. So simply, maybe I can write it here. It is going to be the timing which describes Priyanka Reddy saying reference start date and time. Not exactly, but slightly related to this particular one, because it is not going to be the date actually. First of all, it is not going to be the date. So it is going to describe the end of the event, describes the end of the event. So what is going to relate it to the sponsor defined end date or the sponsor defined it is going to be the event, that is timing describes the end of the event relative to sponsor defined reference period. So sponsor is going to define some period. Here, let's say that my span is going to be this, right? This is going to be my reference period, right? So these values, only two things. Either it can be ongoing value or it can be missing. That is, we will capture ongoing or missing values. So what exactly it is going to be mentioned, right? Suppose I have start date and I have end date. For an example, let's say if I have this SAS SDTM, this is nothing but your adverse event start. My adverse event is not equal to missing. It is not equal to missing. And my adverse event end date and time is there, right? This is equal to missing. What is the meaning? My adverse event started. That is the reason I have the start date. My adverse event is not ended yet, meaning it is still ongoing. Can I say then it is going to be ongoing? Is that correct? So then I can simply say that AEENRF, that is nothing but your adverse event end relative to the reference period, is ongoing. Make sense? There is a time start time period. There is no end time period. End time stamp is not there. So I'm going to call it as my adverse event ENREF as ongoing one. Make sense, guys? Is this understandable? Can I have a quick confirmation? Can someone please tell me, is it understandable? There is a start period, but there is no end period. Yeah. So then it is going to be ongoing. All right. If both of them are, if I have adverse event end time, okay, could you please repeat this? Okay, sure, we'll do that. Okay, let's take one of the example here. Take this particular one itself. For first two, it is missing, correct? So see this. For this particular one, there is going to be this adverse event, the headache, started on 12/10/2005. It continued. It also stopped on the same day. I have a headache, though it is going to be a severe one. On the same day, the event is closed. It started on the 10th of year. It started on the 12th October. It also ended on the 12th October. For this particular one, if I see the reference, the end reference, which is missing, correct? I told you either we'll capture the missing values or ongoing values, correct? Now, take the second one. Same 2005 on October 13th by 1 o'clock, the back pain started. It lasts for the 6 hours. So by 7 p.m. it got ended. Even for this particular one, my end reference is going to be null. Now I come back to the formula that I have given, right? There is going to be pulmonary embolism. This particular one, it started on 21st October. There is no end date. It is ongoing. There is no end date. You can see that AE STDTC is not equal to null, but AE NDC, the adverse event, is not closed yet. Is not closed yet. So that is the reason we are saying that it is an ongoing one. It must be ongoing. I wrongly put it this, but I have put it this properly here. You can see. So the AENRF should be marked as continuing, ongoing. It is an ongoing one because the patient is even you can see that the severity is high, the seriousness is high, and you can also say that the outcome is recovering. He is still in the recovering mode. But on the first two, the patient, these two events are already recovered or already resolved. So this is continuously happening. It is continuing. Correct? Since it is continuing, we can see that the patient is life-threatening one. The patient is having life-threatening event, and he has hospitalized, and he's recovering, and the severity, seriousness is high, and the end reference is ongoing. Can you connect all the dots now? Every one of you? Are you able to connect all the dots? Right? You can also see that the study day, AESTDY, still 9. It is going to be 9. Still it is happening. Guys, is this understandable? ST, are you able to understand now? What exactly is this? Perfect. Any follow-up questions on this? All right. Now, let's go with the next one. The same one, right? This is nothing but, the reference we talked about. For the same reference, what if I want to talk about the time point? That is adverse event, end, reference, time point. TPT stands for your time point. That is end reference, end relative to reference time point. It is not the period, it is going to be the time point. Again, almost it is going to be the same. It is also going to be the timing identifies the end event being before or after the reference time point. That is, this is the timing. There it describes the relation to the reference. So here it is going to be the timing identifies the end point. What is that? The timing identifies the end of the event as being either it can be before or after the reference time point. So we have some reference time point, we have some reference period. It can be either before the reference point period or it can be after the reference time point. Right? So what I can say, which one is going to be defined? On what basis we are going to be defined this? Here you have this one, right? AERENF. Oh, sorry. Maybe I need to talk about something else here. That is time point defined by a variable named as adverse event ENTPT. What is this ENTPT is going to be talked by the last one. Maybe I can complete this and I can come to this calculation because there are a lot of calculations for this. So let's come to this. What is this end time point? This is nothing but end reference time point. Because we are talking about the time point, based on this time point only, this relative time point will be calculated. Okay, this is nothing but maybe I can okay, let's talk in a simple way. This end reference time point is nothing but last visit date of the subject. That is nothing but when is the last time the subject visited the hospital or subject visited the clinic. That is going to be an end reference time point. So where I'm going to get this particular one? Can I say that all my subject visits which will be possible, sorry, all the subject visits which are part of my subject visits domain, in the subject visit domain, whatever is going to be my end date time and end date and time in character format is nothing but my last day. That is nothing but my end reference point. Correct? When was the last time the subject has visited this particular one? I can have multiple end date and times, but whatever is going to be the last dot u subject ID, last dot u subj ID is going to be my last visit date of the subject. That will be called it as your end reference time point. Based on the end reference time point, we are going to calculate this. Is that understandable, guys? I'm going to call it as what is going to be my end reference point. The end reference point will be calculated like this. Okay, now come back to this particular one. Come back to this particular one. So what are these values are going to be? What are these values are going to be? These values are going to be, or I can say that we can call this as controlled parameters, control terminologies. So what are the control terminologies that are possible here? Number one, either it can be before or it can be after. I told you this here itself. Or it can be ongoing, or it can be unknown, I don't know, or it can be same date of treatment, coincident. It can be any of this, right? So let's talk about it. If it is going to be before, if it is going to be before, that is adverse event happened before the treatment, that is adverse event before treatment. The meaning is adverse event before treatment. If this is the case, right, then how I'm going to get this particular one? If AE SDTTC, that is adverse event start date and time, is lesser than your reference start date and time in character format. That is, my treatment is before my this particular one. Then my end reference time point is equal to before. Am I correct? Why it is going to be before? My adverse event is before my treatment itself. So I simply call it as a before. What is this? If my adverse event is after my treatment, then what is going to be the condition for it? If this one is going to be greater than this, adverse event is after my reference start date and time, is after. Am I correct? First we are defining it, then we're going with each of the formulas. What is ongoing? That is adverse event started, means the AESTTTC is available, but we don't have AENDTC. We don't know what is going to be the adverse event end date and time. That is, this value is missing. Can I say that it is going to be ongoing one? We just now discussed this. So in this particular case, I can say that AE end reference time point is nothing but ongoing. Guys, are you able to follow now how we are defining it? right? Let's say we don't have any adverse event values. We don't have any adverse event values. In that particular case, it is going to be, I don't have any of the values. I cannot define this particular one. I don't know the value of it. I'll just leave it. Finally, if it is going to be the adverse event happened on same day of treatment. The adverse event happened, the treatment happened, both of them happened on the same day. Your adverse event is equal to this particular one. This is going to be coincident. Make sense now? Every one of you, are you able to follow now? Can I have a quick confirmation? Any questions? Wonderful. So tomorrow what we can do is, yeah.
Murli, the before variable, before the TPT variable, which we have just defined, can you just show that on the screen?
This one or
the before, the prior to this? Yeah. So for AENRF, also we will have terminologies as before, after, and ongoing, or it will only have ongoing?
You can see here, we will capture ongoing or missing values.
Okay.
Only two things. Either it can be ongoing or it can be missing. On what case it is ongoing and what case it is missing means I have a start date, but I don't have an end date. It is going to be ongoing. I have both start date and time, end date and time. Then it is going to be blank.
Okay.
Got it?
If it is populated, then blank. Okay.
Exactly. Questions? All right. So I'm going to share this particular notes to all of you. So I'll do it right away. Go through that. I also send this Excel, that is examples 1. Refer both of them. Just go through that. Tomorrow we will go with the coding. All right. Anyone? Anyone? Any questions? Please let me know. So tomorrow we will go with the coding part, and tomorrow we have the class, and we will complete adverse events tomorrow. All right. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow. Hope all of you can hear me as well. Can I have a quick confirmation? Sorry, I was on having other call. Office call got extended. That's the reason I just inform you to stay on the call. Thanks for staying. All right. So what was the last topic that we have discussed? The last topic that we done was adverse events, correct? We have done with all the terminologies that is related to this. That is all the required, permissible, as well as expected variables we have discussed in detail. Correct, guys? Remember, I'm not talking about the code while defining the variables. Correct, because there are going to be 3 types of codes. If you remember, one is going to be the required variable, another one is going to be the expected variables, and the third one is going to be permissible variables. Correct. So you know this one, right? You remember this one, right? We talked about this initially. Correct. So all of you please understand that when we go with the coding part, so we consider and we give maximum preference to both the required as well as the expected variables. Correct. So accordingly we need to do that. Anyways, we are taking care of that while writing the code, but still I'm just giving a heads up here. So we are having code pending, correct? So we need to take our raw data set. From the raw data set, systematically we need to convert that raw data set into your final SDTM compliance data set. correct, as per the SDTM guidelines. So this we do tomorrow anyways, because I just want to continue with one more what to say domain today, because that is going to be a small domain. Because yesterday, if you remember, we have talked about MEDDRA, correct? Because all the medical related terms we have talked. So today we will discuss about one related domain here, which is nothing but the MH. So we will complete this and then we will proceed with the coding part. So that what I can do is tomorrow I'll explain the coding for AE and I'll expect you to write the code for the MH. That is how we will proceed tomorrow. Okay. And I also share you the raw data files for all the domains so that you can continue to write your code for CO, SE as well as SE, because these three also completed, correct? But we haven't write the code because for the special purpose domains, I have given you the code for DM. I explained how to write it, correct? And I also given a complete demonstration. So I'm expecting you to write for the remaining three, right? Subject, visit, subject elements and all, and also comments. Okay. Now, when it comes to this one, adverse events, I'll explain tomorrow, and I'm expecting you to write the code for the EMH. So once you share the code, I will validate it if anything required, or if any doubts in the writing the code also, we'll explain that particular one to you guys. Is that okay to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? All of
Yes.
you are comfortable with that? Perfect. Cool. Today we will history. All right. So it's a very small domain. I can say that it won't take time. I think we can complete in today's class itself, and still even after that we are going to get a lot of time. All right. So let's start with that. So now we are talking about one of the simple domain, and the simple domain is going to be medical history. So the name itself is telling it is easy to understand. So it is saying that, oh, maybe I need to just a second. MH, so you call it as medical history. All right. So what it is going to talk about? So the name itself is telling it is going to talk about the medical history of the subject. Correct. So this domain primarily deals with records the past medical history. Remember, the past medical history of what? Of subject. The main thing that we need to understand here is, right, it can be, or maybe I can continue here, past medical history of the subject before treatment. That is, we are going to start our study treatment or study drug, right? So before treatment, at the same time, make sure, and after ICF. What is ICF? Informed consent form, correct? So from the time the subject signed your informed consent form, from that particular time to before we start the treatment, we are going to deal this particular medical history. Is that clear? And what it contains actually, suppose if I say that what kind of things we are going to deal. For an example, it is not limited to this, but we are going to deal about, it can be of your illness, that is you're not well for some reason, or the diseases, sorry, I use the wrong one. Yeah, diseases, or anything related to surgery or surgery related. I can simply put surgery, or any accidental information. So some accident happened, maybe the leg got broken, or there is some severe injury to your head, or some internal injuries, but we don't know what exactly happened. But all this information we are going to capture, right? So this is very important to have the subject medical history, right? And that too, primarily the medical subject history we are going to, the subject's medical history we are going to record from the moment he or she signed your consent form to, from there to before we start the treatment. So this is very important one. All right, let's save this. MH. Today I'll send this notes as well, guys, because I haven't shared my previous notes also, right, for adverse events. Or have I saved it? No, I have saved it yesterday. I have saved it yesterday. Okay, fine. Now, so this is our medical history. So what is going to be the property? Can someone tell me how we are going to store the records here? Let's say for demographic, it is going to be 1 record per subject, right? For adverse event, it is going to be 1 record per adverse event per subject. Can someone tell me what is going to be the nature here? Can someone please tell me? How do we store the data? Guys, I need answers. You guys need to keep interacting with me. All
Is
right.
it one record for illness or disease and such?
Okay. Each illness is nothing but your medical history, right? I can call that as a medical history. 1 mH. Correct? That is, each of this is going to be one event, correct? Medical history event. Correct? So 1 record per medical history event. Because if I say history is going to be, it contains all the events. I can say that between the ICF and treatment, the subject might, he might met with an accident. Post accident, he might have recovered, but after recovery, let's say that he might undergo another surgery. So 2 incidents happen. First incident is accident, and accident, as part of this accident related treatment, they have given some treatment. He got hospitalized. He was there for some time, let's say the 10-15 days, and he got recovered. But some major surgeries are still pending. So doctors inform that these major surgeries can be done only after patient is recovered and sustainable for the surgery. So after 15 days, again they have tested him. Then, so they feel that okay, the patient is having enough strength or he can sustain this particular surgery. Then they proceed with the surgery after that. So 2 incidents happen here, or 2 events happen here. One is accident, second one is going to be history. So each one we can call it as 1 event. Correct? So 1 record per medical history event per subject. Is that clear? Like how we have written 1 record per adverse event per subject. So there it is an adverse event, here it is going to be a medical history. Clear? All right. So like every time we are going to discuss about the topic variable. What is going to be the topic variable here? So the topic variable is here is, in adverse event we have AE term. So here it is MH term. So MH term stands for, can someone tell me what is going to be the medical history term? It is going to be the name of the event that happened, right? Any of this, correct? Illness, disease, surgery, all these are examples only, correct? But anyways, we discuss about that little now. All right. So now let's go with the identifier variables. So what are the identifier variables? In general, you already know what are them. So the common identifier variables are going to be for every domain. There is going to be a study ID, which is nothing but here. What is a study ID? It is your study identifier. So who is going to provide this? I'm going to talk about this in every domain. So who is going to provide this? Your sponsor. Where it will be part of? It is part of your CRF, your case report form. Right. Then what is going to be the second one? Domain. So what is domain here? Abbreviated domain name. So in our case, it is going to be MH. Correct? Medical history. Right. Then what is the next one? USUBJ ID. So what is USUBJ ID? It will be called it as your unique subject identifier. So how do you calculate this? It is going to be it is a derived variable, and main thing that we need to understand here is this derived variable is going to be a concatenation of study ID, site ID, and subject. I will repeat this throughout our domains, right? So even though you get bored, you need to go through this, because this is the one, these three are the common ones. And most of the times you are going to join one or more tables based on the study identifier and subject identifier, unique subject identifier. So that's the reason it is important and we need to do this. All right. So then the next one is going to be, whenever you have, remember this, the sequence will come all the time. Mean to say, you have subject visits. So subject can visit multiple times. Correct? So each of them we are going to have the subject elements. There are multiple elements. So for each element there is a sequence number. There. We have adverse event. Multiple events happen for the particular subject. For each subject, for each event we have the sequence number. Correct? Similarly, medical history events also, we have multiple events. Correct? For each event, again, we are going to have the sequence number. For an example, if you remember in yesterday's class, let me open that for your reference. We have something called ASEQ. Correct? What does this ASEQ stands for? This ASEQ primarily deals with, oops, just a second. Here it is. So this ASEQ primarily deals with a sequence number, any number, any numeric number, but it must be unique at a subject level within the domain. Can I say the same thing will be applicable here as well? Correct? So here we can simply call this as, because it is a continuation of your yesterday's one, right? Most of the terms are similar. That's the reason I have taken this immediately after your adverse event. Okay, so now it is going to be a MHSEQ. I can simply call this as a MHSEQ. So for the subject 111, there are 4 medical history events happened. For the subject 222, there are only 2 events happened. So remaining all will be the same, any numeric number, but it must be unique at the subject level within the domain. Clear? Right. The same way, I can also go ahead with my AE term. So the AE term is nothing but your medical adverse event term. The same will be applicable here as MH. What is that MH stands for? MH is going to be name of the event, but here it is going to be medical history event. That's the only difference. It's a name of the medical history event. Or as per the dictionary, if you want to talk, that is as per your what is it, SDTM guideline, if you want to talk it, it is a reported term for your medical history event. So remaining all going to be the same. Here I'm going to have MH. Here I'm going to have MH again, MH again. Instead of AE term, I'm going to have MH term. But here I can have the details like, it is going to be a disease, right? It is a disease or accident or surgery, correct? So that's the reason we go with the related terms here. Let's say the patient met with an accident, right? The patient, before the treatment, he had fever. Before this particular one, the patient also, because of the accident, maybe I can write like this. Because of the accident, the leg got broken leg. Once he got recovered, but before he come for the treatment, he also suffered from the fever. So there are 3 medical history events happened, and all three we have recorded here. Clear, everyone? See, the reason why we have picked this is very simple, because it is going to have the very straight contacts with your adverse events. It is easy to proceed with this. That's the reason we have started with this particular one. So you can also see this particular here, right? It can be having the detail, because this is simple domain. We are going one by one. So all the details you can see here. So we are talking about the medical history term. This is the one that is a reported term for your medical history. All right. So you can see this. And most important thing that you need to understand here is we report this. We report as is mentioned in the CRF. Right? Whatever it is mentioned in the CRF, as is, we are going to talk about this. Clear? All right. So the next one is going to be you have coding, right? Because we have medical dictionary. So the medical dictionary coding is there, right? The same coding is also come to the picture here. All right. So I'm just going with the code. Just give me a second. It is. So you have AED code, that is dictionary derived term code. Correct? Same thing. We are also going to have it here. That is nothing but MHD code. So again, the same thing, dictionary derived term code only. This is the dictionary derived text description of your medical history term. That's the only difference. It is going to be same dictionary defined one. The only difference is going to be it is going to have the medical dictionary as is word for the respective one. Okay, maybe you can also check this particular one here. You can see the different examples. This is the one you can see, right? MH term, you also have the MH modified. Both of them are going to be the same. MH modified, maybe I can also keep this. Guys, can you tell me what is called AE modified? Yesterday we discussed, right? Can someone please tell me? Yesterday we discussed about AE modified. Can someone tell me that? Team?
Yeah, mild, moderate, severe, those things, right?
Sorry? Okay, it is like this. For an example, I say that
It will
in the
have the term from the dictionary, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Not exactly the term from the dictionary. Yes, it is term from the dictionary. Sometimes whatever your AE term is there, the AE term is almost going to be the same like your AE modifier also. Sometimes. For an example, if I give a simple example, let's say pounding headache, right, from past 6 hours. This is because I used the same example yesterday. This is the AE term, a detailed one. So this is what mentioned in your CRF. But when it comes to my AE modify, this I'll use for the coding purpose. I'll modify this for the coding purpose. Why should I write this much the long details? Simply, it is going to be a headache only. Correct? So I'll simply write this as a headache. That's it. Remember, most of the times, whatever we are writing here under the AE modify is as is mentioned in your medical dictionary. But not always. But 90% of the time, we will go with the same. Okay, so that's the reason you can also see this one here in the while writing this particular one. We mentioned that AE code is the derived code, right? It is based on the description of your AE term or AE modify, right? But that means that under the AE modify, for an example, I'll also go with all three together now. So I have AE code. All right. So now I have AE term. The AE term is going to be high temperatures and dehydration from past 24 hours. So what is the meaning of it? Simply fever. My AU modify is going to be fever. Instead of writing all this, I mentioned as a fever. Now, if I go with this particular one, okay, Raja saying that AE occurred during the clinical trials, unexpected event happening during the unexpected things. Correct, correct. Raja, may know like why you are going with this now, like because I'm not talking about the AE now, but still your definition is correct, your understanding is correct. Any unforeseen or any unexpected event happened during the clinical trial is nothing but your adverse event. This is medical history. Before we start with this particular treatment, right? Because I cannot say clinical trial again because your screening, your ICF is also part of your clinical trials. So it is going to be from the time you are going to sign your ICF to before you undergo your treatment. Between that, whatever you have, you are going to consider that as your medical history. Correct? Right. Now come back to this particular one. When it comes to this now, I can go with the respective, let's say that fever MED-DRA. So for fever MED-DRA, whatever is going to be the name here, that particular name we are going to use it in others. If it is going to be fever there, well and good. If it is going to be some other name there, you can use that. Maybe in the what to say, one of our DE domain, if I'm not wrong, we have given this. Okay, somewhere I have mentioned if I remember, but I'm not able to recollect it here. There is a very difficult name you are going to get it for the fever in the medical history, medical DRA. That you can use
That's
it here.
pyrexia.
Some difficult name I couldn't recollect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one you can use it as your AE decode. So now you can understand what are going to be the three different terms here. One, it will come from your CRF as is we are going to report. AE modify for the coding purposes, right? For the coding liberty, we can give the relevant name. Thanks, Sanji. So now if I go with your AE code, this is going to be the name that we are going to use it for your fever, right? So someone told to me it is not going to be the, I told you, right? It is not going to be the exact same name as per the medical dictionary. We are not going to use it in the AE modify. In the AE modify, we can give the relevant names, but it is not limited to. Suppose if I know all the related names as per the dictionary, I can give the particular names also here. Instead of writing this particular one, I can directly give your pyrexia here as your AE modifier. Nothing wrong in that. It is only for the coding liberty. Now all of you are able to understand what is the difference between all these three, right? The same thing goes here as well. Under the medical, your MHD code also, here we have MH term. This we write as is from your CRF. This is going to come from your coding guidelines. You can modify as per your wish. And finally, you are going to have something called decode. This decode is nothing but the derived dictionary code, right? So it is as simple as this particular one. Can someone tell me what is going to be your medical dictionary current version that we are using? SDTM guideline 3.2, 3.3 is also there, but they are using 3.2. What is the medical DRA history version number? Anyone? Remember this? It is 22.1. Remember this. Yesterday I forgot to mention this, but just remember this particular one. Maybe I can put it here. All the medical MEDRA terms we are following MEDRA version 22.1. Okay. Any questions here, guys? All of you are able to follow? Right? Now, so if you remember this yesterday, from the adverse event itself, we talked about few terms. One of the term is going to be ODSYS. Sorry. What is this particular one? Body system or organ class. So who is going to use this particular one? This will be used by the sponsor from your coding dictionary, right? So from where it will be, what are the details it is going to have? It contains SOC. SOC stands for your standard of care, used by your sponsor for the analysis and summary. The same thing will be also come to your medical history. So here it is going to be MH. So here also the medical history also involve your body system or your organ class. Your sponsor is going to be the one who is going to use it. For what purpose is going to use this particular one? Is going to use this for your analysis and summary. Most of them are repeated. That is the reason I keep going with this particular one. All right. Now, so the next relevant category is going to be, for an example, you have adverse event categories. You have category and you also have the subcategory. Two things are there, correct? So the both of them will be applicable here also. What are them? One is going to be MH, category of your medical history event, right? Used to define the related category, right? Used to define the medical category, respective category. Even if you want to go with this particular one, there will be some examples. Suppose, so what is the organ class or what is the body system that we are talking about? We can simply say that you are actually talking about the nervous systems, your nerve systems, right? Some issue with the nerve system. Similarly, if I come to the category, right? The category can be, it can be very general, or the category is related to the cardiac, or the category can be anything. It can be something related to your cardiac, or it can be your what is it? Ortho. What is ortho? Everything related to your, let's say, your knee pain or anything related to your bone related stuff. Correct? Orthonet. Then what is the subcategory in that particular case? I can say that my subcategory is going to be, it is subcategory of your medical history event. Still I'm drilling down. I'm going even, more details I'm giving, more further categorization I'm giving for my medical history events. Correct? Then, so these are generic and most of them are repeated from the yesterday's class. Right. Now, let's go ahead and talk about your dates. Maybe dates we can talk later, or let's complete it. All the dates together once we can go with. So we have adverse event dates, right? What are the dates we have? Adverse event, start, date, and time in character format. Use the same. Similarly, we have the end date, correct? Both of them we can take now. All the dates we can finish. So I just replace this with MH. I replace this with MH. So both of them are going to be start, date, and time of your medical history event. It is going to be a character variable. You are going to define that in the IS 8601DA or IS 8601 DT. Correct? So these are going to be talked about your start date as well as your end date. Correct? And medical history, the one additional variable come to the picture here, and that one additional variable is going to be MHDTC. That is, when you collected this medical history, that is medical history collection date, as simple as that. Or if you want to take about this particular one, date and time of medical history collection. When you have collected this particular one, right, that collection date, simply medical history collection date, as simple as that. When you have collected this particular one, the date also we are going to mention. Same thing. It is also going to be a character variable. It is also going to be a format is going to be either DA or it is going to be there. For everything we are going to have here dy, right? AE dy is there, right? DM dy is there, right? SV dy, SC dy. Similarly, here also we are going to have here dy. Let me talk about this. AE dy. What happened to this? Have we calculated this yesterday or not? It should, right? Oh, okay. We call it as AEST dy. Correct? Here it is going to be as simple as that particular one, because you are going to, there are going to be start dates and end dates there for adverse events or for DM, for everything. But here medical history you are going to do only at once. Correct? At one stretch you are going to do this particular one. So here you're going to have only one thing, that is nothing but MHDY, that is study day of history collection. So when you have collected this, that study day, you're going to do it. So again, this one, you all know you're going to do this particular one based on two different things. What are them? It can be derived. It's a derived variable, and is based on what are the two things? One is your MHDTC when you have collected this particular one, and from your demographic domain, you're going to have reference, study reference, start, date, and time in character format. So these two are the ones you are going to use this particular for this particular calculation. Again, you are going to have the same formulas here. What are the formulas that you are going to use here? Let's take this particular one. So when your MHDTC, this particular one, is greater than or equal to, yeah, reference start and date. In that particular case, this will become MHDTC minus RFSDTC plus 1. If it is not the case, if it is lesser than that particular one, then straight away you can consider that as minus. It is going to be the same formula we have been using from the demographic domain. So we are going to use it as is. Correct? Right. Then we are going to have the next one, that is nothing but your duration. You have AE duration here. Correct? The same thing we are going to apply here, which is nothing but your medical history duration. Right? Duration of your medical history event. This is not the derived one. Capture from CRF as is. Whatever is mentioned in your CRF as is, you are going to keep here. All right. Then the next one is going to be medical history pre-specified. We also have the same in your adverse event also, pre-specified things. It is already mentioned in your CRF. All those will be called it as your pre-specified things. So like this, pre-specified adverse events. Same thing we are going to have it here as well. These are going to be the pre-specified ones, but instead of your adverse events, you can call that as a predefined medical history event. Right? So the adverse event happened, the medical history was already prepared or already pre-specified in your CRF. But here it is going to be yes or no, but it is always expected. Because there won't be any no's. If there is a no, the meaning is the patient is not cooperating with you. Patient is hiding the details from you. But remember, it is always an expected one. What do you mean by expected variable? It is good to have. It is good to have. You need to know all the details about this particular specification. All right. The next thing is going to be MHstat, a very important one. So the MHstat stands for what is going to be the status. Simply stands for medical history event status. Whether it is completed or it is not completed, what exactly is going to be the status of this particular one. Right? For an example, I can write it here as, I'm going to show you the examples also by just like how we are taking the table, we take the table and also we discuss about it. Okay, this we are going to talk it here as, okay, done. My status is done. All the medical history events data we have collected. Okay, one option. Second, it is not done. Okay. MHDY is based on the collection day or event happen day. It is based on the collection date. It is based on the collection date. You can see here when we have collected this. Because all the history from the patient you are going to collect on the same day. Correct? It is already a history. All the events information is available. But when it comes to the adverse events, those are ongoing. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about this. A very good question. Let's do this. Because the confusion, maybe a slight confusion comes under why for the other ones, whenever event happens, by the time we will collect it. Correct? That's the reason we have two things there. You have a STD, that is start date, as well as your end date. Two things we will calculate. Correct? Even if you go to the AE also, in the AE also we collected two things. What are the two things we have collected? One is going to be AE study start day, AE end day. But when it comes to the medical history, it is only one. Right? Why we are doing is, in adverse event, these are ongoing. They can happen anytime during your clinical phases. It can happen in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Even it can happen before the follow-up. Correct? Till my last follow-up, at any time it can happen. Those are going to be the ongoing events. Right? So that's the reason we have considered event happened date as my reference. But when it comes to your medical history, the name itself is telling it's already history, it's already done. These are not ongoing. Once you go with the treatment, once you proceeded with the treatment, whatever events happen, those falls here. Those are going to be our adverse events. Correct? Once it started, it is going to be our adverse event. These are happening prior to your treatment. These are happening before the treatment. But after your ICF, once you agreed to be part of your clinical trials, from that time to before your treatment start, these incidents happen. Right? So let's say you are going to start the treatment. So right before you start the treatment, you know the complete history of the events happened between these two. Correct? You have a complete list, complete events, and all these event details you are going to collect at one stretch, one day itself. So that's the reason whenever you collect this, the collection date you are going to consider as the collection date you are going to consider for your calculation. Ankita, is that clear? Why we are going with this? Perfect. Make sure, please ask me these kind of questions. These are very important and very relevant, right? This question maybe others also might have the same question, but when you ask it, it will be benefited for everyone. So please keep asking the questions. All right. So we talked about the MH stat, which is nothing but what is the status? Have you done or not? Remember, when you haven't done, let's say your medical history is not done, right? You need to give the reason for that. You need to give the reason for that. Why the medical history collection is not happened. That is our very next variable. MHREASN stands for your reason. Why the reason, like why it is not done? REAS stands for reason, MD stands for not done. Why your medical history collection was not done? All right. So this is going to be reason for, or it captures reason for medical history or medical history collection not done. This is very important. And this variable will be populated only if it is not done. If MH stat is not done, then only your reason will come to the picture. All right. So what are going to be the examples? What are going to be the reasons? This is going to be a free text. There is no predefined or control terminologies. It is going to be a free text. So what is going to be the free text? Some of the examples are going to be patient refused to share the information We cannot do, right? We cannot say anything, or we don't know. He signed the form, and before the treatment he left it. He signed the form, he hid the information. We are not sure because we are not going with a complete background check on this particular guy, right? Or I can say that patient left the site early before he provided the details itself. He left the site. All these are going to be the reasons. If you go to this one, you are going to have few more examples. I'll give you here. This one, you can see. Where is my MH stat? Here it is. Can you see? This particular guy, ABC123, here for this particular person, the MH stat is not done. Why? The person who is recording these details, who is collecting this information, he forgot to ask. But you can see here, only if MH stat is not null, only MH stat is not null, only for that particular one you got here the reason for not done. Clear? A very important one. Right. The next one. So you know what is the status, you know what is the reason for that. Both of them also done. So the next thing that we are going to talk here is going to be, yesterday we talked about some endpoint references, right? The same endpoint references we are going to take here. So those are going to be, for an example, your end reference TPT. Let's copy this whole stuff and just paste it here. What are the things that we are going to talk about? This is going to be my MH. This is going to be end relative to the reference time point. That is timing identities at the end of event being before or after the reference time point required by your ANTPT. But we are not going with the ANTPT here. So if I don't go with that particular one, right, you cannot, we cannot understand this. So here also it will be depends on AE and endpoint only. This is also going to be our final end time point that we need to take it. So let's consider your MH first. Let me copy this from here, guys. End reference time point is there, right? Let's take this particular one. First, put this particular one here. That is, this is going to be MH ENPT. First, let's complete this and we can go for the. So this one is nothing but medical history end reference point. Correct? So based on this medical history end reference point, we are going to calculate this. Okay. So what is going to be this particular one? How do I calculate this particular one? If you remember yesterday, the same thing also will be applicable here. Maybe I can copy that example. This is going to be last visit of the subject also. That is also can be considered, right? The same thing also can be considered here. But instead of getting confused, let's go on a lighter note. What exactly it is, right? So what is going to be the end reference? So the control terminology is going to be same as your yesterday's one. It can be, if it is going to be a before, that is medical history event happened before the treatment, 99.99% of the time it is going to be the same. Correct? Most of the time it is going to happen only after, only before your medical history treatment only. Correct? Before the treatment starts only it will happen. Correct? So let's have this one here as is. Right? So this is going to be medical history, start date and time in character format is less than your reference. This is going to be before. It will be before. Then if it is going to be after, use it after. If it is going to be ongoing, what do you mean by ongoing? Your medical history details are not available. We don't know about this. We don't have medical history details. We don't have. in that particular case, we can say that this end reference point is going to be ongoing. It is going to be ongoing. Finally, we don't have any details about medical history. I don't have any details. Maybe it will be confusing. I can just change it a little. That is nothing but my MH start date details are available, but my end details are not there. Or in that particular case, I can call this as a missing one. Correct? Coincident. What do you mean by coincident? My medical history happened on the same day of my treatment. In that particular case, it is going to be coincident, right? But this one is slightly tricky, guys. I'll tell you why it is tricky also. I can give you the example. Maybe I can give you a little more examples. Then it is going to be easy. Maybe in the tomorrow's class, I can explain this particular one, because I need to give few examples for this one, because you may ask me one question, Murli, why medical history comes to the picture after the treatment? Because we are collecting everything before the treatment itself, right? Why it is coming to the picture, right? So for this, I'll take some end reference time points, and based on the end reference time points, I'll prepare some data and I can come back to you on this. Okay, this alone, just keep it for the tomorrow's reference. So I have to talk about three variables. Let me talk all the three variables first. Medical history end reference point, ENR, F. Medical history end reference point, that is time point actually it is, and relative time point. Maybe it's better to talk with the examples. So let's talk about these three tomorrow, and then we can continue with our class. That is with our coding part. So only three variables are missing, guys. Once we complete these three variables, tomorrow we go with the adverse event as well as your medical history coding, and then we can continue with the disposition domain. Okay. So three variables, I need the examples. I thought I can have it here, but I lost them. So I'll prepare it and I can come back on it. So tomorrow we can discuss on it. So disposition domain, again, it is going to be a simple one. It will not take time. Tomorrow we'll not tomorrow, I don't think so. Tomorrow is possible because we can go with the coding. So after this, we have disposition domain, and then we have protocol deviation and clinical events. So these three are the next three domains that we are going to talk about. So just giving you the heads up. All right. Any questions here, guys? All of you are comfortable up to this? Since it's going to be extension, almost like extension of your adverse events, I continued this here. So only three variables are pending with the examples to explain, and that I'll do by tomorrow. Any questions? Please let me know. All right. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow. Hey, hello, everyone. Good evening. Hope all of you are able to see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I have a quick confirmation, guys? Can you guys hear me? Thanks, Mohanty. Thanks for the confirmation. All right. So where did we start? I think we have been discussing about the medical history, correct? This was the domain last week we have started. And if I'm not wrong, three of them we haven't discussed. That is, what is your end reference point? What is going to be end reference time point? And yeah, relative to the reference point. These three are the one we haven't discussed, correct? And also we had to discuss the examples for them, correct? So let's have a quick recap and we can proceed with this. So what medical history will do? The name itself is telling to you, it is going to deal with past medical history. So again, when you say past medical history, from when to when? It is generally before the treatment and after the subject has signed the informed consent form, correct? So what is this medical history primarily deals with? It can be of a disease information. What is the illness history of the patient? Has the patient or has the subject undergone any of the surgeries, or the patient met with any of the accidents prior to this ICF? Correct? So all these things will be recorded in this particular domain. Correct? So what is going to be the nature of this domain? The nature is going to be one record per medical history per subject. Correct? So per medical history event. History means everything together. So each event we are going to record. Correct? There. We generally discuss the topic variables. The topic variable is going to be MH term. So what MH term is going to tell you? The MH term is going to tell the detailed description of the medical history event. What is that event? What exactly happened? Then, what are going to be the identifier variables? 3 identifier variables are common for almost all the domains. What are them? Study identifier, domain, unique subject identifier. Right? So these 3 are the common ones. In addition to that, you're also going to have your sequence number. What is your sequence number? Within the domain, for each subject, we will assign one unique identifier. That unique identifier number, we will be call it as your sequence number. So generally, for each subject, we are going to have this particular sequence. Correct? Within the subject level, we should not have any of the duplicates. So if you see subject 111, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, subject 2, 2, 2, I have 1 and 2. You can see that 1 is here, 1 is here. At a domain level, these are not unique. But within the domain, at each subject level, this sequence numbers must be unique. That is what we have mentioned here. Any numeric number, but it must be unique at subject level within the domain. Right. So we just now discussed what is called your MH terms. MH term is all about your medical history event. So here, if you see that the medical history event is nothing but either we call it as an accident or a broken leg or a fever, all this. Correct? So 2 of them are the events, 1 is nothing but the disease here. Correct? Then. So this is a normal one. For each of the term, there is a medical dictionary derived term. That medical dictionary derived term is stored in your MHD code. This is nothing but D stands for your dictionary, COD your code. Correct? It is a derived dictionary code. So what is the derived dictionary? Who will actually maintain this? MEDRA. Correct? This is a standardization. Correct? So if you see the high temperature, we generally call it as fever. Not exactly the fever. We have something called last time Sanchi mentioned as something like pricks or something. I'm not able to recollect it, but there is going to be a medical related term, and those medical related terms we are going to store it here. Then we have MH body system, which is nothing but what is the body system or organ class we are talking about, right? So who is going to define this? This will be used by the sponsor, either from the coding history, or sorry, either from the coding dictionary, or it is actually from the SOC. What is SOC? Standard of care. So who will use this and why the person will use it? The sponsor will use it for his own analysis and summary. Some of the examples are nerve system, ortho, oncology, like this. What is MHCAT? MHCAT is nothing but your category of the medical event. It can be general medical history, it can be ortho, it can be cardiac, all this. Correct? If you go with one more further or the deeper categorization of this, even further classification of this, which is nothing but your subcategory. Correct? Then medical history start date and medical history end date in your character format. That too, the format that we are going to use is IS 8601. Those will be your medical history start date and time, medical history end date. Then MHDTC. When you collected all this medical history, that date and time is nothing but MHDTC. MHDY. your study day of collection, right? So it is a derived variable. Generally, we are going to use two things for it. What is going to be a reference start date and time in character format? This is part of your DM domain. When you collected your medical history, that is your MHDTC. Based on these two, we are going to calculate your MHD. Okay. MH duration. It is not a derived variable. It will purely talk about your medical history duration, the event duration. Correct. So who will give this? It is part of your CRF. If it is there in the CRF, as is, we are going to represent it. Then pre-specified. Some of the medical history events are already pre-specified in your CRF. So here only we are going to have two things, whether it is going to be yes or no. Stat. Medical history status. Either is it done or not done, meaning have you captured all the medical history events or not? Suppose if you have, then most of the time it will be done. If it is not done, you need to give the justification for it, why it is not captured. For that, we are going to use the another variable, which is nothing but the MH, reason not done. REAS is reason, ND is nothing but the not done. Okay, so first let's have a quick examples for this particular one, and then we can go ahead with the remaining 3 terms. Okay, so I'm just going with the medical history example because whatever we have discussed so far, let's go with them, and then we will go with the remaining things. Okay, maybe I don't need to do this. Yeah, here it is. So if you look into this particular one, here study ID, you know, domain, unique subject ID, all these you are aware of. Here I have taken only one subject. Only one subject. So my medical sequence starts from 1 to 5 because I have 5 events. Each 5 events, for each of this I have defined a sequence number. So MH term talk about what exactly is going to be the event, medical history event that was happened. Asthma, frequent headaches, broken leg. Then you have your stroke here and you have your CHF here. What is the equivalent medical term from the medical dictionary? Asthma remains going to be the asthma. Frequent headaches, you are calling it as headache. Broken leg falls under bone fracture because all the whatever, let's say broken hand, broken leg, or anything related to this will be part of your bone fracture. And here you can see that here I have ischemic stroke, but this particular one is not part of your dictionary yet. You don't have the relative term there. Since you don't have the relative term, you can see here it is blank. We don't have the term for it. Okay, CHF, cardiac failure congestive. So we have the equivalent thing. And category, I told you category is all about what is going within, under which category it falls under. And you can see here most of them are the general medical history. You can see asthma, headache, broken leg. These are general medical history. Okay, but when it comes to the stroke, right? So it falls under your primary diagnosis. The category is primary diagnosis. And your CHF, cardiac failure congestive, it is going to be cardiac medical history. Again, under this medical history, if you see that, your asthma, it is all about your respiratory system. So the subcategory is going to be respiratory. Broken leg, simply we are mentioning as other. Your headache, we are calling it as a NS. Maybe it falls under the nerve system as well, right? And you can see that the status I have not mentioned here yet. Maybe in this example, status is not related. I just delete this. I don't need it. Anyways, I haven't mentioned why unnecessarily we need to put this. Okay, so this is nothing but body system or organ, right? So this is respiratory system disaster, and you can see that central and peripheral nervous system disorder. That's what we talked here, right? This is going to be related to the muscle, right? Related to some muscle. So disorder. And since this particular one, we don't have the proper reason, so proper thing. So we just have not mentioned about this in your article. Cardiac failure, cardiac disease directly. All right, and then these two we talk a little later. we talk little later, right? So this is nothing but medical history, start, date, and time, right? And you can see that when the stroke happened, we recorded. When your cardiac failure congestive happened, also we recorded. But can you see these two? These three, the first three. The first three, we haven't given the start date. We haven't given the start date. The reason for that one will be, why we haven't given the reason for that is, it is pretty simple. These are ongoing events. Or this bone fracture happened long before, long before, right? So generally we capture the events from the ICF to before the treatment. Generally, am I correct? So in this particular case, we haven't captured this particular one. For the third one, it happened long back. But these two are ongoing, meaning the subject get this because it's a frequent headache. The person is getting this headache frequently. So it doesn't mean that it is not going to end during the duration. It will continue. Asthma. So whenever you have some dust allergy, or whenever you have some, sharpness of the breath, or whenever you have some congestive, when you are part of some, congestive wounds and all, in that particular cases also you're going to get it, right? So these are ongoing events. That's the reason we haven't captured your start date. Am I clear? So anyways, these two we talk a little later. We do have a different example. We haven't discussed these two, right? So what is your end reference time point and what is going to be your relative end reference time point? We haven't discussed this yet. We are going to discuss this and I'm going to explain this. Is that clear up to this? Because we have discussed from here to here. All these terms we have discussed, from D to J we have discussed. So that's the reason I'm going to show, I'm showing you the relative examples. And I have also given the comments. All of you are comfortable up to this? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Do you have any follow-up questions or any related doubts here? Anyone? Any questions, team? All right. All right. I consider no. Then I'm proceeding with the next example, because I also talked about status and the reason for not done, right? So for those two, I'll give you the another example. Can you see this? Here, let's go with these two. So there are two subjects I have taken here. This is subject 1, right? Ending with 2. Here is the another subject ending with 3. Right? So both of them has pretty much similar terms, the same terms. All the medical history events are same for both the patients. And here you can see the pre-specified. All of them are pre-specified in your CRF. All of them. And here you can see the occurrence, medical history occurrence. I mean to say whether these will be the occurring events, right? If it is documented, right? If it is documented, we are going to document them in the occurrence. Meaning, this one is going to be artery disease. Here is going to be heart failure, right? And then you have peripheral vascular disease. These are not repetitive ones. Heart failure will not repeat. Once done, it's done. Correct? These are not the repetitive ones. So that's the reason we defined, or the sponsor defined them as no in your CRF. Asthma, pretty much a repetitive one. Correct? It is a pretty much a repetitive one. So because of that particular reason, we mentioned this as occurring. And for this particular patient, you can see the artery one is repetitive for this particular patient, right? He mentioned that it is a repetitive thing for him. So during the time of screening, all this will happen during the screening, right? During the screening, this particular subject mentioned that this artery disease is going to be repetitive for him, there is a chance of occurring again. So it is mentioned as yes. But for this particular guy, related to the asthma, all the details are not collected. It is not collected properly. That's the reason you can see that the MH stat, the status is not done. If it is done, we don't mention it as explicitly done. Only when it is not done, we will enter the status as not done. And then the moment it is not done, we need to mention what is the reason. The person who is taking care of the screening have not asked this information, forget to ask. Then that's the reason you don't have the reason for that, and at the same time we don't have a clue about whether it is an occurring event for him or not. Make sense? And you can see the reasons also here. The question regarding asthma was not asked, so that's the reason MH stat is used to indicate and MH occurrence is null, right? That's the reason I just mentioned all these three here as number one. Clear, guys? Remember, all these are happening during the approach. That approach is going to be a screening. All right, let's move to the next one. This one I haven't explained to you. Let me explain this and come back on it. Maybe I can explain directly here. See, here also the same patient, only one subject I have taken. There are 8 different events, that is 8 different terms happen. Like I can say that asthma, frequent headaches, broken leg bone, ischemic stroke, yeah, diabetes, hypercholesteremia, hypertension, and TIA. The relative medical dictionary codes also here. Category is general medical history, and subcategory is also available here. Nervous system are there, and respiratory system. Whether pre-specified or not, yes. If it is pre-specified, what is the occurrence level? Both of them we have mentioned. Body organ or your body system mentioned. Start date is mentioned only for one, for the remaining we have. Now let's talk about these two. So there are 2 things. Number 1, end reference. This end reference period will be defined by your sponsor. It has a start time, it has an end time. So between the 2 discrete periods, the sponsor is going to define this particular period. So the reference to this relative period we are going to talk here. Now, if you see this particular one, first one, asthma, maybe easy ones, that's the reason I'm talking about this here. Let's go with the first one. First of all, who will define this? Where it will be defined? It will be defined in your CRF. What is that? It will be defined in the CRF. Okay. In the CRF, where it will be defined? There is a question called ongoing at study start. What is that? There is a field in your CRF called ongoing at study start. It is going to have 2 things. That is, the question is going to be ongoing at study start. This is as part of your screening and it is part of your CRF. There will be 2 fields populated for it. Sorry, there will be 2 answers populated for it. Either yes or no. Meaning, if it is marked as yes in your CRF for this particular question, meaning it is an ongoing event. What is that? It is an ongoing one. The reference is ongoing. Is that clear? If it is no, for an example, if it is no, this event already happened. It happened past. That is, before your medical treatment, it happened. So it will be before. So there are 2 things. What are them? So when this particular event is going to happen, sorry, when we are going to capture this? During the screening. So during the screening, while preparing your CRF, you are asking a question. What is this particular question? So what is the medical history event related to this? In your CRF, we mentioned that yes. The meaning is, whatever we are talking about, this medical history event is an ongoing event to this particular subject. It already happened to him. It may happen during the screening. It may happen during our ICF. It may happen even after the treatment. It may happen during all phases of your clinical study as well. Example is asthma. Or simple, take headache. The patient is facing frequent headaches. Let's say a patient arrived to the screening on, let's say today, 16 May 2022. It doesn't mean that this particular guy haven't get headache prior to this. Because it's a frequent headache. What is the meaning? He might have headache 1 day before. He might have headache 10 days before. He might have headache 10 years prior to this. Am I correct or not? Or 1 month prior to this. So what I'm trying to say, the headache is the one which is a frequent thing for him that happened before the study, that might happen during the screening. I came for the screening. Now my screening is happening from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. but I'm having headache now. Chances are there. Okay, I signed the ICF, randomization done, treatment started. That is nothing but study drug is started giving to me. So let's say that I am in the phase 2. So in phase 2 it can happen. In phase 3 it can happen to me. Even during the follow-up also it can happen. Correct? So what is the meaning? This event is an ongoing event. So your end reference time point is going to be ongoing. It is an ongoing event. Then what is the period? The period is going to be during or after. That is, during this medical history collection it can happen. Even after the treatment also it will happen. So the controlled terminology to represent your MHENRF, end reference to your period, is going to be during or after. Your time point is going to be screening. Your time point is going to be screening. All of you are able to understand this, what I'm trying to say? Can I have a quick confirmation? If you look into this, you can see here I have already given end relative to the reference period. Who will define this particular one? This is going to be the end of the relative event, which is defined by your sponsor. Your sponsor is going to give the starting and ending point. For that particular one, what is the reference? That is called your MHENRF. Correct? What are the various things for it? So there are two things. Control terminologies are going to be here. What are my controlled terminologies? So let's say for things like asthma or things like your headache, these are during or after. It is happening now, it may happen in the future. Things like accident. Accident happened already, right? My leg got broken already and I got recovered from that particular event. It may happen after my treatment. Maybe if I go outside again after my treatment, maybe for some reason it may happen. But during the treatment, during this particular treatment, I'm in a safe and secure zone. I'm within the hospital. I'm within the study center. Correct? I'm within the medical college where this particular clinical trials are happening. So since this is going to be most of the time a secure and safe thing, there are no chances that, or there are going to be very limited chances that I met with an accident again. But this happened already, right? That's the reason we are recording, right? So here the control terminology is going to be before since. Here the fracture happened, my leg got broken, but when this got happened, it happened before to this particular one, not today, right? So that's the reason my end reference for this particular duration is going to be before. Is that making sense, guys? For a headache, it is continuous one. It may happen again. During my clinical trials also it will happen. So I'm just mentioning this as a during or after. Asthma, same thing. But when it comes to fracture, it happened long back. right? It happened before. So my end reference period is going to be, end relative to the reference period is going to be before. Is that clear to everyone? Can I have a quick confirmation? Right? Now, the equivalent period, the time point to this is going to be the reference period. Now I'll talk about the time point for this, reference time point for this. This reference time point is going to be either ongoing or it is before or it is after. Mostly it is going to be ongoing or before. Like things like headache and asthma, it may happen, it already happened, it is happening. So it is going to be an ongoing event. Something like a fracture, it already happened. So I'm just calling it as before. Is that making sense to you, all of you? I have given the details also here, you can see. All right. Any questions on this? All right. Now we come back to this. Here you can see the time point. This time point, that is ENTPT, this will be when exactly it happened. That is when it happened. You can see end reference time point. Generally, it is going to be a screening time point. Right? It is just the end reference time point. Clear, guys? Three simple things. All are going to be like some reference to the event. If it is an ongoing event, you are going to mention the time point as ongoing, record the time, that is your IS 8601, followed by, to represent your relative to the reference period, either you are going to call it as a before or you are going to call it as during or after. All of you are comfortable with your all the points at the same time? Are you comfortable with your examples that are provided here? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? All of you are clear with this? If yes, I can wind up this, guys. I mean to say, I can close this medical history. Anyone, any questions? All right. Let's, we already at 9:10. Okay. What we can do is, let's take a simple one. A simple domain we can take, which we can complete in less than 20 to 30 minutes and we can proceed. Okay. And such simple domain is going to be a protocol deviation domain. It is a very simple domain which is having a very limited, I can say that hardly less than 10 or 12 variables will be there. Let's quickly discuss them and we can close the session for today. Okay, it is also part of your events. That's the reason we are discussing this. A very simple domain, and the name of that particular domain is going to be protocol deviations. Even though it is a protocol deviation, guys, we are going to call that as DV. It is going to be a DV is going to be a domain. This is the one. So protocol deviations domain. All right, let me save this and we can continue with our discussion. So this is a very simple one, guys. That's the reason we are proceeding with this. Hardly, I can say that 10, less than 10 or 15 variables. Okay. Why we need this? What is the reason? What exactly it is going to capture? The answer to this is going to be, the intent is to capture only two things. Only two things. Those are, one, protocol violations. Guys, there is a small difference between inclusions and exclusions versus your protocol deviations. Inclusions and exclusions are going to be what are the things we may include or we may exclude. This will be part of your protocol itself. most of the time. These are violations. I mean to say, you're supposed to do this, but you're not doing it. As per the protocol, you're supposed to do this particular. Let's say you're supposed to take, 5 mg of the drug, right? But what you did is, instead of 5 mg of the drug, let's say you have taken a 10 mg of the drug or 2 mg of the drug. So that is a deviation from what is mentioned. Let's say during this particular treatment, you're not supposed to take aspirin. Let's say that you're not supposed to take aspirin pill, but you have taken. It is a violation. Either it can be a deviation from what is defined, or it can be a violation from what is supposed to do. From that, you got violated. All right. So when it happened, the intent is to capture the protocol violations and the deviations during the course of study. Am I correct or not? Only during the course of study. During the course of the study, what are the violations that are happened, right? And what are going to be the deviations that are happened? Main thing you need to understand here is, it won't capture, main thing, remember, it won't capture a response to each violation and deviation, right? It won't look at the what is going to be the response for the violation or deviation that are happened. I'm least bothered about it. I only capture what happened there. I don't need the response of it. I don't record the response of that particular one. Am I clear? This is very important. Why it happened, what is the response to this particular one, what happened after this. No. What violation happened, what deviation happened, that's it. Is this clear to everyone? Most important thing. Typically, right, what it is going to do, events, what events it is going to capture, include what is the event. Typically what it includes, few things. What are them? I'm going to mention. What is the event, right? Second, when it happened. When it happens, it is going to capture start and end dates. That's it. Mostly it talks about only these two. What is that? What is the event? What is the protocol violation happened? What is the deviation happened? When it happened. That's it. Main thing. Right. Okay. So generally, when it is going to happen to you, because we talked about when it is happened, right? So when it may happen during the course of study. So generally, deviations, I can say that usually these deviations occur after the randomization. After the randomization. Why randomization? Remember this? After the randomization only, you will be populated under two things. What are them? Either you will be provided with your placebo, or you are going to provide with your original drug. Remember this, right? There are going to be two groups, right? After the randomization only, you are going to fall under those groups, correct? So usually these deviation occurs after the randomization or after receive the first treatment. Because you receive the treatment, after that you are going to have, let's say, some headache, right? You got some headache, or you got some nausea, or you got some vomiting sensation. The moment you get it, you tend to take the pills to compensate it, correct? But let's say that in your protocol it is mentioned that you are not supposed to take the pill, but you are taking it. What is the meaning then? The deviation happened, violation happened. Let's say you are feeling dizzy right after you're taking the medicine. Your clinician mentioned that you're supposed to take 5 mg of the treatment study drug. But what you feel is, morning when you take this particular pill, you feel dizziness. So again, you need to supposed to take this particular drug by evening. While taking it, instead of taking the 5 mg, you taken only 2 mg. Why? 5 mg is making you to feel dizzy. You want to come out of that. You don't want to feel dizzy. So you've taken the lesser dosage. Deviation happens. Correct? All these will be recorded. Right? Remember, the deviation domain is for more general deviation data. Remember this. More generic deviation data. Clear? All of you are comfortable with this? Whatever we have discussed so far? What it is going to store, typically what it will deal with, what kind of data it is going to record. Right. So let's talk about the nature of the domain. It is going to be one record per protocol deviation per subject. Remember this, these should be on your fingertips. It is going to be one record per protocol deviation per subject. Right. So we generally talk about the topic variable, right? Can someone guess what is going to be the topic variable here? Generally, these are all events, right?
Protocol
For
number.
No. See, topic variable is nothing but it should focus on what is this domain is all about. Am I correct? Exactly. Exactly. When it comes to the adverse events, it is going to be AE term, right? Then the name of the event. When it comes to your previous domain, medical history, it is MH term, medical history event name. Correct? So here also it is going to be the same. It is going to be DV term. Right, all those, remember this, even we discussed this in one of our domains discussion, right? Initially when we start with this, for all the events I just mentioned like this, XX term, this XX is going to replace with each of your domain name. This is what I mentioned, remember, same thing, right? For all the events and all, it is easy to remember. It is always going to be a term, XX term, XX is going to be a domain name. So let's talk about this DV term little later. First, I'm writing this here. We'll discuss this at the top. What are going to be our identifier variables? We have identifier variables, right? So the identifier variables are going to be generic. For this, I just want to do a copy paste because it's almost a repetitive one. So your identifier variables are going to be study ID, domain ID, as well as your. So up to this, I can simply copy paste because these are going to be the repetitive ones. What are them? Study identifier, it is mentioned in your protocol. Domain abbreviation, a two characters long, which is going to be for your protocol deviations. It is going to be DV. Unique subject identifier, it is always going to be a concatenation of 3 different variables: site ID, subject ID, and study ID. You have the next variable. Let's start with this particular variable, and that variable is nothing but your protocol deviation sequence number. Any numeric, but it must be unique at the subject level within the domain. The same thing. Let's say you have your medical history sequence, you have DV sequence, correct? The same thing. The sequence numbers are going to be the same. All right. So let's talk about your term first. From there, we can continue with our discussion because it is going to be the topic variable, right? DV term. What is DV term again? Can I copy from here? Nothing wrong about this, right? Right? Small changes will come. I'll talk about the changes now. The name of the event, there's no doubt about it. It is going to be the name of the event, but it is not exactly the event. It is going to be name of the protocol deviation. Am I correct? Protocol deviation criterion, or simply can just name of the protocol deviation. Okay. Or as per your implementation guide, if you want to talk it is going to be protocol deviation term. Anything, name of the protocol deviation or deviation protocol term, anything you can talk about it. But remember this particular most important thing, this is very important, that is, as is whatever is mentioned in your CRF or whatever is mentioned, we are going to use it as is. As is, we are going to mention it. And other thing, maybe if I'm asking about the, maybe I can say, let's say dv, right? Let's go with the dv, maybe dv. Let's go with the only one patient. Instead of AE, it is going to be dv. Instead of AE term, it is going to be dv term. Okay. Now, so the dv term is going to be different, right? It is not a disease, or it is not a drug, or it is an event. It is actually what deviation that is happened. We need to write the complete details there. So it is, let's say that it is going to be IVRS process deviation. In IVRS process, there is a deviation happened. What is the deviation? No dose call performed. There is going to be a dose call every day, but the dose call was not performed. So you have to do the complete details. All right. This is nothing but violation. For an example, let's talk about the deviation. Let's say took prohibited drug, right? Or let's say that took aspirin. What is this aspirin drug? Why? Why it is a, why you are talking about this? It is a prohibited drug. It is a prohibited drug, but you have taken this, which you are not supposed to take it, right? There is a deviation. There is going to be a dose call. How much is the dosage? But you haven't mentioned about it. So these are going to be the two deviations happen to this particular subject, and we are capturing it here. Am I clear? What is called your DV term is? Most important thing that you need to understand here is always the DV term, these values will map to the controlled terminology. So we have some control terminology, right? Because this is going to be a very big name, right? So there is going to be a control terminology for this particular one, a standard term we are going to use it, right? And those are stored in a variable called DV decode. So you remember, right? What is DV decode? Is nothing but a dictionary derived one, a standard one, right? That we are going to discuss now. So what is this DV decode is? So the DV decode is all about protocol deviation coded term, or it is going to be controlled terminology. It is going to be controlled terminology for the name of the protocol deviation. Whatever the protocol deviation happened for that particular protocol deviation, right? The controlled terminology. Okay, what are going to be the examples? Or what are going to be the examples for this? It can be like subject not, maybe selection criteria not met. Anything. Selection criteria not met. Right? There is going to be a treatment deviation. Maybe if I take the previous example, this example itself, if I take this here, maybe I can write this. So what exactly happened here? If this is going to be called it as your DV term, then your DV decode is going to be, the dictionary derived one is going to be, for both of them it is a deviation, right? It is a deviation. So the deviation is the one that I'm mentioning here as a DV decode. Remember, all of you are able to understand this? What is the event, the name I'm writing in the DV term? What is the control terminology, or what is the standard term that I want to use it? That standard term I'm mentioning under the DV decode. You can also write this here. If I want, you can also give here a standardized term. Standardized. A standardized term to capture dv term. So dv term is more of a description. Instead of a description, if I want to give some standard term to that, that standard term is nothing but dvd code. Okay, questions? Is that understandable, guys? Very simple one. That's the reason we are just going on a little higher pace. Okay, now dv ref id. The name itself is telling ref id is nothing but reference id. Who will provide this? This reference id will be provided by a sponsor. It can be either internal or external identifier. We discussed this even in the this one here AE also. If you remember, there is going to be a AE reference. Let me show you some examples here. Here it is. Let's see. Reference ID, internal or external identifier, such as serial number on your serious adverse event. There it is an adverse event that you are going to write it. Here, any reference thing, either it is going to be results in death, life-threatening, all this. Almost the same thing you are going to use it here as well. Okay, then the similar one, I'll search for one more thing here. Yes, can you see this? Sponsor defined identifier, correct? The same thing will come here as well. You call that as a DVSPID, sponsor defined identifier. It is not a derived one. It will be as is available in your CRF, or it will be defined in your sponsor's operational database. Okay, what it is going to be? Line numbers in your CRF page. Simple. It can be a line number. Sorry. Right, it can be a line number, or it can be like whatever is defined in your sponsors database. Since we already discussed this in detail in your adverse event, I'm simply copy paste that here. Okay, then same a few more if you want to talk about it. Here I have category as well as your subcategory, correct? The same thing will also come here. Category of your protocol deviation. Maybe I can copy that from here. So it is going to be a category of your protocol deviation criterion. All right. So it is going to be like related records. You are going to put it here. Okay. Maybe this is not related here. That is nothing but your bleeding and all will not be part of this. So I'm not using the same example. So again, this is going to be further categorization of your protocol deviation criteria. It is further, if I still want to classify it, what it is going to be. That is nothing but your DV subcategory. Okay. Then we have just three more variables. The three more variables are nothing but your what is your DV SDTTC. The name itself is telling it is going to be start and date time. Correct? Start, date, or time of deviation represented of deviation. Generally, we are going to how we are going to put this particular one. It is going to be put it in the character format. And what is going to be the format? IS 8601. Either it can be DA or it can be DD. Simply, if I want to tell it more, even I don't want to go with this one. Simple. Can you tell it in a simple lineup? Yes. Protocol deviation start date. That's it. It is going to be your protocol deviation start date. The same thing if I want to put it in the end. Here. It is going to be protocol deviation end date. It is going to be end date and time of your deviation. Same character form. Done. Last variable, approach. What is approach? What is approach? It is going to be start, date or time of the deviation. When this deviation happened, When this protocol deviation is happened, that we are going to write it. Simply you can say it as it is going to be like, yeah, during what phase of your trial it happened. What phase of your trial it happened. For an example, if I want to give simple example for this particular one, I can write like this. It can be like under the treatment phase, right? It can be happened during the screening. These are nothing but your stages of your clinical trial, right? It can be happened during the follow-up. It happened at any phase of your clinical trials. Those details will be given under your protocol deviation. Clear, everyone? That's all. The total number of variables are happened. Done. It's done. So how many variables we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Just 13 variables in the domain. Very small domain. DVSEQ. Sequence here we talked about. Mohanty, what I missed here? Mohanty, have I missed anything? No, right? Yeah, it is there. It is there. I mentioned at the top itself. Maybe you can take simple example. Maybe yeah, here it is. Take this particular one. So I have only one subject, disposition, your protocol deviation domain DV, unique subject identifier, sequence. 1, 2, 3 subjects, right? So that's the reason for sequence for this is 1. For sequence for the second subject is 1 and 2. For the last subject it is going to be 1. Can you see the DV term? IVRS process deviation, no dose call performed, which is categorized as the related standard term for this is treatment deviation. I can see this particular one. Visit 3 dose which is less than 15 mg. Treatment deviation. These two are nothing but your protocol deviations, right? Take this particular one. Drug triplets administered during the study treatment period. This particular one is excluded actually. You are not supposed to take this particular one, but the subject taken a prohibited drug. So it is going to be excluded concomitant medication. The same thing here. This drug, he is not supposed to take this particular one, but he has taken this particular. So where it happened, all these happened during the treatment phases only. All this happened during the treatment phase, right? That is your start and date periods are mentioned. A very simple way of representing your protocol deviation domain. So under the events, guys, we just have 2 more domains. Let me show that to you. Oh, sorry, just give me a second. If you see this particular one, all the special purpose domains are done. Main things, right? Demographics, subject elements, subject visits, and comments. Done. 4 are done. Then these are general observation classes. We started with the events. Under the events, adverse is done, protocol deviations are done, medical history is also done. Correct? So what else are pending here? We have something called clinical events, right? 1. So clinical events, disposition, and healthcare encounters. So these 3 are pending here. Correct? So let me show you what we need to discuss after this. So what we do is tomorrow and day after, I think 2 days are more than sufficient to complete your remaining events domains. These are little, I can say that time consuming one because clinical events will take time. There will be so many variables. See this. There are more variables, I can say around 20, 22 variables will be there. So it definitely take time. And what we have completed here, adverse events is done. Clinical events we need to discuss. Yeah, here it is. Adverse is done. Clinical events we need to go with. Clinical events, disposition, and healthcare encounters. Let's go with clinical events and disposition. These 2 are main things. So let's complete that mostly in 2 days, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we will finish that. So once we've done this, I'll go with the coding for your AE, because events and all together we can go. And for the remaining, I'll share you the data sets so that you can work on it parallelly. That is one. I also want to discuss something. What is that?